went in and bought 2 rings from a gift shop on the corner, took her to the marriage license bureau, picked one up, and now here we are, hours away from tying the knot. It's hard not to be emotional when you hear the infatuation infused in his words, the deep joy she brings him, and how without her, he'd be incomplete. I've never been a big believer in soulmates, but these two were destined for each other. This is what I was talking about to Liam the other night. In every lifetime, in every reality, in every version of their story, Maverick is going to pick Emmy. She's it, his top priority, his only focus, the owner of his heart. If she disappeared tomorrow, he'd burn the world down to find her. And if he couldn't, he'd leave Earth before living without her. It hurts my soul to be so happy for them, but so envious too. To desperately want what they have while simultaneously being terrified to try again and fail again. Could I learn to trust? Could I learn to believe? Could I feel lovable and like I'm enough? You don't want a wedding, I ask, retreating from my inner turmoil. You love being the center of attention. I love her, and I want to marry her tonight. I don't give a heck about a wedding, and neither does she. My eyes well with tears, and I brush them away. I'm so happy for you too. Thank you for loving my best friend the way she deserves. 10 seconds, Bernie says, and I fan my face. Pull it together, P. Maverick teases, ruffling my hair. We have to show a little bit of professionalism. I laugh when we go live, holding up my microphone. Thank you so much, Bradley. I'm here with Maverick Miller after a thrilling win in regulation against the Las Vegas Lightning that showed Liam Sullivan setting the NHL's record for most saves in game. Mav, what kind of growth is the team going through right now, and how is that growth helping the team long-term? We're hungry. Obviously, we all wanted to win the cup last year and came up short. That loss might have been the best thing to happen to us, though. We've had to grow up. We've had to stop taking defeats so personally and figure out how we can get better because of them. This isn't the same team as last season, and if we can keep that kind of momentum going, I think we'll be sitting real pretty come June. We can't talk about tonight without mentioning Liam's performance. You two have played together for years now. What was it like watching him snag that 71st save? God. Maverick runs his hand through his damp hair and grins. Sully's a beast. He's who I want defending my goal when the game is on the line. He just puts his heart in it, man. Doesn't gloat. Doesn't make it about him. He's a good guy, and to be able to witness him make history is pretty incredible. Last thing, Maverick. You're heading into the new year with the best record in the East and the second best record in the league. What kind of confidence does that give you with a 4-game road trip coming up at the start of January? Job's not finished, he says. Records don't mean anything right now. We're feeling good about the chemistry we have with each other, but until we're lifting the cup over our heads, we've got work to do. Thanks, Mav. Enjoy your night, I say, and Bernie cuts the camera. You know I hate asking questions like that, but it's what the fans want to hear. That's okay, little P, your questions are some of my favorites. He pulls his jersey over his head and hands it to me. You're coming out with us, right? Wouldn't miss it for the world. Good. He grins and heads for the locker room. Gotta get cleaned up before I see my girl. Catch you on the bus. I wave and start grabbing all the gear the guys dropped. Gloves and jerseys get added to my pile, as well as Grant's helmet. It weighs me down, and I know I'm about to make some kids very happy. This is my favorite part of the night, Lexi says, taking some of the load from me. One of these days we need to make the guys come back out and sign everything when they finish their debrief with Coach. I could do without the stench, though. Maverick and Hudson sign stuff from time to time. They sneak out, and when they get on the bus, they claim they were using the bathroom. I spot a boy waiting against the railings. He's leaning into the tunnel, his hand outstretched and a hopeful look on his face. I walk up to him and put a pair of gloves in his palm. There you go, buddy. Thank you. His eyes widen. I love the stars. I want to be a goalie like Sully when I grow up. I bet you'd be very good at it. Do you live in Las Vegas? Number Maryland. My mom is here for work and brought me with her. I saw the Stars were playing and I begged to come. We always go to games in D.C. We do a kids' camp in the summer and Liam will be there. You should sign up. I struggle to reach in my pocket and pull out one of my business cards. Give this to your mom and tell her to email me if she has any questions, okay? Okay. The boy nods and I think he might be about to cry. Thank you so much. You're welcome so much. I move closer to the ice and spot a little girl wearing a pink Stars jersey. I recognize it as Emmy's from when she was on the team, a special edition the people in merchandise did for Valentine's Day, and I beeline to her. Hi, I say, squatting down so I'm eye level with her. What's your name? The woman next to her lifts the girl in her arms and strokes her hair. You'll have to speak slowly so she can read your lips, she's deaf. Oh, I stand and drop the gear so my hands are free. Hi, I sign, what's your name? The girl looks at her mom who smiles and nods. She slowly uses her hands and spells Lucy. Hi, Lucy, I wave. My name is Piper. Do you like hockey? She wants to play in the NHL one day like Emerson Hartwell, her mom explains, speaking and signing at the same time. Emmy is one of my best friends. That's a very good dream to have. Here. I reach down and rifle through the jerseys, finding the one I'm looking for. That belongs to Maverick Miller. He and Emmy are close and he'd want you to have it. Lucy clutches the jersey to her chest and smiles. When did you learn Assel? Not many people know it, the woman says. My cousin is deaf. I grew up signing. Thank you so much for stopping and giving us some of your time. You made her whole year. Of course, I grin at Lucy. If you're ever in D.C., you have to come to a game, okay? I can see if Emmy can be there too. Okay, Lucy grins back. Thank you. I'm Madeline, the woman says. Piper, it's nice to meet you. We'd love to visit, but I'm not sure we'll ever make it to D.C. I'm a chef at a restaurant here in Vegas, and being a single parent doesn't give us a lot of time to travel. Thank you for the invitation, though. It doesn't have an expiration date. You're welcome anytime. I smile and press one of my last business cards into her palm. Bye, Lucy. It was nice to meet you. I distribute the rest of the players' gear to the waiting fans, and when I make it back to the tunnel, I'm exhausted. I need a shower, Lexi says. I smell like sweaty boys. It's disgusting. I stick my hands under an sanitizer dispenser and rub them together, trying to get some of the stench off me. You're going out tonight, right? Heck yeah, I'm going out tonight. I brought the cutest outfit. What are you going to wear? I put a few dresses and skirts in my bag. Nothing that's appropriate for a wedding, but I'll see if I can pull something together. That's the point of a Vegas wedding. You don't have to be pulled together. Lexi laughs. Oh, hey, Liam, nice game tonight. You were incredible. He nods at her and a bead of water rolls down his forehead from his post-shower hair. Thanks. Lexi looks between us and gives me a sly grin. I'll give you two a minute. When she disappears, I smile at Liam. What's up? You're good with kids. I am? Yeah, I was watching you hand out gear. You're signing, he tips his head to the side. It's beautiful. Oh, thank you. I'm rusty these days, but I try to watch YouTube videos so I can stay somewhat fresh. You never know when you'll need it, like you just saw with Lucy over there. I shrug. If that makes someone feel included and comfortable, I want to offer that to them. Do you want to have kids? I roll my lips and hum. I'm not sure, to be honest. I like kids, but I'm undecided on if I want my own. I'm still learning to trust people, and that would require a lot of trust. That's fair. Do you want kids? Yeah, I think so. I could see myself being a dad. He shoves his hands in the pockets of his slacks, but that's a ways off. Did you come out here to ask me about my future as a mother? No, Liam snorts. It was to form an escape plan for tonight so we can sneak out without staying at a club until 4 in the morning. I might die if I'm still awake when the sun comes up. No one's going to notice if we leave. We'll just say I'm hungry and disappear. I like how your brain works, Piper Mitchell. Thanks. I grin. Lexi and I are going to get ready together, so we'll probably meet you all at the club. I still need to track Emmy down and give her an earful. I'll see you later tonight. Sounds good. Save me a dance, Sullivan, I say, brushing past him and heading for the team bus. I'm going to be very disappointed if I don't get a few minutes alone with you in a dark corner somewhere. You want another lesson, sunshine, in public displays this time. Maybe. I tap his chest and saunter away. I'll have to find out. 27 Liam. I can't stop staring at Piper from across the club. Haven't been able to take my eyes off her since she walked in here with her short skirt and high boots. I swear the music stopped when she came through that door with her hair down her back and glitter on her chest and cheeks. The makeup catches in the strobe lights every few minutes and pulls my attention away from the conversations I'm trying to have. You good? Hudson snaps his fingers in my face and I blink. I cut my gaze away from watching her on the dance floor, her arms above her head and her hips swaying to the music next to Lexi. You're staring off into space. Sorry, thought I recognized someone. I sip my beer and wipe my mouth. You're not drinking. Someone needs to get us to the wedding chapel and back to the hotel safely later, he says over the thumping music, and I nod in agreement. Sure as heck not going to rely on Everett or Richardson to find the way. Would be a fun game, though. How's it going with that girl from the gala? Alicia, Eliza, Alyssa, but close. We broke up. She said I was being too clingy. When I backed off and gave her some space, she stopped returning my calls, stopped wanting to hang out. He shrugs, but I can tell he's bummed and trying not to show it. Wasn't meant to be, I guess. I lean in close so he can hear me when I say, you'll find her. Thanks, man. I'm going to grab a water. You need anything? Nah, I'm going to finish this, then make a round. Hudson nods and turns for the bar, stopping briefly to apologize to a woman with long brown hair for running into her before disappearing in the throng of bodies. I don't even get a second of reprieve because Grant replaces him at my side. GK, he slurs, way drunker than anyone else here. Take a shot with me. Can you even stand on 2 feet? PSHHHHH. Who needs to stand when someone can carry me? Grant holds up the handle of vodka he's carrying and taps my chin. Open up, big guy. I know the only way to get rid of him is to appease him, so I squat down. I pop open my mouth and swallow the absurdly generous pour Grant tips in my mouth. This isn't even the good stuff. Maverick bought all the good stuff, he yells before moving away to annoy another teammate. Find him. I roll my eyes and scan the crowd, trying to locate my captain. I spot him at a table in the VIP section, Emmy and Piper flanking him on either side. She must be worn out from dancing. Finishing off my beer, I leave it on the end of the bar with a stack of other empties and head for them. There he is. Maverick crawls over Emmy so he can hug me. Get your butt over here, we're doing a shot flight. The heck is a shot flight? Shots of different kinds of alcohol. Emmy lines up 5 glasses in a line. You can't say no, I'm the bride and I want you to join. Darn you, Emerson Hartwell. I glance down at Piper. Want to share the bench, pipsqueak? Sure. She pats the spot next to her and I sit. My thigh presses against hers but she doesn't pull away. Been wondering where you were. Looking for me? I ask in her ear over the noise and she shrugs. Maybe. Her eyes sparkle and she grabs 2 glasses, handing one to me. To Liam, the NHL's record holder for most saves in a game. I grumble at the toast and attention but knock the drink back with ease. That's the good stuff. Fantastic, right? Top of the line tequila, smooth going down. Maverick gestures for us to pick up the next drink like some alcohol-pushing salesman. Now the vodka. This one is for Maverick and Emmy, Piper toasts, to a lifetime of happiness. We go through the flight until I've had more shots in 10 minutes than I've had in the last 5 years. I set the last glass down and lean back, the alcohol already settling in. I feel it in my blood, in the back of my head. At the edges of my vision where things just start to turn fuzzy. It's been ages since I've got drunk. When I drink, I know when to stop. I know my limits and when I'm getting close to pushing past them. I can tell I'm already teetering into buzzed territory, moving slowly to intoxicated, but tonight I think I'm going to enjoy it. Didn't know you were a lightweight, Piper taps my knee. Your cheeks are red. You want to have a drinking contest, Mitchell. What does the winner get? What do you want? She flips her hair over her shoulder and grins. How can we make that happen? I'm tempted to kiss her right here, right now. Forget a dark corner or my hotel room. Emmy and Maverick are in their own world. I could tell them I was on fire and they wouldn't even look at me, but Piper is. I like having her attention on me. I like knowing she's watching. I like that she scoots closer to me and drums her fingers on my thigh. Heck, she's so pretty. Has she always been this pretty? I think she has. It's why I've been looking at her for 4 years, because she's so pretty. Heck, I'm drunker than I thought. Do you want to dance? Do you know how to dance? She asks. I glance at the dance floor. There are hundreds of people, all moving in their own way. Some are jumping up and down. Some have their arms in the air. Some are swaying their hips. Off the ice, I'm uncoordinated as heck. Can't find a rhythm to save my life, but I'm not going to let that be the reason I don't get to put my hands on her tonight. I'm sure I can figure it out, I say, and I grab the bottle of tequila sitting in the middle of the table. Want something else to drink before we head out there, and I embarrass the heck out of us, probably for the best. She takes the bottle from me and unscrews the cap. But I don't want to waste a glass. I lift an eyebrow. What's your plan here? Open your mouth, Piper says in some husky voice I haven't heard from her before, and my mouth pops open. My body tenses. She stands and I rest my hand on her hip, steadying her. Such a good boy, Liam. My skin burns as she drags her fingers down my jaw and across my beard. I'm not sure I've ever been this turned on outside the bedroom before, and I never knew I was into receiving praise. I'm so on edge with wondering what she's going to do. I can do anything but watch her with hungry eyes. You're smart. She rests the bottle against my lips and tips it up, filling my mouth with tequila. How can you get the alcohol from your mouth into mine? I tug her toward me until she's sitting in my lap, until her skirt hikes up her thighs and I can touch her leg. Keeping my eyes on her, I cup her chin and tilt her head back. She squirms and lets out a soft sound when I lean forward and tug on her bottom lip. Her lips part and I grip the back of her head as I spit the tequila straight into her mouth. Swallow it, I murmur when I can talk again. Just like you did before. Piper's eyes flare with heat, staying on mine as her throat bobs and she sticks out her tongue, showing me an empty mouth. That a girl. She slides off my lap and stands. I'm slow with my perusal of her. I look her up and down and notice her flushed cheeks. The way her skirt is slightly off-center. So pretty. Piper holds out her hand and I take it, threading our fingers together and letting her tug me out of the booth. I was right. Maverick and Emmy don't even look up as we walk away, the ground a little wobbly underneath me. I expect her to lead me to the dance floor, but instead she heads for a secluded section of the club, away from my teammates and the loud bass. There, she leans against the wall, wraps her arms around my neck and yanks me toward her. What were you saying about a lesson in public displays? She whispers, and I glance around, checking out our surroundings. We're hardly noticeable in the dark lighting, but something tells me she wishes we were front and center, and I'm going to play this out to give her what she wants. You still want that? I run my fingers down her arms and lift them above her head, pinning them in place with one of my hands. Or is that the alcohol talking? You're drunker than me, she says, and I know she's right. I feel my inhibitions slipping away. My decision-making skills are going out the window, and I want to do this before I forget. Before I get to the point of no return. I bend down and kiss her, taking her mouth with mine, and I feel her smile against my lips. She hums when I use my tongue, my teeth, when I run my free hand up her waist and stop on her ribs. Maybe I've been too uptight in the past. Maybe I should have let go a little bit more, but I'm glad I didn't. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to have this, right here, right now, with her. Touch me, Liam, she whispers, turning her head so I can kiss her neck. So I can run my tongue down her throat. Please. I move my hand to the waistband of her skirt, lower until I'm on her thigh, then working up toward her hips. My fingers dip under the fabric, and when I get an inch higher, I find her ready for me. No underwear, making out with me in the corner of a club where anyone can see me. I'm starting to think you're needy for me, Piper. I nip at her ear and press closer. You are, aren't you? I am. She groans and drops her head back. Why has it never been like this before? Because you weren't with me. because you were with someone who didn't know anything about what you liked, how to make you feel good. I bet he didn't know that when I do this, I adjust my position, smirking when she bites down on her lower lip to keep from yelling out my name. It makes you want to beg. And when I do this, I drop her wrists from my hold and move my other fingers to her sensitive spot, rubbing in the circle she likes. You're going to come all over my hand. Liam, she whines, eyes closing and chest heaving. Come on, sunshine, you know you want to, I say, and my words are slurred. I don't know if it's from the alcohol or her, but I don't give a heck. For me, Piper clenches around my fingers. The reaction races through her so quickly, I barely have time to react, to pull back and hold her up so she doesn't fall to the ground. I tuck her close to my chest, stroking her until a choked sound leaves her throat and tickles my ear. You, she pants, are too good at that. What would your exit survey say? I kiss her forehead and brush the hair out of her face. She lifts her chin and looks at me with bloodshot eyes but a pleased smile. Decent, average, fine, it would say fine. Guess I'll have to take you to the bathroom and try again. I fix her skirt. There might be two of her. Maybe I have two hands. You okay? I think I'm flying. I think you're drunk. I think you're pretty, she touches my nose. And I think I need another drink. Who needs another drink? Grant appears out of nowhere with a fresh handle of alcohol. Don't you worry, Lil P, I have the hookup, but drink fast, it's almost wedding time. I groan and shove him away. Freaking menace. Piper giggles and sways in place. This is fun. Let's go have some more fun, Sully. Do you want to have fun with me? Forget being responsible. It's hard to want to do anything smart when she's looking at me like that. Satisfied, happy, really beautiful. My chest aches and I rub my hand over it. Lead the way, I say, not knowing how the night can get any better. 28 Liam Puck Kings Hudson. Good morning, everyone. Bus for the airport leaves at noon. Maverick F32 ITF 8 HDHJGFDS Hudson. What was that? G-Money H3 said has Diad Hudson still don't understand. Easy E-way too cheery. TF is wrong with you. Hudson, you call it cheery, I call it sober and feeling great. Went on a run at sunrise and it sure was nice. G-Money sick in the head, I'm going to kill whoever left the curtains open in my hotel room. I groan and try to sit up, but my head is throbbing like someone whacked it with a baseball bat. Repeatedly. My throat is dry as heck, and when I try to open my eyes and get my bearings, everything hurts too much. Christ. I press my fingers into my forehead to get rid of the pain in my skull. This is a new level of heck. I'm dying. A voice next to me says around a whimper, and I shoot straight up. I roll to the right and fall off the bed, landing face first on the carpet that smells like utter crap. There's another noise and I slowly look over the edge of the mattress to find Piper curled up on the bed. Her hair is a mess. There's glitter on her cheeks and arms and a little pink mark below her ear. One foot has a sock on it, the other doesn't, and she's clutching a pillow to her chest. She looks how I feel, like I've been through the ringer. You're in my bed, I say. No, she rolls on her back and drapes an arm over her face. You're in my bed. I scan the room. There's a pink suitcase against the wall, a pair of heels under a chair, a bra slung over a lamp, and 4 notebooks on the desk. No gear, no skates, no sticks. Definitely not my room. Why did I come back here last night? Don't know, she groans. I can't remember anything after Maverick and Emmy's wedding. That's like a bucket of cold water on my head. Maverick and Emmy got married. Piper reaches for the bedside table and fumbles around. She grabs her phone and taps the screen before turning it my way. There's a photo of Maverick and Emmy kissing under an arch. Another of the team clapping and cheering. One of me, my arm around Piper and her head on my chest. A final picture of Emmy on Maverick's back, a just married sign hanging from between his teeth. Holy crap. How drunk were you? She asks. Pretty damn drunk. I remember bits and pieces. Loud music and flashing lights. Leather seats inside a limo. There was laughing and dancing, I think. After that, everything is blurry. Disjointed flashes of memories I can't put together. heavily inebriated apparently. I scratch my jaw and pause when something cool rubs against my cheek. I pull my palm away and stare at my left hand. There's a silver band around my ring finger and my blood turns to ice. What the heck is on my hand? Your fingers, probably. What's on my freaking finger? I don't know. Skin? A nail? Do you really need an anatomy lesson when it feels like I'm dying? She sits up and that's when I see it. A silver ring on her finger and I almost stop breathing. Piper, I say slowly. You told me Maverick and Emmy got married. We just went through the pictures, Liam. Grant sang an Adele song. Ethan bought us all hot dogs. It was beautiful, honestly. Well, as beautiful as a Vegas wedding can be. Then why the heck do you have a ring on your finger? And why the heck do I have one on mine? She lifts her hand and stares at the piece of jewelry with wrinkled eyebrows and a half-open mouth. Understanding dawns and she gasps. Did we? There's no way you don't. Piper shakes her head. Oh no. No, 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 no. We didn't. How did we? I can't. What the heck? I'm not supposed to be married again. That means I'll be divorced again and crap, I'm Ross freaking Geller. I pinch the bridge of my nose. I need water, 10 aspirin and to sleep for days. There's no way this is happening. What's the last thing you remember about last night? The hot dogs Ethan handed out when we got out of the chapel with Maverick and Emmy. He mentioned something about a Dave. After that, I can't tell you a thing. What the heck? I can't believe they let drunk people get married. It's unethical, illegal probably, and I'm going to sue the crap out of them. It's their entire freaking business model. Who was the most sober last night? Definitely wasn't me. I'm not sure. Lexi disappeared at some point. God, I hope she's not murdered in a ditch somewhere. Piper takes a second to think. Okay, wait. We all tried to do a human pyramid, but none of us could balance because we were too intoxicated. How the heck does that help us figure out who was sober? It tells you who wasn't sober. I curse under my breath and grab my phone, hoping something sparks my recollection of last night. I find my lock screen has been changed. The team photo from the start of the season replaced with a picture of Piper squatting in the middle of a sidewalk, her arms looped around my calves as she tries to lift me up. My arms are out at my side. My hair is a mess. The top 2 buttons on my shirt are unfastened. My shoelaces are untied, and that's when I see it, the grin on my face. I almost don't recognize myself. Heck, I look like a happy idiot, and I don't know the last time I smiled that big. Are you okay? Piper asks, and I blink up at her. Huh, you look like you saw a ghost. I'm fine. I run my hand through my hair and pull up the team group chat, reading through the messages from the last 12 hours. Hudson is sober. Fucker went for a run this morning. Oh yeah. He was giving everyone water. When I tried to dump it on his head, he tossed me over his shoulder and walked me to a very nice chair. I don't like the thought of my teammate putting his hands on her. I know it's because he was helping take care of her, but still. It stirs up something inside me that I don't like, and I grind my teeth together to get rid of the feeling. What room are we in? I ask. Piper rolls over and looks at the hotel phone. 636. I find Hudson's name in my cell and hit call, waiting for him to pick up. What's up, man? He answers after 2 rings. Room 636. Now, I grit out before tossing the phone on the sheets. The reality of the situation starts to unfold in front of me and I stand. Heck. What's wrong? What do you mean what's wrong? I can't be married. I don't date. I don't do relationships, and I sure as heck don't get married. Heck, I must have been plastered out of my mind. And without a prenup in place, no PR statement planned, my agent is going to freaking kill me. I pace to the window, then back across the room. God only knows how much of an idiot I looked like last night and what kind of videos are on social media. I don't have time for immature crap like this. There are 5 months left before the playoffs, and now I'll have a marriage looming over my head. Unbelievable. Did you know what was going on before we allegedly exchanged vows? I scrub my hand over my mouth, wincing at the reminder of metal on my skin. Is this some sort of prank? All part of your plan and why you came to me for intimacy lessons. Are you saying I planned this? I don't know what I'm saying, Piper, only that I'm trying to figure out how we went from making out in a club to being husband and freaking wife. I didn't have a say in it, so someone must have. Piper's face falls. Her bottom lip trembles, and the second the words leave my mouth, I know I've said the wrong thing. I've been too mean, too aggressive, too much like her piece of crap ex, and I instantly want to take back the last 2 minutes. I want to crawl into a hole and hang my head because she doesn't deserve to be on the receiving end of my attitude, and she really doesn't deserve to be blamed for something I know is a surprise to her too. Heck. If you think I came to you for intimacy lessons because my long-term goal was to marry you, you're the most conceited man in the world. I came to you because I trusted you, because we're friends, and now I'm not so sure about that. Piper, I'm going to take a shower. She throws off the sheets and swings her legs to the end of the bed. She stands and shuffles to the bathroom, turning her back to me, and that's when I realize she's wearing my jersey. The extra one I pack in my carry-on in case my checked suitcase gets left on a tarmac somewhere. I stare at the letters stitched across her back, my number below her shoulder blades, the way it hits her thighs and shows off the rest of her legs. She looks perfect. It's dangerous for her to walk around in that. It might make me think this whole marriage thing is a good freaking idea. I'm sorry. I was starting to think I might be ready to try dating again, but after hearing what you just said, I'd rather stay single. I know my self-worth, and it's not being called manipulative. When she shuts the bathroom door with the softest click instead of slamming it in my face, I want to grab a pillow and scream. I want to get on my knees and apologize for what I said. The only two things I've been sure about the last few years are hockey and her. And now, since I'm a miserable asshole, I've messed up one of them. A knock throws me off balance and I charge for the hotel room door, yanking it open. Coffee. Hudson grins and holds out a tray of styrofoam cups. Thought you might need some caffeine to revive yourself. Get in here. I grab the drinks from him and storm to the seating area and sit. I don't know how Piper takes her coffee she doesn't drink coffee, I grumble, glaring at him. Triggers headaches. He lifts an eyebrow. That's an interesting thing to know about her. Shut up, how do you know Piper is here? I walked you two back. You did? Yeah. Hudson picks a spot on the couch and unwraps a croissant. He takes a bite, groaning as he swallows. God, that's good. Hayes, I snap. I need you to focus on me, not the goddamn pastry. Sorry, you know food is my kryptonite, okay? Yeah, you couldn't find the elevator, so I led the way. Did you drink at all? One beer. I need you to tell me exactly what happened last night, I say, even though I don't want to hear it. You want the whole story, every freaking detail. We were at the first club until about 1. After, we left to go to the wedding chapel where Maverick and Emmy got married. Really nice ceremony. He rips off another chunk of his pastry and waves it around. Then, let's see. We hung around for a while before going to another club. At that point, it was almost 3. We stayed there until about 5, then we came back to the hotel. I said every detail, wherein there is me getting married. I hold up my hand, and Hudson doesn't act surprised by the ring on my finger, because I sure as heck don't recall this happening. He frowns. You don't remember? If I remembered, I wouldn't be 8 seconds away from a panic attack, would I? You brought that on yourself, man. Excuse me. After Maverick and Emmy got hitched, you and Piper agreed to a drinking game. I don't remember the rules, but whoever won got to pick the other's punishment. Well, you won, and when she said just pick something stupid, you responded with, let's get married too. Look at all the love around us. I was very confused because you were very excited. You kept going up to couples heading into the wedding chapel and telling them congratulations, giving them hugs and talking about how love is the best. You might be a little bit of a jerk when you're sober, but turns out you're a friendly drunk, Sully. Who would have thought? I cradle my head in my hands. I'm not impulsive. I'm not spontaneous. I like knowing the plan well ahead of time and sticking to it. This is so not like me, and I make a silent vow in my aching head to never, ever freaking drink again. Especially because I blamed Piper for something that's entirely my goddamn fault. Is there a chance it's not real? I ask. Did we actually go through with a ceremony, or was I all talk? I mean, I was a witness, there was an officiant, papers were signed, it seemed pretty real to me. Why would you let us go through with something so stupid? You know I don't date, you know I'm not interested in having a relationship, especially during the season. And Jesus Christ, you know Piper went through hell and back with her jerk of an ex-husband. You're an adult. You can make your own choices. I asked you multiple times if this is what you wanted to do and you said yes, repeatedly. When I changed the wording of the question so you couldn't just bob your drunk head to show signs of agreement, you still answered yes. This is not my fault. You could have stepped in and done something, I challenge. Taken me back here, walked us away from the wedding chapel, anything. It's not my responsibility to keep you in line, Liam. Okay. I blow out a breath and press the heels of my palms in my eyes. How many people know about this? From the team, only me. Everyone else was plastered. There's no way they remember. Okay, how do I fix it? That's a loaded question. I lift my chin and find Hudson eyeing me hesitantly. You sure you want the answer? Obviously. You either stay married or you get a lawyer and start the process for an annulment. That makes me burst out laughing. Why the heck would I stay married? I don't know. Maybe deep down you wanted to get married. What's the saying? Drunk actions are sober thoughts. I lift my chin and glare at him. I'm playing the best season of my career. I don't have time to play house with someone. Piper, he says, not someone. Hi, Hudson, she says softly, right on cue. I tell myself not to look at her, but I have to see her. I have to know she doesn't hate me for what I said because I really freaking hate myself. I glance over my shoulder and she's standing there with wet hair, wearing jeans and a Stars t-shirt that doesn't look nearly as good on her as my jersey did. She offers Hudson a small smile and ignores me completely. That hurts more than the hangover. Hey, little P, he stands and hugs her, and it pisses me off when she wraps her arms around him. When she takes a deep breath and rests her cheek on his chest. How you feeling? Like I got hit by a truck. My head is pounding and I don't know if it's a migraine or the alcohol. Both, probably. He laughs and squeezes her, releasing her after a beat. I didn't know you don't drink coffee. I could have brought you something else. How do you know I don't drink coffee? Liam just told me. Oh, he's right, no coffee for me. She takes a seat on the couch. Last night was a crap show, wasn't it? Crap show is putting it mildly. Corralling hockey players around Vegas without anyone getting lost, robbed, or in a fight is a blast. He sits next to her and grins. Speaking of last night, I was talking to Liam about your situation. Her spine stiffens, and she rests her hands on her thighs. I know Liam is eager to get out of this predicament, and so am I. I'm going to call my lawyer when we land in D.C. and get the ball rolling on paperwork. Instead of being 32 and divorced, I'll be 32 and divorced twice. That'll be fun to put on the Christmas cards this year. Piper is trying to act like she's tough and brave with her sarcasm, but there's sadness in her eyes, defeat in her self-deprecating smile. That fear she told me about of being alone radiates off of her, and now another person is trying to leave her. Hayes suggested an alternative, I blurt out, and her eyes finally snap over to me. He said we could stay married. I've never been a fixer, but this situation is making me want to be the ultimate problem solver. She shouldn't look so upset. She shouldn't look so mad at the world. She's sunshine and happiness and everything good in the world. Not whatever the heck this is. Stay married, Piper says each word slowly and frowns. Why would we stay married when you just yelled at me because you yelled at her? Hudson asks. He rises to his feet and towers over me. I know you're pissed about this, but that doesn't give you the freaking right to. I didn't yell, I grind out, standing and matching his stance. I'd never yell at her. I was frustrated and raised my voice. I didn't freaking yell. I would never do anything that made her. Both of you are yelling right now and you need to stop. Sit down, Piper snaps, and we drop to our seats. Liam, there's no logical reason for us to stay married. I know we're pretending to date for Alana's wedding, but that doesn't mean we have to. Hang on, Hudson interrupts. You two are going to pretend to date for a wedding. What the heck is that about? Piper finally looks at me. She subtly shakes her head, and I understand what she's saying. It's a long story, I grumble, and you're never going to hear it. You're allowed to have your secrets, I won't pry. As for this whole wedding debacle, there are two options here. You call your lawyers and they'll get the annulment going. It's very clear neither one of you was of sound mind, so it shouldn't be hard to justify the dissolution of the marriage. The other option, like I said, is staying married. And what would be the benefit of that? Piper asks. My health insurance, I blurt, and for the first time since I woke up, I finally feel like I can think straight. Our insurance is light years better than yours, she blinks. Why would I want to be on your insurance? That's not logical enough of a reason to stay married. Migraine medication, access to doctors who can help you diagnose and treat, chiropractors, acupuncturists, massages, it's all covered under our plan, and if it's not, I can pay out of pocket for it. Absolutely not. I'm not going to be indebted to someone because they want to pay for some of my medical work. Helping someone because you're able to doesn't mean they'll be indebted to you. It's the right freaking thing to do, I say, furious she's lived a life where she's had to repay someone because they were nice. And think about it, Piper. We're already keeping up this charade for my family. It's not like it's going to be a major inconvenience. So, what? I'll live with you. Introduce you as my husband. She bursts out laughing and touches the ring on her finger, sobering just as quick. I don't want my next marriage to be a sham, Liam. I want it to be because I love the person, because they love me, because we want to spend the rest of our lives together, not because we were intoxicated. That's not us. You've said yourself you don't want a relationship. Why burden yourself with something so unnecessary? I'm going to side with Liam on this, Hudson says gently. You've been through a tough legal battle, Piper, but this seems like something you could benefit from. You set an end date, the end of this season, the end of next season, whatever you decide. After you get what you can out of it, you go your own way. I need to think about it. Piper gnaws on her bottom lip. She wrings her hands together and stares at the floor. This is a lot to digest when I feel like crap. The look Hudson shoots me from across the living room says to keep my mouth shut and not protest. So I don't. Thinking it over is a good idea, he agrees, looking between us one more time. If you two are good, I need to make sure the rest of the team is alive. Yeah, go, Piper tucks her chin. Thank you for coming by and explaining everything to us. I think it goes without saying we're going to keep this between the three of us for the time being, right? My lips are sealed, Hudson promises. I'm, going to go too. I'll give you some space, I say. I don't want to leave like this, but I know it's for the best. I'm really sorry for what I said, Piper. Thank you, she mumbles. Hudson waits for me to grab my stuff. When we're out in the hall, I groan. This is the worst day of my life. You'll figure out a solution. Happy freaking New Year, right? I don't know, he smiles and clasps my shoulder. I think there's a chance this might be the best year yet. You're way too optimistic, I grumble. Nah, I just see things you don't. 29 Piper, I'm so glad to be home. The plane ride back from Vegas was miserable. When Lexi and Maven asked what wrong, I put on my headphones, said I didn't feel well, and pretended to take a nap. I lied to my friends, all while my wedding ring sat tucked under my shirt, looped around my necklace chain. I don't know why I kept it. I'm not delusional enough to think there was any emotion behind the drunken decision to get hitched. It was all alcohol, no heart, and it's not the start of some epic love story. It might have been a mistake, but I'm considering his offer to stay married. Liam made good points about his insurance. When I asked Emmy about the coverage she has, she let me know the NHL is generous with the things included in their plans. I could see all the specialists I needed to. I could get a prescription for medicine that manages the pain in my head. I could splurge on services I never let myself indulge in because of how expensive they are. There are far worse people to be married to than Liam Sullivan, even after his outburst the other morning. I've spent all afternoon on the couch writing out the pros and cons. The list is long, and after hours of debating back and forth, I've come to realize it would be silly to not take advantage of the situation we've found ourselves in. A knock on my front door pulls me from my internal debate. I frown and check the time. It's too late for the girls to be stopping by. Maven fell asleep hours ago. Emmy is in Calgary for an away game and Lexi is grabbing a drink with some minor league baseball player. There's a half-second of fear Stephen might be on the other side, and relief is a swift current when I check the peephole and find Liam standing there, his hands behind his back. We didn't talk on the flight to the East Coast. When we landed in D.C., I caught an Uber home before he could bring up what happened a few nights ago. I'm still so mad at him. I'm mad at what he said. I'm mad at his reaction. I'm mad because I couldn't hate him if I tried. Heaving a deep breath, I open the door and stare at my husband. Hey. He lifts his chin and rakes his eyes over me. They linger on the shorts I slipped on after my 20-minute shower and a muscle in his jaw works. Can I come in? Are you going to blame me for forcing you into a marriage again? Liam blows out a heavy sigh and shakes his head. No. My fingers wrap around the door frame and it's my turn to look at him. His shoulders are hunched and his shirt is wrinkled. I'm pretty sure his coat is on inside out and his beanie is halfway off his head. He looks like crap and my heart almost breaks in two. You can come in. He nods and walks into my foyer, taking up too much space. When I close the door behind him, he hands me a bouquet. I brought you tulips. Wasn't sure how you felt about roses, so I went with something a little more neutral. Roses are on the bottom of my list. Peonies are my favorites, but I do like tulips. What are these for? An apology. My breath tangles in my chest. No one's ever bought me flowers before. I'm sorry the first time you're getting them is under these circumstances. I took my crap out on you. How I reacted in your room in Vegas was uncalled for. It was uncalled for. I'm not going to lie. Finding out we got married really pissed me off. You know what my priorities are. You know where I put my attention and what my focus is. You've made it very clear the only relationship you're interested in having, Liam, is with hockey. Did you make me feel like the thought of being married to me was your worst nightmare? Yeah, you did. But I'm pretending it was the thought of marriage as a whole, not me specifically, you have a problem with. I don't like many people, Piper, but I like you. Liam lifts his chin. His heated gaze snags on mine and pressure builds behind my ribs. I think you've become one of my best friends and treating you that way was out of line. I hate myself for it. This thing between us is going to be meaningless when you find the guy you're going to settle down with. But until then, I don't want you to walk around believing I think you're a mistake. You're not. 48 hours ago you were furious at the idea of being married. What changed? I challenge. Do you really want to know? Yes. We didn't have practice this morning, so I went for a run to clear my head. I got turned around and ended up in front of the Capital Area Food Bank. There was a big sign in the window that said volunteers needed. I went in. Don't know why I went in, but I did. I spent a few hours sorting food donations for people who wonder where their next meal is coming from, for high school students who are working part-time jobs while also going to classes. It hit me how freaking selfish I was being about all of this. His shoulders curl in and he hangs his head. I have millions of dollars. I could break my leg tomorrow, never play again, and I won't worry about money for the rest of my life. I'm mad about the pressure a drunken wedding might put on me while someone 4 blocks over is going to bed hungry and trying to figure out how they're going to put breakfast on the table for their kids. That is freaking pressure. My reaction to this whole thing with us was totally out of line. I don't know what to say. I don't know what part of that story I'm hanging onto the most. The fact he considers me one of his best friends, his selfless heart, his ability to admit when he was wrong, all of the above. That sounds like an emotional day, I finally whisper, and he rubs the back of his neck. And it was very kind of you to spend your morning there. It was needed. Helped me get my head out of my butt. I bring the bouquet to my nose and a smile sneaks out of me. Put your coat on the rack and come to the living room. I'm going to put these in some water and I'll meet you there. I head to the kitchen and Liam's footsteps follow me. I busy myself with unwrapping the flowers, cutting the stems and arranging them in a vase. It's probably petty to stall for time, but I want to make him sweat a bit. Satisfied with how the arrangement looks, I set it on the kitchen island and head for the living room. Liam is on the couch, staring at the framed photo on the coffee table. Your parents? He asks, pointing to the picture from when I was a kid. Yeah. I join him on the sofa and pull my feet under me. I set a blanket over my lap and lean back. Judy and Elijah Mitchell. Where do they live? They're down in Florida. They retired a couple years ago and headed south for the warmer weather. Do your parents still live in Chicago? Yeah, in the house I grew up in. I've tried to move them out of the city onto a piece of property that has a lot of land, but they don't want to leave. They're stubborn. Sounds familiar. I rest my elbow on the cushion and look at him. Thank you for the flowers, they're beautiful. They don't fix the problem, he grumbles. The gears switch to the situation we've found ourselves in rather than small talk. I'm not putting a band-aid on it. I've been thinking about the problem. I reach for the notepad I've been scribbling on all day and hold it up so he can see. I made a very extensive pros and cons list. You've been busy. What's number one on the cons side? My lips twitch. How grumpy you are, followed closely by how much you kick in your sleep. Valid. Before I tell you my opinions, I want to know what you think we should do. I've gone back and forth. An annulment makes everything go away. No one will ever know besides Hudson, that jerk, and we can pretend it never happened. Staying married means it'll end in divorce when we're ready to move on, which is a lot harder to hide. Flip side of that, though, is you'll have access to my bank account, my insurance, and, as much as I hate to say it, my name. What do you mean? Everyone in this city knows who I am. You mention you're Liam Sullivan's wife and you're going to get things you didn't have before. It's a crappy privilege because I'm no better than anyone out there doing their job, but it exists. There's a flutter in my chest when he says word, wife. What would that mean for our personal lives? We're not going to cohabitate, are we? It's strictly a legal obligation for medical benefits. Correct. You live your life, I live mine. If you want to keep doing our intimacy lessons, we can, but I'm not sure if that would complicate things more. There's no obligation to me. Well, besides Spain for the wedding, he adds, almost like an afterthought. But I can understand if you want to back out of that too. It's my turn to be selfish because I can't imagine stopping our lessons now. We're nearing the finish line and I've been dreaming about what intimacy would be like with Liam. Everything up to this point has been earth-shattering. He set the bar high for future relationships because he's thorough, persistent, a giver who isn't happy until I'm happy, and it's disarming to be taken care of physically and emotionally. There are the moments that rattle my world, but there are other smaller, more important things. The way he holds me after we've cleaned up. The kiss to my forehead and his arms, heavy and steady, as my feet come back to the ground. I know people look at Liam Sullivan and see a professional athlete, but with me, he's so much more. Kind and considerate, soft and tender. A man with a heart so big I never have to worry about where I stand. He's my best friend too, and I'm certain down deep in my soul, no matter which way this goes, there won't be any resentment or anger at the end of it all. It won't be like the last time I was married. I won't be wishing I could take days or weeks or months back. He'll make me as happy as he does right now, and what a gift that is. I glance down at my extensive list, and I know it doesn't matter what might be on the cons side. I've made my decision. I don't want an annulment, I say slowly. His chin jerks up and he looks at me. We're sleeping together. We're going to pretend to date. How hard can a marriage with benefits be? Liam's grin is slow and beautiful. He reaches across the cushions and wraps his fingers around my wrist, giving me a little tug. I tumble toward him, our chests almost pressed together and our mouths inches apart. I want you to be sure, he murmurs. Don't say yes because you think it's what I want to hear. Don't say yes because you think it's going to make you cursed down the road. Don't say yes because you think men are going to care how many times you've been divorced. Say yes only because you really and truly want to be legally bound to me, Piper. Because you want to be my wife and benefit from what I have to give you for now. I know you have access to things I don't, but that's not the only reason I want you to be my husband, Liam. I lick my lips and he follows the path of my tongue. The time I've spent with you is the most fun I've ever had. I feel free. Like when I go back into the dating world, I won't be afraid. We don't have much time left before we've fulfilled all the parts of our agreement with the lessons and your sister's wedding, and I want to be greedy. I want to have fun for a little while longer. We keep this between us. He brushes his nose against mine and I close my eyes. We don't tell anyone else, not your friends, not the team. I think we're supposed to kiss to make this official. I dig my fingernails into his thigh. Man and wife and all of that. Looks like you're going to have to be in charge of this lesson. What else can you teach me, Piper? Before I can say anything else, Liam's mouth is on mine. His kiss is lazy, slow and sensual until I'm kicking the blanket off the couch and straddling his lap. His hand rests on my lower back, then drifts down to cup my hip. I feel him hard under me, the length of him pressing against me in a torturous way, and then cool metal brushes against my skin. Holy crap! He's still wearing his wedding ring. How's that, wife? He asks, his lips moving to my jaw. Official enough for you. My words catch in my throat. I can't speak, too enthralled by the path of his palms and where his mouth might go next. I can only nod, sinking into the pleasure of knowing I might have made the best decision of my life. Getting married a second time is a heck of a lot more fun than the first. 30 Liam, I've worked hard to be in the position I am as starting goalie, but it's nice to have a night off now and then. It's nice to take a breather during back-to-back games. It's nice to sit on the bench and watch my teammates play instead of tracking the puck for 60 minutes. They're way more fun than vulcanized rubber, and having the night off while we play the worst team in the league is a treat. I'm exhausted from this last week. Vegas, Piper, getting married, 3 games, 2 wins and a loss. Piper. 1 accidental sleepover turned into another one 2 nights ago. We stayed up late talking about nothing and everything. Stupid crap. Deep crap. Funny crap. I told her about my early days as a college player. She shared the stories about her first exposure to hockey and how quickly she fell in love with the sport. The other times she comes over and we hang out, Pico will curl up between us. She'll stroke his fur as she hooks an ankle over my calf, a smile on her mouth while I tell her about the hoops I had to jump through to get the stubborn cat back to the States with me. It feels so freaking easy, but everything with Piper is easy. The buzzer sounds at the end of the second period, and I stand with the rest of the guys. I take my time skating to the tunnel, grateful not to have to spend intermission on a trainer's table because my legs are sore as crap. Lucky bastard, Maverick grumbles as he passes me. I wish I could have the night off. Seems like you do with how terribly you're playing, Hudson says, and I smirk. Ooh, you haze, Maverick tosses back, but there's no bite behind it. Those two are best friends and calling each other on their crap is practically a love language. Maybe you could try for an assist in the third period instead of hanging back and fixing your hair while the rest of us are in the offensive zone. Says the guy who looks in the mirror more than anyone I know, I throw in, and Hudson grins my way. Knew you were on my side, Sully. I hop off the ice and glance around the tunnel looking for Piper. I couldn't find her during the first intermission and figured she was interviewing coach, but I still don't see her. Another quick scan leaves me empty-handed. I frown and glance around again. Have you seen Piper? I ask Hudson, and he shakes his head. Number haven't seen her since the game the day before yesterday. Excuse me. A microphone gets thrust in my face, and I whip my head to the left. A guy who can't be over 20 is blinking up at me. The polo shirt he's wearing has a stain on the collar, and he doesn't have a badge, just a name tag that says Dusty on it. Can I ask you a few questions? Oh no, Hudson sighs. Wrong move, kid. Never ask Liam Sullivan if you can ask him a few questions. You're not going to like the answer. Who the heck are you? I practically growl. I'm the fill-in reporter for tonight's game. What the heck is a fill-in reporter? Maybe I should talk to someone else, Dusty sputters. No, you're talking to me. Where's Piper? I don't know. I'm usually the sound guy, but I got a text an hour ago from my boss saying I needed to cover the rinkside reporter spot tonight. I sidestep past him and hightail it to the locker room. I ignore my teammates and shove the door open, making my way to my locker. Using my teeth, I pull off my gloves and grab my phone. My notifications show I don't have any missed calls or texts or communication at all from her, and that really freaking worries me. I stopped by her place last night, dropping off dinner on my way home from weight training. She seemed fine when I left, teasing me and calling me a bench warmer ahead of tonight's game. Hitting her contact info, I press my phone to my ear, waiting for her to answer. Pick up, I mumble. Come on, sunshine, pick up. When she doesn't, I almost break the phone in two. I storm to the athletic trainer's room and barge inside. Liam, Lexi looks up from the whiteboard on her lap. Are you having hamstring tightness? Where's Piper? I ask. She said she had a migraine and wouldn't make it tonight. That was a couple hours ago, and I haven't heard from her since. I curse under my breath and make my way back to the locker room. I sit on the bench in front of my cubby and stare at the floor, wondering what the heck I'm supposed to do. Hey, Hudson clasps my shoulder and I look up at him. You good? Piper isn't here. Lexi said she had a migraine. She never misses work, so if she's sick, it must be bad. Okay. He sits next to me. Did you try to call her? Yeah, no answer. Try again. We have a few minutes before we need to be back on the ice. If she doesn't answer this time, text her. I know his advice is good, so I listen to him. She doesn't answer the second time, and it's hard to not let panic claw at my throat. What should I say? I ask. See where she is and if she needs anything. Hopefully you get a response by the end of the game. My thumbs fly across the screen, typing out a message. Me, hey, can't find you at the game. Lexi said you have a migraine. Do you need anything? I can stop by after. I lock my phone and tuck it under a jersey. If coach catches me with it, he'll make me skate laps until I collapse. Done. Nothing you can do but wait, man. How are you so good at all of this? What, communicating with people? Hudson teases. Thank my parents. My mom and dad had a great relationship. They talked about everything. I grew up learning to share what I'm feeling instead of letting it fester into something toxic and unfixable because two people don't want to be honest with each other. Sounds horrible, I say. It kind of is. The truth hurts sometimes. I've never missed a day of practice. I've never not dressed because of sickness or fatigue. I've never left a game early, but I'm considering it tonight. This sport is my freaking life, but what good is that life if someone I care about needs me and I can't be there? I drop my head back and groan. I told Piper she's my best friend and I wasn't lying. I'm happier when she's around. Everything is more tolerable when she's there too, and her absence is noticeable. So is my attraction to her. I've been trying to fight it. Even more so now that we're freaking married, but it's getting harder to deny and hide. My head is screaming at me to go check on her. To say screw hockey and make sure she's okay, because suddenly waiting 20 more minutes seems like too long to find out. What if I left early? I say under my breath. I wouldn't sit the third period. You'd be fine, Hudson says. Don't give a crap about that. Do you want to leave early? The only thing I want is to know she's okay. I'm sure she is. She probably turned off her phone and fell asleep. She probably wouldn't want me to bother her. No. I stand and grab my gloves. We still have work to do on the ice. He glances up at me with a slow smile. You like her? Everyone likes Piper. You like her, you care about her, you also care about your job, and you're not sure how to balance the two. I grind my teeth together. You're an observant jerk. Doesn't matter if I like her. We're never going to be anything except friends. Right. He stands too and smirks. Sure you aren't. The third period drags on forever. I keep checking the clock, finding only seconds have passed. I tap my skate, now wishing I was in the goal instead of on the bench and stewing in my thoughts. When the final buzzer sounds, I'm the first one on my feet, skating to the locker room like a bat out of hell. I ditch my gear and stand there shirtless, checking my phone and not finding a response from her. I scrub my hand over my face and sigh. She's fine. Perfectly fine. But when Hudson's eyes meet mine from across the room and he tips his head to the side, mouthing the word go, I know where I need to be, where I want to be. I'll make up an excuse for my departure later. I change out of my jersey and pads, reluctantly putting my suit back on and heading for the garage. The drive to her apartment feels like it stretches for hours. When I finally park and make it up to her floor, I gently knock on her door. Piper. I call out, trying to keep my voice from being too loud. It's me, are you in there? What if she passed out and hit her head? What if she threw up on herself? What if she's hurting so badly she can't walk? The door clicks unlocked and opens. Piper stands in front of me with a blanket draped over her head and body, and my heart nearly stops at the sight of her. She looks exhausted, physically worn out and sleep-deprived. Liam, she squints at me. What are you doing here? Lexi told me you weren't feeling well. I wanted to come by and see how you were doing. I'm okay. Piper winces and steps back, feebly motioning me inside the dark foyer. Headache turned into a migraine, and I knew I wouldn't be able to be around the bright lights at the game. Did you take your medicine? She yawns and wraps the blanket tighter around her. I haven't filled it yet this month. I forgot. What good is this marriage if you're not going to use it for things you need? Her cheeks flush and she shrugs. I was going to do it this week. I've been pain-free so much lately I got cocky. You'll fill it tomorrow and use my name so you can get it rush delivered. Yeah, I'll fill it tomorrow. Did you come from the game? Did we win? 4-1. Peterson did well in the goal. Better than you. You know the answer to that. I step into her apartment and shut the door softly behind me. I cup her face in my hands and stroke my thumbs over her cheeks. She's burning up, her skin hot to the touch. I was worried about you. What can I do to help? You don't have to help. I know how to deal with it by myself. I've been doing it for years. Just because you know how to do things by yourself doesn't mean you should have to. Where were you before I got here? My room. Piper walks down the hall and I follow behind her. I'm practically vibrating with nervous energy. I want to make sure she has water. I want to make sure she has enough blankets. I want to do whatever I can to take the pain away from her because I don't like seeing her so small and hurting. She slips under the covers. Her eyes flutter closed and her nose scrunches up, a cute line of wrinkles forming between her eyebrows. Did you text me? She asks. Yeah, when you didn't answer, I wanted to come by and check in. The light from the screen hurts my head, so I turned my phone off. I figured as much. Also thought you might have fallen and hit your head. Not this time. She fumbles with the items on her bedside table and lets out a strangled groan. Darn it. What's wrong? I left my headache hat in the freezer. It helps with the I'm heading toward the kitchen before she can finish that sentence. I pull open her freezer and find a sealed bag in the front of the drawer with some sort of black Velcro contraption inside. I pick it up, cursing at how cold it is, and turn for her room. This crap is freezing, I say, and her laugh is quiet. You put this on your head. It helps with the pain. The numbness is nice. Piper sets a washcloth on her forehead and holds out her hand. I unzip the bag and set the headache hat in her palm, watching her slide it over her hair until it covers her eyes. Oh, that's much better. Do you need anything else? More sleep. I'm so tired, I'm going to rest my eyes for a while. I'll be here when you wake up. Good. Her smile is warm, a sight that makes me tingly and confused and elated all at once. That makes me really happy. 31 Piper, I don't know how long I sleep, only that it's the best sleep of my life. I sink into deep dreams of floating on clouds. I bury myself under the covers and savor the stillness of my room. Every now and then I'll wake, restless for only a second or two before I'm unconscious again. The pressure in my temples starts to cease. The pain in my head slowly retreats until I'm blinking my eyes open. Until I'm warm and rested and on the verge of feeling like myself again. I stretch my arms over my head and pull the headache hat away from my face. I blink into the dark, getting my bearings. Soft light filters under my door and I swing my legs to the edge of the bed. Tapping my phone screen, I see that it's just past 3 in the morning, the rest of the world asleep while I'm firmly awake. Wrapping a blanket around my shoulders, I open the door and glance down the hall. The hum of the heater is the only noise in my quiet apartment, and I make my way to the kitchen for a glass of water. A figure on the couch in the living room nearly causes me to scream until I realize it's Liam, his tie half unknotted and his shirt rolled to his elbows. His neck is bent at an awkward angle and one of his shoes is off, the polka dot sock on his left foot proudly displayed. He's beautiful in the flicker of the lamplight. It's such a different sight from who he is when he's in the goal or when his head is near mine, the dominant, possessive archetype of a man. This is him stripped down, achingly tender, unbelievably kind. My breath catches in my chest as I stare at him. He stayed this entire time. He's folded himself onto the couch in clothes that look far from comfortable so he can wait around and check on me. I know I told him I'd be happy if he was here when I woke up, but actually doing it is something I wasn't prepared for. I move toward him until he's close enough for me to reach. I touch his shoulder gently, not wanting to startle him, but he jolts awake, sits up straight and jerks his head to the left then the right until his eyes settle on me. What's wrong? He rests his hands on my shoulders, touching me as if he thought I was a part of his dreams. Are you okay? I'm fine. I brush my fingers over his jaw and the beard he hasn't shaved in months. I can't sleep anymore. What do you need? Water, food, a shower. I was on my way to get water, then discovered the giant ogre sitting in my living room. Semir. Liam heaves a deep breath, strong arms banding around my waist until I fall into his lap. I snuggle into his chest, welcomed by the scent of cologne and laundry detergent and the faint trace of sweat clinging to his button-up shirt. How did you sleep? Really well. I didn't realize how exhausted I was. How's your head? Are you only a fan of 20 questions when it concerns someone else? When it concerns your health, yes. My head is better. I'm still sensitive to light and sound, but Liam clicks off the lamp on the table next to us, plunging the room in shadows without a second thought. How's that? I bite back a smile at his thoughtfulness and rest my hand right above his heart. It's racing a mile a minute, a ferocious beat that has me curious what he's thinking about. Perfect, I say, because it is. I have water for you, and your medicine which, according to the emergency nurse hotline, you need to be taking if you want to prevent future migraines. It's only 56% effective, but that's a heck of a lot better than taking nothing, believe it or not. Doris gave me a freaking earful for not being on your butt about your pills. You called the emergency nurse hotline. Yeah, ask them what I'm supposed to do and how I can take care of you. I took a lot of notes. I'll show you when the light isn't triggering. My handwriting is chicken scratch, but you'll get the idea. I also got your prescription refilled and delivered so you're covered for the next few months. It feels like someone wraps a hand around my heart and squeezes unbearably tight, not letting go. I'm glad the lights are off, because otherwise he'd see the tears in my eyes and think I'm hurting when really, I'm so ridiculously happy. No one's taken care of me when I've been sick before. It's always been an inconvenience, as if I planned to be in pain at a certain time. I've had to fend for myself, wallowing in bed for 24 to 48 hours, not because I'm stubborn and helpless, but because I'm too exhausted to make myself something to eat. Too worn out and lacking the energy I need to be a fully functioning human. But Liam is here, holding me after leaving the arena, and that feels like it means something. It has weight and importance, a significance I'm going to stew over when he leaves. Guess I should listen to Doris, I say hoarsely. You better, she wasn't happy with me. Wouldn't want that to happen again. What were some of the ways she said you can take care of me? Well, I got a whole lecture on photophobia. Then I got scolded for not tracking your medication, but when I told her I got your headache hat for you, she told me I was doing a good job, made me feel like $1,000,000. Who knew you were so into praise? Only from 75-year-old nurses, and you, apparently. Everyone else can screw off. I laugh and bury my face in his shirt. I think I need a shower. I haven't rinsed off since yesterday morning and I feel disgusting. What about food? When's the last time you ate? Breakfast yesterday, I think. I haven't been hungry, but I should try to eat something. All right, Pipsqueak. He stands and lifts me in his arms. Let's get the ball rolling. Liam, it's the middle of the night. You have practice tomorrow and need to get some sleep. No practice. Coach canceled morning skate. I don't have anywhere to be until the weight room in the afternoon. Okay, forget practice. It's still the middle of the night and I can fend for myself. Really? You don't have to do all of this. I catch a glimmer of heat in his eyes as we walk down the hall. His jaw is tense and the frown on his mouth makes it feel like there's a pit in my stomach. You're doing it again, he murmurs, and I lift my chin to stare at him. Doing what? Pretending your crap isn't as important as my crap. It is, Piper, and it really pisses me off when you think I'm doing this for any reason other than because I want to. I get that you think you're being a pain or too demanding, that people have made you think like that before, but I'm freaking begging you to ask for help from someone who wants to be here with you. When you do, you're going to learn there are a lot of people out there who would drop everything, including me. His words consume me. They wash over me, a tidal wave I have no idea how to respond to. I'm not sure I can. It's too raw, too real. Too much outside the labels we've curated for ourselves, and thinking of him as anything other than the grumpy goalie who is my friend and intimacy coach terrifies the heck out of me, because I've seen what I could lose. I've seen the man Liam is and the ways he measures up to Steven, far outweighing him in every single category. He wants to be here. He wants to help, and this is all so new. I want him here too. Okay, I whisper, gripped by the fear of rejection but shoving it aside because I trust Liam. I trust him so much it hurts. Would you stay and help me? There's nowhere else I'd rather be. He makes his way to my bathroom, only setting me down when the water is running and steam billows out of the shower. Take off your clothes. You take yours off first. His fingers deftly unknot the tie around his neck, pull it free from his collar and toss it on the marble floor. The buttons of his shirt come undone next, one by one until he's standing before me. My hands shake as I tug my sweatshirt over my head. I've been vulnerable in front of him a dozen times now. I've shared deep moments with him, but there's something startling about this moment that makes it feel different. Monumental almost. He's seen me when I've been at my most vulnerable. When I'm hurting and weak and small, he stuck around. I know I'm letting down my walls too. Crashing through that fear and leaning into him because he's sturdy and strong and unwavering. His eyes never stray from mine as I step out of my sweatpants. They stay on my face, a softness I've gotten used to seeing behind the dark brown whenever he looks at me. I climb into the shower and water streams down my body. Liam joins me a second later, his presence welcome. Sit, he murmurs, pointing to the ledge attached to the wall. I can barely fit on it, but I listen, dropping to the cool stone and watching him wondrously. Want to wash your hair? Liam unhooks the shower head and wets the blonde strands. I sigh at the way his fingers massage my scalp, the pressure he adds where I'm holding onto lingering pain. Doris also told me massaging might help. He sets the shower head aside and uses both hands to press at my temples. A sound escapes me, my limbs going pliant and relaxed. But you tell me if it's too much. Perfect, I whisper, and I don't know if I'm talking about the massage, about him, about all of this. It's perfect. I think I drift off when he lathers the shampoo in my hair. I think my brain turns to mush when he drops to his knees and washes my feet and legs, across my stomach and up to my shoulders until I'm covered in soap suds. He kisses me and a light bulb goes off in my head. It's bright and it's blinding and the only thing I can see. Holy shit. I have a crush on my husband and that was not part of the plan. 32 Piper Liam, how are you feeling? Pipsqueak. Me like a new woman, thank you for all your help. Liam, glad to hear it. See you bright and early. Liam, attachment, one image. Pico likes you more than he likes me. Me, well, obviously, I'm a delight. Liam, are you? Me, watch it. Sullivan. You called me your best friend. Liam, I have no recollection of those events. Me, attachment. One image. Now you have a photo of my middle finger. Liam, want another lesson tonight. Me, I have dinner plans with the girls. I bailed on them last week and don't want to bail again. Sorry, tomorrow. Liam, early game on Sunday. Rain, check. Me, definitely. Me, about our next lesson. Liam, I'm listening. Me, are you free this afternoon? Liam, number volunteering with some of the team at the animal shelter. Me, bring Pico home a friend. Liam, he might claw my eyes out if I tried. Liam, no game tonight or tomorrow. What are you doing? Me, shopping with Lexi and trying to find some outfits for our trip. Why the hell did you just send me $5,000? Liam, because I can. Buy yourself something nice, wife. Me, hi Liam, sunshine. What are you up to? Me, is it silly to say I miss you as a friend? Liam, still doodling in your journal, aren't you? Me, yup. Your name is in hearts everywhere. Maybe I'll get it tattooed on my wrist. Liam, you're obsessed with me. I knew it. Me, wait. What's your middle name? Liam, starts with an F. Me, fucker. Liam, original. Me, fed up. Liam, now you're on the right track. Me, we've been playing tag the last few weeks. Liam, I know. Now you're it. Get your ass over here as a friend. This was delicious. I scrape my fork across my plate, wanting to get the last of the marinara sauce from the chicken parmesan he made. How did you learn to cook so well? My mom. Liam puts a dirty pan in the sink and smiles. She's always in the kitchen. I remember the first time she let me cut up the carrots for chicken noodle soup one winter. There's something cathartic about it to me. Maybe because it's like hockey, it's precise, exact, you can't skip ahead. That's always been how my brain works. If you were forced to cook only one meal the rest of your life, what would it be? Pancakes. Breakfast for dinner is severely underrated. I love pancakes. Next time you're over, I'll make you some. Talk about 5-star services, kindness, food, access to good health care. I laugh and spin on the bar stool. I'm all set up with a new doctor. You were right about using your name, by the way. I felt a little slimy saying I was Liam Sullivan's wife, but it's too late to take it back now. You're using it for a good cause, not to get into a club or something. He tosses a dirty napkin in the trash. I made dessert too. Wow, this is a full-fledged meal. I jump off my seat at his kitchen island and slide up next to him. What did you make? Chocolate chip cookies. You always sneak a couple extra at team dinner. I thought they might be your favorite. They are my favorite. I grin and look up at him. I'm wondering if you're the one obsessed with me, Sullivan. Consider this a mini lesson. Oh, I like when you get into teacher mode. You should buy a pair of glasses. Is role-playing on your list of things to try? I mean, maybe. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Then be quiet, Ms. Mitchell, so you can learn something, he says sternly, and I practically melt. A guy should be doing nice things for you in and out of the bedroom. They should be noticing things you enjoy, places you like to be touched, food you like to eat. It's simple stuff, honestly. And if they're not noticing these things, means they're only in it for the physical connection and don't see enough of a future with you to want to learn your likes and dislikes. Wow, okay. That's important. What other lessons do you have for me? You know what we're doing tonight. His eyes turn dark and he threads his hand through mine. With a gentle tug, he leads me down the hall. I follow behind him, my breath sharp and shallow. I knew this moment was coming. I've been waiting for it, dreaming about it. counting down the seconds until we got here, but I'm still nervous as hell, trembling when he opens the door to his bedroom and guides me inside. He was right when he told me there are emotions associated with intimacy, and I'm scared. Scared that I won't be good enough for him. Scared he'll compare me to the other women he's been with and not want anything to do with me anymore. Scared he'll see me at my most vulnerable and not be interested. I can make jokes. I can play it off with sarcasm or quick wit, but under all these games of pretend, I'm starting to think I have feelings for him, real feelings, and I'm terrified how this next step might change things between us. I'm still working on myself. He doesn't want anything serious. I know that, but it doesn't dull my attraction to him. At first, I thought my pull to Liam was because he was the first man in years to show me any attention. The first man to listen and seem interested in what I had to say. Over time, though, I'm learning it's him I'm drawn to. The guy at the supermarket doesn't do anything for me. The guy at the Western bar didn't do anything for me. Liam does something for me, and tonight I get to have him exactly how I've wanted him from the very beginning. Hey, he rubs the inside of my wrist. My eyes shoot to his, and he's watching me, studying me, clawing past the layers and finding the most intimate parts of me, and God, that makes my chest ache. What's wrong? Nothing. I shake my head and smile. I'm fine, let's do this. Piper, don't hide from me. It's silly. I'm supposed to get on my knees and please you. You're supposed to take me. That's how this arrangement works, right? We're not supposed to do anything. I need you to be honest with me, and right now you're not being honest. Damn him and his ability to read people. I walk to his bed. The mattress sags under my weight and I sigh. I'm nervous, not for the physical aspect of it, but for the emotional aspect. You've been so nice to me these last few months, teaching me, being patient with me. I want this to be good for you. I want you to enjoy what we're doing. I don't want this to be a one-way thing. I've always felt so rejected after intimacy, and it makes me think I'm the problem, like I'm not going to be able to satisfy you. He moves toward me and drops to his haunches, right between my legs. He cups my face in his palms and runs his thumbs over my cheeks. I am never going to reject you, he says so softly. I think I might be dreaming this all up. Ever. And I want you to know I enjoy everything I do with you, Piper. Eating dinner, holding your hand, watching you find pleasure. It's going to be good because it's you and me, but I need you to know just being with you in my orbit is enough. I don't need the other stuff. Forget the lessons. We can go to bed right now and I'll still think the same way about you tomorrow. His words carve a spot on my heart, the lonely, sad, forgotten part I thought might never get attention. They tattoo themselves over every inch of the organ, erasing the old, getting rid of the bad and making me believe them too. Thank you, I whisper, but the two words feel inadequate, hardly worthy of the way he's building me up, laying a brick each and every time we're together until soon I'll stand on a pedestal high above my former self. Thank you for being patient with me. I want to do this, Liam, and I want to do this with you. There's a tremor in his hand that wasn't there before as he reaches up and pulls my hair free from its ponytail, as he brushes his nose against mine and kisses me softly, gently, like I'm the most precious thing in the world. I expect him to jump right into it, but he doesn't. He keeps kissing me, his lips pressing against mine until I can't take it anymore. I reach for the hem of his shirt and pull it over his head, tossing it aside and urging him along. I run my hands down his back and smile against his mouth when he hisses at the bite of my nails along his line of his spine. Liam eases me onto my back so I'm flat on the mattress. His palms run up my thighs to the waistband of my jeans, fingers toying with the button. Good, he asks, unfastening the silver clasp and dragging the zipper down. Perfect, I murmur, lifting my hips so he can yank the pants off my legs. When I'm free, I sit up, discarding my shirt until I'm in nothing but the lingerie set I bought the other night with Lexi. The purchase was an impulse buy because I wanted to make tonight special, but from the way Liam stares at me, from the hollow of my throat to the small mole next to my belly button. I know I could have shown up in a sack and he'd be looking at me the same way. What his throat bobs. He glares at the blue lace like it's offended him, like he wants to rip it to shreds. What are you wearing? I wanted something nice, and Liam crawls on top of me, his body weight heavy over mine. I can tell he's aroused through the fabric of his joggers. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. You don't need lace to look incredible, but goddamn Piper, does it make you irresistible. His fingers move to the strap of the bra, snapping it against my skin, then kissing the mark he left behind. I'm going to make you feel amazing tonight, baby. I whimper and wrap my legs around his waist, drawing him nearer to me. I arch my back so I can reach his mouth, kissing him again as he cups me and drags his thumb over my skin. I didn't know your favorite color, I say, turning my head so he can kiss my neck, so he can move down my body. His mouth closes over me through the lace. Favorite color is whatever you're wearing. He pulls both cups down, exposing my chest to the cool air of the room. Black, pink, red, blue, want them all. His large hands run over me and he groans. Want to be close to you. Be with me first, I challenge, my arms snaking between us so I can touch him through his sweatpants. Then you can be closer. He nudges my hand out of the way so he can settle his fingers between my legs. His knuckles brush over the front of my underwear and he groans again. You're already ready, aren't you? I grab his wrist and guide him, helping him tug my underwear to the side. Have been since dinner. He touches me with his thumb, then slides a single finger in me, nice and slow. Should we put you on my kitchen counter and taken you right there? I relish the careful way he goes from one finger to two to three. It's easier than when we first started all of this, my body adjusting to him and craving him. I'm already on the brink, the high creeping up on me suddenly and stealthily as I hold onto his hair, bliss just within reach. Liam, please, can you? He curls his fingers in me, dips his chin, sharp teeth sinking into the flesh of my shoulder, and I explode. The room spins around me. Bursts of light take over my vision and I grind into him, needing a little more. You can give me two, can't you? He says into my neck, thumb pressing as a cry sneaks out of me. There she is. So beautiful. The second one isn't nearly as aggressive, but it feels just as good, a satisfied ache settling low in my stomach as Liam's movements slow. Wow, I pant. A bead of sweat rolls down my forehead and I brush it away. I think I'm on top of the world. He hooks his fingers in the waistband of my underwear and pulls them off, shoving them in the pocket of his sweatpants. Take off your bra. What are you doing with those? Saving them for later. That sends my mind racing. I fumble with the clasp of my bra until I'm free on his sheets, looking up at him. Take off your pants. He climbs off me and stands, yanking his sweatpants and briefs off. Bossy. Protection. Have a whole box, and yes, they glow in the dark. I burst out laughing. Are you serious? Yup. Liam turns to his bedside table and opens a drawer. You said you're already on top of the world, Piper. I'm sending you to the stars next. Another first, specialty items. I watch him pull out a box and a plastic tube. Lubricant? Yeah, I know this isn't your first time, but I wanted to have it on hand, just in case. What are you talking about? I'm a professional, so much experience with so many people. He rolls the protection down his length. I prop up on my elbows, wanting to see each step, wanting to learn how he likes to do things so I can help next time. Liam climbs back on the bed. He nudges his way between my thighs and grips my knee. What positions have you tried? Missionary. Did you like it? It was fine. Okay, so you're not a fan, noted. We're going to do something similar that's more enjoyable, but if it doesn't feel good for you, tell me and we'll do something different. Put your leg on my hip. There you go. I blow out a breath. My eyes shut and my hands clutch the sheets around me. I'm ready. I know it's not my first time, but it feels like my first time with the anticipation. The waiting and wondering of how it'll feel and how much I'm going to like it with him. I do my best to stay relaxed, to sink into the bed as he teases over my entrance. I hiss when he pushes inside me, the sensation on the edge of painful while also being deliriously, unfathomably perfect. We groan in unison when he rocks his hips forward, the first few inches of his length burying in me. Stars cloud my vision, but it only lasts for so long because Liam takes hold of my chin. "Piper," he almost growls, "open your eyes and look at me when I'm with you." 33 Liam, I've found heaven on earth, and it's being inside Piper Mitchell. She's so tight, so warm, so perfect I never want to leave. Her eyes fly open. Her lips part and she inhales a deep breath, chest rising and falling rapidly. "Put your other leg on my waist," I tell her, but I'm not sure I'm even speaking coherent words. My brain is a jumbled mess, everything confusing and distracting as she lifts her leg and I get another inch deeper. Oh, wow. Her eyes stay locked on mine, big and wide, and her back arches. "Better, so much better, Liam. I need you to this move, please. Give me a second. If I move, I'm going to finish." "So finish." "Not yet," I grit out. "Need to enjoy this perfect moment first." I grip her leg so tightly I'm sure I'm going to leave behind a bruise. It's taking everything in me not to thrust all the way into her so I can see how well she takes every inch of me, to see what she looks like when she comes. I hold the base of my shaft and push forward another inch, going impossibly slow. It's the only way I'll hold onto my self-control. The only way I'll get through this with a scrap of dignity left, because I am seconds away from begging her to move into my apartment. To let me take care of her every night and every goddamn morning because I can't think of anything else. I'll feed her. I'll be with her. I'll treat her right. I'll give her whatever she wants so she knows she won't find anyone better than me. "Liam," she groans, and I love the way she says my name, how it tumbles from her mouth like a prayer. I can take more. God admit. That's probably the worst thing she could have said to me because now I don't want to be gentle. I don't want to take my time. I want to see myself buried in her. I want to see how deep I can get, how fast I could make her come and how tight she'll clench around me. I'd let her suffocate me and I'd say thank you from the afterlife. Hang on. I bring her knees to her chest, using them as leverage. I'm almost halfway inside her now, and Christ, it's so good. Okay. Yes, her nails dig into my back. They scratch down my skin and settle on my hips, urging me forward. "Is that all of it?" I bark out a laugh. "We've got a ways to go, baby. Deep breath for me. I'm going to add a little more pressure." Piper nods, and I thrust forward as gently as I can. I groan, the years of loneliness catching up to me way too quickly. I know I only have a couple minutes before I finish, before I fall headfirst over the ledge because she's too perfect to want to try to last longer. I've thought about this moment long before she ever asked me to be with her. Back when she was still married, that ring on her finger taunting me. When the ring disappeared and I heard she was single. When I started going out of my way in the arena to see her, to make sure she was okay, to have her smile at me because it made my whole day. When we had that night in Canada. When she's been in my bed the last few months, possessiveness gripping me at the sight of her in my shirt. I've been wanting Piper for years, and now that I have her, I'm going out of my mind. "I think I might finish from this," she whimpers. "And I'm a greedy bastard, Piper. You know I like having all your firsts," I say, snapping my hips to the music of her sounds. "Almost there. God, I can't wait to see what my wife looks like when she takes all of me." With one final push, I'm seated all the way inside her, fully buried and my mental capacity dwindling. It's a dizzying feeling, one I know I wouldn't be experiencing if this were any other woman. It's because it's her. She rests her chin on her chest, glancing down at where we're joined. "Holy shit. Mini lesson time, want to make this even better for you. How the hell is that possible? Touch yourself, your chest, your core, wherever you want. It's going to help you get off. It lets me watch you, and you know I'm a fan of that." She reaches out, fingers landing on her core and moaning when her hand bumps against my shaft. "There's your I'm so full." I rock forward and snap my hips. My eyes roll to the back of my head when she tightens around me. When she whispers my name and grabs my hand, her fingers intertwine with mine as she rests them on her heart. Perfect, perfect connection, perfect mouth. God, you're incredible. Are you going to finish? Piper asks, blinking up at me with pink cheeks and the faintest smile on her pretty little mouth. Are you going to finish inside me, Liam? I've never hated protection more. I know wearing one is the smart thing to do. I know I'd regret it if I went without it, but goddamn if I don't want to be with her completely. Where else do you think I'm going to finish? Going to make you mine, Piper. Mine for the time being, my brain challenges and I shove the thought away. Could you maybe a little right there, Liam, just, I pinch her nipple at the same time I slam into her forcefully, purposefully, letting her know I'll give her anything she wants, and I feel the second her orgasm grabs her. She cries out, nice and loud, chanting my name again and again until her throat goes hoarse, until her eyes close and a tear rolls down her cheek. I don't last a second longer, thrusting one more time and wanting nothing more than to join her on the other side. I collapse forward. I gasp through a choked inhale, the muscles in my legs convulsing until I've spilled everything I have into the latex and nearly killing myself in the process. God, I groan, wow. Are you okay? Piper touches my forehead and I nod, not knowing my name or where I am, only that everything is magical. More than okay, I pant. Her hand moves to my hips, tracing along the base of my shaft, and I groan again. Wow, Piper, it's really I want to see, she whispers. I nod, somehow controlling my limbs enough to pull out of her. I wince at the loss of contact and she moans. She lifts her hips like she's asking for more. There's blood on the protection. The latex is stained red and I rub my thumb across her stomach. Did I hurt you? No, she shakes her head and lifts up on her elbows, seeing the blood. She glances down at the sheets, at the small stain on the navy blue, and she winces. I'm sorry. I thought that might happen. I'll help you change the sheets. I know you won't. I kiss her, needing to taste her, needing her to know this is fine. You think I give a shit about some blood? You haven't been intimate in years, and we both know I'm bigger than your exes, Piper huffs. That wasn't subtle at all. It wasn't meant to be. The blood was bound to happen, and it's not a big deal. If you weren't so exhausted, I'd be with you again. I'd see if I could get you to make an even bigger mess. Maybe even on my hand. I'll tell you something, Piper. Men aren't bothered by things like that. If a guy cares about a little blood, you need to kick him to the curb. You know why? Why? She asks, blinking up at me. Because it shows you did such a good job, sweetheart. Look what you did to me. I carefully ease the protection off my length and tie it off. I hold it up to her so she can see it full of my release, and her eyes go wide. I'm so proud of you. I know this is casual between us, but for a woman who's never been shown any sort of intimate affection, who's never had her pleasure made a top priority, this is going to make her emotional. I anticipate it. Before she can react, before she has a chance to get in her head and overanalyze what happened, I toss the protection in the trash. I gather her in my arms, my fingers working out the knots in her hair. That was so liberating, Piper whispers. It felt amazing, but my God, I liked watching you come undone. Her thumb rubs along my collarbone. And knowing I was the one making you fall apart makes me really proud. She wrecked me. Rocked my whole world, and I'm not sure I'm ever going to be the same. I'm glad you're proud of yourself. I move my hand up her arm and rest my chin on her shoulder. You should be. I'm going to need a few minutes, but I'll be ready for round 2 soon. She stretches and yawns. And maybe a shower. We're going to hold off on round 2. You're going to be sore, and after a shower, I'd bet my entire paycheck from Saturday's game you'll be asleep. But what if I want more? Piper shifts in my lap, straddling me. She rolls her hips, grinding against my inner thigh, and I grip her waist. I said we're going to hold off on round 2, not that I'm not going to take care of you, and we're starting with cleaning you up. I lift her up and scoot to the end of the bed. I stand, carrying her to the bathroom and flipping on the light. Pico darts out from the nest he's made for himself under the double vanity, and Piper laughs as he skirts by. Is that a pile of towels? Yup. He refuses to sleep in the expensive bed I got him and is perfectly content with the towels I bought online. Pain in my ass, I say, setting her down. Bath or shower? Oh, a bath sounds nice, but only if you join me. I'm not sure we'll both fit. You get in. I'll rinse off after you. I turn on the faucet. Water temperature preference. Scalding hot, please. Piper sits on the ledge of the tub and smiles up at me. Permission to ask a personal question. Piper. I stick my hand under the water and turn it up a few degrees. You've been intimate with me. You can ask whatever you want. What do your tattoos mean? They're all so beautiful. Wish I had a good story for them, but I don't. Not really. The sparrows match the tattoo Alana has. I tap the birds that span across my ribcage. We got them when she turned 18 because she's always been a bit of a free spirit who wants to spread her wings. The fern leaves are for growth and resilience. My first season in the league, I rode the bench in Minnesota. Didn't play in a single game. I knew I was good enough to be a starter, but it wasn't my time yet. Then I landed in D.C. and joined a losing team who set the league record for most defeats in a single season. I needed something to keep me going. It's stupid, but when I look at the ink, it reminds me that I do this because I love the game and things are always going to get better. Wow, look at you being Mr. Positive. She nudges my foot with hers. And what are you talking about not having a good story for them? That was insightful. Now I feel like I really know you. Thoughts? I ask on a whim, turning off the water and looking at her. I don't know why I'm desperate to hear her answer. It's like my life hangs in the balance until I know exactly what she thinks of me. I like what I see. Piper braces herself on my shoulder and steps into the tub. The water laps over the sides and runs down the porcelain onto the floor, but I don't care. She rests her chin on her knees and grins at me. Do you like what you see? Yeah. I squat next to her and rub my thumb across her cheek. Confident, thoroughly satisfied, and taken care of looks damn good on you. Think we should keep it that way. Now lie back. Let me wash your hair. Liam, you don't need to, and if I want to. She reaches out of the tub and takes my hand in hers. She squeezes once and relaxes in the steaming water, golden hair going everywhere. Then I'll let you. Thank you. I take my time washing and conditioning her hair. When I finish, I dry her off and bring her to my bed. I've been with a few women before. I'm not a playboy who's slept with half the city, but I'm not inexperienced either. It's never been like this. Like I simultaneously want time to speed up so I can see her again, while also wishing it could slow down so I can savor each and every second with her, stretching them out for as long as I can. And as she settles against my chest in one of my t-shirts, her head buried in my shoulder and her heartbeat matching mine, I try to figure out why this time is so different. 34 Liam Puck Kings G-Money. What's the dress code tonight? Hudson Business Casual. What you would wear to the arena on game day. G-Money. So I can't wear the new pair of Crocs I got. Riley, Crocs aren't cool, Grant. You're wasting your money on those things. G-Money. I think they're cool. So does Easy E. Hudson. Not sure I'd consider it a good thing to have Ethan's vote. Maverick coach told me to remind you all we have a game tomorrow. There will be press there tonight, so be on your best behavior. And you can't leave before he makes his speech. That was for goalie daddy. Me, and if we sneak out. Maverick, I've got my eye on you. Me, that wasn't a number. Piper, are you going to the season ticket holder event tonight? Me, unfortunately. I swear we didn't have this many events last season. This is what happens when you give fans a survey and they want the players to be more accessible. Piper, come on. You don't think it's going to be fun? Me, it's socializing with people who like to tell me how I should do my job. Piper, I'll make sure to come up and bother my dear husband. Me can't wait to see you try, wife. Piper, maybe I'll tell you how you should be doing your job better. Me going through a tunnel, losing service. Piper, you're such a shit. I'll complain for hours about having to socialize with people as a side part of my job, but I won't complain about signing autographs for kids. I love listening to their favorite stories and how they fell in love with hockey. I like being told I'm their favorite goalie in the league and learning what positions they prefer to play. The Blackhawks sucked during my childhood. They were the epitome of mediocrity, but that didn't stop me from being a fan. I was obsessed. I listened to the games on the radio with my dad and dissected every single play, explaining what I would do if I were on the ice. I didn't talk a lot as a kid, but I came alive when I talked about hockey. When I was 8, I met some of my idols at an event like this one. My parents spent all year saving up, foregoing Christmas presents to put money toward gala tickets, and Alana was pissed she didn't get the Barbie dream house she wanted. I still have the signed photos from Kyle Calder and Jocelyn Thibault tucked in a closet at my parents' house for safekeeping. They spent 10 minutes with me, letting me chat their ear off about how I wanted to make it to the NHL too. Their interaction with me taught me how professional athletes should interact with kids. You don't rush them. You don't look bored. You let them lead the conversation, and when they ask for a photo, you smile like you're the happiest person in the world. Because who knows what those kids might amount to? Could be the next Gretzky, could be the next Maverick Miller, could be me, and that's a humbling thought. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, a small boy says when I hand him back his photograph. I hope you win the Vezina trophy. I couldn't do it without my teammates. I stick out my hand and smile when he bumps his knuckles with mine. Have fun tonight. He runs away, clutching the photo to his chest, and it still blows my mind people care about me as a player. Can I get a signed photo? A voice says from behind me, and when I look over my shoulder, Piper is smiling at me. Please. Since you asked so nicely. I rub my lips together to keep from grinning. Do you have one with you? I do. I carry it around in my pocket since I'm obsessed with you and everything. Well, behavior. I pat the stool next to me. Come on over, I'll personalize it for you too. Player of the year right here. She jumps on the bar stool. You look like you're having fun. It's for the kids, the next generation of players and people who spend their allowance to come see me play. I'd rather talk to them than the owners with a minority stake in the club. Eat the rich, am I right? Piper puts a photograph on the bar and I burst out laughing. Look familiar. Where did you get this? It's an image of me in college, tall and lanky. Before I learned eating protein will help me gain muscle. I look like a totally different person in the goal, and I shake my head at my poor knee positioning. It's a relic. I had to do some deep internet sleuthing. The University of Wisconsin has some lovely academic programs, but they don't keep many photos of past hockey teams. Because they aren't worth keeping. I'd say photos from winning the Frozen Four are worth keeping. Especially when they feature the great Liam Sullivan. Her fingers drum over the black and white image. A signature, please. Anything for a fan. I uncap the Sharpie and look at her. Any preference on how it's addressed? Nope, go wild, Sully. I think for a second and start writing, sliding it her way when I'm finished. There you go, could be worth something one day. Could be worth something now. Piper looks at the message and laughs. This is perfect. To Pipsqueak, I tolerate you as a friend. From Liam Sullivan, glad you like it. Are you having fun? Yeah. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and surveys the room. Good turnout. 5 different people have come up to me and told me how much they appreciate the fresh energy I bring to the broadcast team, so that was an ego boost. The unbelievable part, 3 of them were men. Look at you, you might be the key to world peace. I just might be. She nudges my side with her elbow and stands. I need to go mingle. There's someone here from the Washington Post and I want to introduce myself. Go be a social butterfly, sunshine. I'm going to keep hiding in a corner. Don't have too much fun. Piper touches my shoulder. Her smile turns soft, and it's the kind of beam I can feel everywhere on my body. You look great, by the way. You should wear a tux more often. Noted. I give her elbow a quick squeeze. But only for you. With a parting wave, she heads across the room and I grab a bottle of water from the bucket of ice to my right so I don't stare at her as she walks away. How's Piper? Maverick asks, sliding up to me. What? How would I know how Piper is? He blinks at me. Because you were just talking to her. Oh, I pull on my collar and shrug. She's fine, off to do an interview or something. She's good at her job, isn't she? He leans against the bar and takes a sip of his water. Glad you're out with us tonight. I know this isn't usually your thing. Didn't really have a choice. Coach told me he was going to bench me if I didn't show. He's moved to ultimatums to get you to attend events. Genius. Should have done it years ago. Think of all the fun you've missed out on. We have very different definitions of the word fun. Come on, there are worse places you could be right now. And there are far better places I could be. Hey. Maverick squints and lifts his chin. Isn't that Charlie? The guy who used to do the announcing for our games. Been wondering what happened to him. I follow his gaze and narrow my eyes when I recognize Charlie Woolworth, Piper's old boss and douche extraordinaire, making a beeline for us. Before I can try and escape, he takes the spot on my other side, a cocky grin on his smug, punchable face. Gentlemen. Charlie sticks out his hand and Maverick gives me a confused look before shaking it. I ignore the invitation and take a long sip of my water. Are we having a good evening? Can't really complain. Maverick shrugs. Where have you been, man? I haven't seen you around the arena in ages. Did something happen? What didn't happen is the real question. Charlie scoffs and pulls out a 20 from his wallet. He drops the crisp bill in the tip jar and rolls his eyes. I lost the job I've had for decades because of a misunderstanding. It's bullshit if you ask me. My fingers wrap around the water bottle. The plastic crunches under my tight grip and I pretend it's his neck. Anger boils in my blood and I wonder what he'd look like with my fist in his face. I wonder what he'd look like with a black eye and a bruised cheek. A misunderstanding. There's a rumor going around you found a new gig somewhere else, Maverick says. Piper Mitchell happened. That woman complained about me to HR. I slam my fist down on the bar so hard, all the drinks rattle. Everyone in the nearby vicinity turns to look at me, but I don't give a shit. I'm too busy staring Charlie down, contemplating his murder and how I'd make it look like an accident. I'd be very careful what you say next, I tell him slowly, so there's no room for the dumbass to mishear me. That's my wife you're talking about. Maverick drops his water bottle and gasps. Your wife, Charlie repeats, venom behind the word. Maybe you should put her on a leash, Sullivan, so she knows her place. Ruining someone who has years of experience in this industry because she can't take a joke shows me she isn't going to last a season in the league. They're going to eat her alive. Rage takes over my vision. I don't see him anymore but Piper instead. I'm thrown back to that night in Texas when I spotted her crying in the hallway, shoulders shaking, head in her hands. The way she looked so small and so defeated. She doesn't know I saw her. She doesn't know I tracked down her other coworker, the nice one, and asked him what happened. She doesn't know I went with him to HR, sitting by his side while he recanted each and every word this piece of shit said about her. I've never been so mad in my life. And seeing him in front of me now, making it seem like what happened was her fault. I could burn the entire world down. I act before I can think, setting down my water and grabbing Charlie by the collar. He's easy to lift, and I drag him to a hallway behind the bar before anyone can notice we're gone. How about you say that again? I step close to him so our chests are touching, so I can see the fear in his eyes. I stand to my full height, towering over him and making sure he knows exactly who he's messing with. And this time, look me in the eye when you do. Charlie swallows. I say it. My hand moves to his throat. I've never been in a fight off the ice, but this would be too easy. Nice and loud so I can hear you. Whoa, hey, Liam, easy, buddy, Maverick says from behind me. Let's take a second here. This piece of shit doesn't deserve a second. I look over my shoulder and glare at my captain. Do you know what he said about Piper? He told his buddy they could harass her at his desk, that if she'd just give in, he'd give her more airtime. Claimed he was untouchable because of how much power he had. How much power do you have now, dickbag? My fingers press harder into Charlie's throat. I could kill him if I wanted to. It wouldn't take much, and I'm so tempted to hurt him the way he hurt her. Liam. Maverick tugs on my shoulder. Put him down, he's not worth it. She's worth it, though. I know she wouldn't want me to fight this asshole. I know she'd want me to walk away. I know she'd want me to leave him alone and be the bigger person. I really care what she thinks of me. Fuck her. I let go of Charlie and take a step back. If you ever talk to her again, I will end you, and I'll smile while I do it. Charlie looks between us. There's not a second of hesitation before he's taking off down the hallway. He's almost around the corner before Maverick stretches out his hand and gives me a look. 1 second, Charlie, my captain says, jogging toward him. When he gets close, he pulls his fist back, laughs, then decks the guy so hard in the face he stumbles backward. Blood spurts from his nose and Charlie groans. That's for saying things about my friend. Piper is one of us. Do it again and I won't be so nice. Thought he wasn't worth it, I grumble as the douchebag runs away clutching his nose. Look at you getting all the glory. Wasn't worth it for you to punch him. You're too emotionally invested and would have killed him. To me, he's just a piece of shit, and I really need my goalie tomorrow. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. You had my back when we went in on Emmy's ex during the game we played against him. I have your back now. Thanks, man. Don't thank me yet. What the heck was that wife comment about? I rub the back of my neck. Tension rolls through me, and I don't know what to say. We've kept our drunken wedding a secret since Vegas. You'd have no idea we were married based on how we interacted with each other at the arena, unless you asked me where my crappy gift shop ring is. I keep it in my wallet tucked behind a family photo when I'm not playing. When I am playing, I loop it through my laces and hide it safely in my skate. Feels like Piper's been my lucky charm this season and I want to carry her around with me. Vegas, we were drunk. She's using it for my insurance to help with her chronic pain, I explain loosely, and Maverick hums like this isn't the craziest thing he's ever heard. Marriage of convenience. Love that trope. What the heck is a trope? You really need to get to book club one of these days so you can learn. He levels me with a serious look. You have feelings for her, don't you? I scoff and shake my head. We're friends. Friends, yeah, that's why you were ready to crush a guy's skull for talking trash about her. I was ready to crush a guy's skull because he treats women like they're the scum of the earth. It's about time someone treats him like that. Right, sure. I don't believe you. Maverick grins and pats my shoulder. But I'll keep your secret safe, man. 35 Liam, me come over. Piper, can I hang out with Pico? Me, I'm offended you want to see my cat more than you want to see me. Piper, can you blame me? He's cute and cuddly. Me, and what am I? Piper, you're tolerable. Me, well played, Mitchell. Hi. Piper wiggles out of her coat and hangs it on the rack in the foyer. Sorry it took me so long to get here. I was at dinner with the girls. Traffic was a nightmare, and I had an Uber driver who would not stop talking about the stock market. Thinking of making some investments. I lean against the wall and watch her shake off snowflakes from the ends of her hair. Didn't know you were into finance, pipsqueak. It's only my favorite hobby. She unzips her boots and puts them against the wall next to my sneakers. Her smile is bright and wide. Her cheeks are a little pink from either the early February wind or the wine she had at dinner. You look good. My sweatpants and t-shirt do it for you. You know what they say about sweatpants. Piper saunters past me in her tights and skirt, heading for the living room. Her soft footsteps pad across the hardwood floor, and Pico peeks his head out of my bedroom, especially gray ones. I don't know what they say. I sit next to her on the couch, watching Pico jump up and curl into her arms. Care to enlighten me, Mitchell? Big confidence and all of that, she says, and I burst out laughing. She strokes the cat's fur, her smile turning softer as she relaxes against the cushions. Are you having a good night? I made a cup of tea after dinner, had a long shower, and now you're here. I'd say we're moving toward the average stage. Did you hear that, Pico? Piper whispers loud enough for me to hear. Your dad thinks I'm average. Isn't that sweet? How was dinner with the girls? So fun. Hanging out with them is the highlight of my week, honestly. Trying to coordinate 4 schedules is almost impossible, but I'd give up time and energy in other parts of my life so I could see them. I'm glad. I rest my hand on her calf and yawn. How much did you have to drink? Only a glass of wine. Her eyes turn a shade darker and she bites her bottom lip. It's been a week since we were together and I'm going out of my mind. One time and she's addicted, I murmur, wrapping my fingers around her ankle and giving her leg a gentle tug. Someone's needy. I only came here for Pico and to talk about our trip next week. Not you. Sure you did. Are you excited to see your family? Piper rests her head on my shoulder and brings her legs to her chest. Pico closes his eyes and settles into her embrace. I can't believe they haven't come to a game this season. They normally do, but my dad's branch is understaffed, so getting time off to visit is difficult. I was going to head that way for Christmas until Coach put us through hell with practices during the holidays, and I told my parents I'd make it up to them. Please don't think you have to entertain me while we're in Spain. I can handle an afternoon or two by myself while you spend time with them. The last thing I want to do is to get in the way. You could never be in the way. They're going to love you. Are they going to love me, or are they going to love that I'm the person they think you're dating? They'll love you while also feeling sorry you're stuck with my irritable ass. You do rank high on the irritability scale. Have you ever introduced them to a girlfriend before? Once. Someone I dated in college. She came home with me for Christmas break. Oh, really? There's a mischievous glint in Piper's eye. And why did you two break up? She didn't like the demand of my hockey schedule. Said she needed more attention, which I get, but this is my life. It fizzled out my junior year. And no one since. A model I was seeing my rookie season. We met on a plane on my way to the NHL draft and my agent set us up. Dated 3 months and it didn't work out. She's the face of Calvin Klein now, so I don't think she misses me all that much. Oh wow, okay, your parents are going to think this is serious. Her laugh is nervous and she clutches Pico tight. No pressure. It's going to be fine. I doubt my mom is going to ask you what I got my degree in. What did you get your degree in? Spanish and math. Hang on. Piper sits up and stares at me. You majored in math. That tone tells me you're surprised and I'm offended. I didn't mean it like that. I imagine math is a hard degree on its own, but add in the pressure and time commitment of being a D1 athlete, and that's a heavy workload. You know, I think you're smart, obviously, but I didn't know you double majored. I did. I wanted something to fall back on if the whole hockey thing didn't work out, but I had any free time my senior year. Will you tell me about Alana? You always light up when you talk about her, so I'm guessing she's very special. She is, I say. I never wanted a sibling. I was pissed when my parents brought her home from the hospital, and my dad tells me I ignored her for months. One day she was learning to walk and fell. She scraped her knee on the rug in our living room, and apparently I ran through the house looking for a first aid kit to take care of her. Guess I cared about her more than I thought. Such a sensitive soul. Piper drums her fingers over my heart. Were you too close growing up? We were inseparable. She followed me everywhere, to the hockey rink, to the skate park, the summer I thought I liked skateboarding. You know, I don't like many people, but I love Alana. Do you like the guy she's marrying? He's not bad. He treats her right and makes her happy. I also threatened to ruin his life if he hurt her. She laughs. I've always wanted a brother who looked out for me. I guess I kind of have that now with the team. Sometimes I feel like they'd punch someone if they hurt me. I want to tell her about what Maverick did. The way he decked Charlie in the face and smiled afterward. But I'm not sure I want Piper to know that I know what the asshole said to her. She's moved past it, and the last thing she needs is nonsense from the past coming up when she's been so successful in her role this season. They're good guys, aren't they? I mean, Ethan's infatuation with hot dogs is something else. They're the best. Present company excluded, of course, Piper teases. I smirk. You too, sunshine. Can we talk about PDA? In general, I'm not a fan. I meant around your family. Our physical relationship applies to the bedroom, not out of it. Are we going to hold hands when we're at the wedding? Kiss. I want to make sure I'm prepared so if I try to give you a hug you don't look at me like I'm an alien with 5 heads. I knock her arm with a pillow. Pico glares at me, pissed at being disturbed, and I roll my eyes. Little shit. I wouldn't look at you like you have 5 heads. Just 3. As far as PDA goes, some might help us sell this relationship. Don't make out with me in front of my 80-year-old grandmother, but you can hold my hand. Okay, hand-holding goes on the list. Making out doesn't. Got it. What about kissing? If you want to. Do you want me to? This is your family, Liam. This sounds like a test, and I'm not sure how to answer it correctly. Yes, I want her to kiss me. Why wouldn't I? She's soft and warm and a real delight. Maybe I want to show her off. Maybe I want my family to think I'm a lucky bastard who landed an absolute knockout, even if this is all going to end when we get back to DC. Sure, I croak. You can kiss me. Got it. Also, I feel like I should tell you I'm not a very good flyer. I hate planes. I promise to not make a scene, but I'm definitely going to squeeze your arm during takeoff and landing. I frown at her. We fly all the time. I've never seen you panic. Watching me, Sully. I'm 6 feet tall, pipsqueak. I can see over the seats and could tell if you were up there freaking out. I try to focus on what's happening in front of me, not what's happening around me. Distracting myself helps. What could help distract you? Her eyes darken and she leans forward. She runs her finger down my arm and grins. I can think of a few things. Let's hear them. I'm not sure joining the Mile High Club with 200 passengers as spectators sounds like my cup of tea, but maybe we could practice tonight. Piper sets Pico down and turns all of her attention to me. I had an idea and I wanted to run it by you. I cup her cheek and run my thumb along the line of her jaw. You have my attention. I thought, well, maybe the best way for me to learn in the bedroom is to critique myself. So to do that, I was thinking, we could film ourselves together. You want to record us together, Piper? I sit up on my knees and ease her onto her back. Pico darts away, but he's the last thing I'm thinking about. I put my hands on her thighs and pull her closer. You want to go back and watch how we connect when you're home alone and missing me? Yes, she whispers, grabbing my shirt and tugging me down until our mouths are inches apart. But don't pretend like you're not going to watch it too. I am going to watch it, on repeat, until I have it committed to memory. I'll use it when I'm in my hotel room and can't have the real thing because I could never get off to anyone else. Haven't been able to in 4 years. Not since the day I met her. A video I can play back whenever I wanted to see the way she looks when we're together sounds like the greatest gift in the world. If we do that, it could end up anywhere. I trace her collarbone through the wool of her sweater, and her back arches off the couch. If your phone got stolen, a video of us together could end up on the internet. Does that bother you? No. Her eyes flutter closed and her legs wrap around my middle. The skirt she's wearing inches up to her waist and shows off the thigh-highs with little black bows tight on her skin. I rock forward and press against her. She gasps and opens her legs wider. Let them see. They'd know I was yours. Possessiveness surges through me. There's an aching need to feel her, to be close to her. To have every part of her so there isn't a doubt in her mind she really is mine. We'll try out your idea, I murmur, bringing my mouth to her ear. I press my cheek against her neck and she shivers under me. But only if you let me film the whole thing. I want you to watch yourself fall apart. I want you to see the way my fingers hold you before I pull you close. I want you to hear how you say my name right before you come. I want you to know how much I love being with you. And when we're finished, I want you to look at the camera and say thank you. 36 Piper, thank you, I repeat, and Liam nods. What am I saying thank you for? For giving you the best experience of your life. His warm palms slip under the front of my sweater and move from my stomach to my chest. Fingers pull down the cups of my bra and trace my nipples, circling them in the way I like. My soul leaves my body when he gives me a devastating grin. I want everybody to know who makes you feel good, who makes you feel better than he ever did. I know exactly which he's talking about. Liam doesn't bother to hide his disdain, and something about his vicious tone turns me on. Maybe it's the lilt of possessiveness coating the word or the way he traces my nipples again, harder this time, like he's trying to tether himself to me. You wouldn't be mad if he saw a video of us together, would you? Of course I wouldn't. I'd be proud. He pushes my sweater up to my chin, exposing my chest to the cool apartment air. Piper, now I want it even more. God, I like hearing that. It makes me feel wanted in a way I never have before. I don't care if it's about revenge or some contest. Liam wants to be on camera with me. Where should we do it? Here. My words catch in the back of my throat when he dips his head and takes my nipple in his mouth. His tongue circles the pointed peak, and I don't bother to stifle my gasp. Your bedroom. My room, better lighting. Oh, this is turning into a whole production. Lights, camera, action. Nothing about it is going to be fake, though. Liam pulls his mouth away from my chest and I squirm in frustration. I've been worked up all night, half distracted through dinner at the thought of seeing him. The anticipation of being with him again has followed me all week, and no matter how many times I've tried to find release, it's not the same as being with him. I've never faked anything with you, I say. I know you haven't. You're easy to read, sweetheart. The outline of his arousal strains against his sweatpants as he stands, and my mouth waters at the sight. And after I'm finished with you tonight, you'll be able to see how pretty you are when you come. I doubt it. I probably look silly, like some writhing, desperate mess of a woman who would do anything to be satisfied. I'm nervous to know what I sound like, what facial expressions I make, and how my body looks on camera. I'm clueless about angles and poses and the right way to position myself, and I doubt I'm anything more than awkward. I know Liam is going to make me feel good, though, and I want the moment immortalized so I can look at it when our agreement ends. So I can remember what it's like to be on top of the world, even though I can't imagine how the next guy could be any better than the man in front of me. My phone is in my coat. I blush and point to the foyer. Do you want me to get it? I'll grab it and meet you in the bedroom. Ditch your clothes on the way. I want you in my bed before I get there, Liam says, voice deep and rough. I feel it all over my body and I blow out a shaky breath as I prepare myself for what's about to come. Are you sure you're okay with this, Piper? Yes, I whisper, and I mean it with every fiber of my being. Are you? If you want a video of us together to look back on, that's what I want too. He holds my chin and kisses me. And what my girl wants, my girl gets. My girl. I melt at the endearment and kiss him back. My tongue brushes against his before he pulls away, his hand untangling from my hair. He walks out of the living room and I jump into action, heading for his bedroom as fast as I can. I pull off my clothes along the way. My stockings end up in the hallway. My sweater lands on a doorknob. My skirt gets tossed on his dresser and knocks over a bobblehead of Maverick from a fan appreciation night 2 seasons ago. My bra and underwear come off more slowly. I take my time setting them aside, then move to the bed, scooting over the covers and relaxing against the pillows. The patterned fabric smells like me, and I smile as I tip my knees open wide, waiting for Liam to appear. I don't have to wait long. Seconds later, he's in the doorway, his shoulders wide and his hair mussed up around his ears. His eyes meet mine before raking over my body, a slow and purposeful scan that has me clutching the sheets, curling my toes and sucking in a lungful of air before I combust. Find it, I ask breathlessly, and he holds up my phone. My password is 9367. Any significance behind that? He adjusts himself over the front of his sweatpants. Or just a bunch of random numbers? Random numbers. I tilt my head to the side, watching him. Does your password have any significance? Yes. Liam walks toward me and pulls off his shirt. The threadbare cotton joins the pile with my underwear, and I drink in his sharp chest and stomach muscles when his torso is bare. 807. Wonder what that means. Maybe one day you'll find out. He hooks his fingers in the waistband of his pants and holds my phone in his other hand. He wastes no time, shimmying them down his thighs until he's left in a pair of black briefs, his glorious body on display. Liam is so beautiful, manly and rugged with his beard and his bruises and battle wounds from the ice, yes. But the softer, more secretive parts are what attract me the most. Like the way the right side of his mouth always lifts higher than his left when he's smiling. The small scar from his appendix surgery and how his shoulders shake when he laughs. I want to remember them all. After Spain, there won't be an excuse for me to gawk at him. I won't be able to thread my fingers in his hair and tug when he brings me close. I won't be able to admire him when he walks from the bed to the bathroom to clean up. He'll go back to being Liam and I'll go back to being Piper, two people whose paths won't ever cross in this way again. I'd love to consider a world where we're together, boyfriend and girlfriend and a real couple. But we want different things. I'm becoming more sure of myself, confident in a way I wasn't 6 months ago. I know I want to find a partner and I know I want to be loved wholly, completely, to the point of obsession. Liam doesn't want a distraction. Until he retires, the only thing he loves wholly is hockey, and it's a shame. We could have been good, I think. We work well as friends. We work well in the bedroom. We work well doing domestic things like cooking dinner and watching TV, but it's not meant to be. And that makes me want him even more tonight. Come here, I say, reaching for him. Liam closes the distance between us in 2 long strides. He climbs on the bed, scooping up my phone and straddling me on his hands and knees. I kiss him, savoring the hint of peppermint on his tongue left behind from his nightly tea. Gonna hit record, he says against my mouth, and I nod, some feeble show of granting permission. He moves away from my lips before I can sink into the taste of him. He works his way down my body, kissing and licking every curve of my chest and every valley and plain of my stomach. Further down he goes until he's flat on his stomach on the mattress, his head between my legs and a hungry look in his eyes. Liam, I whisper, every other word in my vocabulary disintegrating to ash when he brings the phone next to his cheek. A thick finger runs through my folds, and I can tell from his hum of approval I'm already wet. Liam. Look at you saying my name for the camera. His pointer finger pushes inside me without warning and I hiss, the sting brief and fleeting as it turns to exquisite pleasure. Such a good girl for me, Piper. It takes all of my energy to hold myself up on my elbows and watch him record me. The camera is obscenely close to the spot between my legs, and it's the most intimate experience I've had with a man. There are no nerves, though. No hesitations and no worries that I might not be sexy enough. The only thing that's left is pure, unrelenting bursts of sensation that start at the base of my spine as he adds a second finger and then a third. A gentle you can take it, baby, followed by their you go slipping from his lips as my legs drop open and I lift my hips, making space for him. I've always thrived on praise. I've always performed better when I know I'm doing a good job, but admiration from Liam elevates me to a different stratosphere. It has me smiling from ear to ear, digging my nails into his shoulder and scratching his skin, desperate to touch him, to make him feel just as good as he's making me feel. I've always thought I wasn't able to come during sex. I could never find a release from someone else no matter how hard I tried. I gasp when he curls his fingers and kisses the inside of my thigh, sharp teeth gently sinking into the soft part of my flesh. I can't tell you how happy it makes me to know it's not me. It was him. Like before, neither of us needs to clarify because we know exactly who I'm referring to. You've always had it in you, Piper. Liam licks a hot swipe over my entrance. His tongue moves to my clit, circling as his fingers work in and out of me at the same time, and I groan. You just needed someone who could help you find it. I squeeze my eyes shut, the first wave of satisfaction within reach. How do I look okay? You look absolutely perfect. Now come for the camera, sunshine, so you can see how well you take my fingers. It takes another minute or two and then my orgasm grips me. I cry out, swept away by the intense relief. I fall back, my head landing in the cloud of pillows as I grip the sheets and ride the high for as long as I can. I lift my hips, greedy and desperate, wanting more from him. His laugh is a comfort, bright and bold and proud as he kisses my knee then my hip, slowing his fingers until I have nothing left to give. "God, you're beautiful," he murmurs, sitting up and reaching his hand my way. "Open your mouth and suck, Piper." My lips part and he presses 2 fingers on the tip of my tongue. I close my mouth, tasting myself on his digits, and I notice he's still holding the camera, still filming, and a soft moan works out of me. I wrap my fingers around his wrist and pull off him with a pop. His eyes are hooded, glazed over as he stares at me with so much heat and lust I'm questioning how I'm not scorched to death. "What now?" I ask, touching his cheek and smiling when he turns his head to kiss the center of my palm. "You know what now?" Liam climbs off the mattress and shuffles to his bedside table. His muscles flex as he unplugs the lamp and drags the nightstand away from its original spot. He sets the camera against a stack of books, the lens facing the bed, and I take a deep breath. "How do you want to do it tonight?" I ask when he turns to face me. "This is for you, Piper." He steps out of his briefs. "What do you want?" "I want to try being on top." I bite my bottom lip, dropping my hand between my legs. My thighs are slick with my arousal, and I drag my finger through the wetness. "I think I'll like how that feels." "That sounds good to me." Liam strokes his length, then sits on the edge of the bed. He swings his legs over, reaching for me and pulling me into his body. "God, I can't believe I get to do this with you. You're telling me." I run my hands over his chest and kiss the scruff of his beard. Not sure how I got so lucky, but I'm definitely not complaining. He grabs a condom from the box on the other nightstand and rips open the foil packet. "You think I'm hot?" "Nope. I misspoke. I was talking about someone else." "Thought so." He rolls the latex over himself and throws the wrapper to the side. Liam lies on his back and holds out his arm, reaching for me. I intertwine our fingers and throw a leg on either side of his hips. "Hi," I whisper. "Hi," he answers, palm resting on the back of my neck. "Doing okay?" "Yeah," I nod. "I'm ready. We'll go slow. If you want to stop, you tell me." "I'm not going to want to stop, Liam." I lower myself down on him until he presses inside me. His head drops back and he groans. Confidence radiates through me. I'm fearless, determined, sure of exactly what I want. "Not until I take every inch of you." 37 Liam Piper is sexy as hell when she's on top of me, but watching her confidence grow is even more of a turn-on. Weeks ago, she wouldn't have said something like that. Now she's looking down at me with wild eyes. Messy hair, swollen lips, and so sure of what she wants. It's an honor to have had a role in that. "Are you going to ride me, baby?" I ask, moving my hands to her back. My palms run down her spine and settle on her hips, holding her there as she becomes familiar with the stretch. "Make sure you go slow so I can really enjoy you, please, before I die." Her laugh races out of her, a whoosh of a breath as she sinks down another inch on my length. She holds onto me for stability, sharp nails digging into my biceps as I hold her equally as rough. I might be the one to die. Piper gasps when I press my fingers against her the same time she rocks forward. Half of me disappears inside her, and I wish I had another phone so I could record her from this angle. "That's a weapon. So sweet." I circle her clit, momentarily losing my mind when she rolls her hips in some way I've never felt before. "And so good." I have to will myself to calm down because from the way she's moving, from the way she's touching her chest and groaning, there's no way I'm going to last very long. "You like that, Liam?" Piper asks, pinching her nipples. "Am I doing okay?" "I like it so much. You're incredible." I can barely remember my own name because I'm lost in the delirious wonder of it all. She's almost fully seated on me, working her way down my length in the most torturous path I've ever experienced. My vision blurs at the edges and sweat beads on my forehead. It's taking everything in me to keep this slow. to not flip her over and take her hard until she comes all over me. "Holy shit," she whispers. "You're so big." I know the compliment should make me smug, but instead I'm sitting up, checking to make sure she's doing okay, then almost losing control when I see how deep I'm buried inside her, all the way inside her. She's tight and warm and so perfect. The best I've ever had, and no one else comes close. I doubt anyone will ever come close again. "How do you like the position?" I ask, pushing my thumb against her. She's so wet, and it's making me lose my mind. "Do you want to try something else?" "What were you thinking?" "Hang on." I lift her off of me and she whines. I kiss her, then move her onto her back. Carefully folding her knees to her chest, I grip her thigh with one hand and line myself up against her entrance with my other. "Yes," she hisses when I tease her. My head rubs against her clit, following the pattern my fingers just used, and she nods. "I liked being on top, but this is so much better. You take me so well, Liam." "How do you want it, Piper? Rough, slow? Tell me and I'll give it to you." "I want to try rough. I want you to let go with me. I can take it. I want it." "Okay, wife, I'll take you rough." The hand on her thigh moves up her stomach to her neck. My thumb strokes along her windpipe, pressing into her throat as she gasps. "Hold on to the headboard and don't let go." Her eyes twinkle with excitement and anticipation. I don't bother to go slow, sliding back inside her easily now that she's stretched out and ready for me. I loop my arm under her left thigh, holding her in place, and grin when her mouth pops open in a silent groan. "More," she begs. "I want more." "Almost there, baby," I grit out, finally bottoming out in her. "Christ." I snap my hips, working in overdrive. I want this to be perfect for her. I want her to walk away tonight sore and satisfied and happy. I want to be the one to do it, and I'll do anything it takes to get her there. "I'm not sure I'm going to come again if you don't." "Oh." Piper arches her back when I pluck her nipple between my fingers. "Oh God, that's so much. Too much. Number, keep touching me, Liam." "Where else? Here?" I ask, leaning forward so I can reach between her legs and touch her again. "Do you like that?" "Yes." Her eyes squeeze shut and she grasps my side, a gasp falling out of her. "I need a little more." I give her everything I have, thrusting into her like there's no tomorrow. I alternate between touching her chest and her core, snapping my hips until her skin turns pink and her breathing turns to ragged gulps of air. I feel myself clawing toward release, doing everything in my power to not go before her. It's nearly impossible to think straight because I'm so overwhelmed by her. Piper tightens around me, her orgasm close as her eyes flutter open and she looks right up at me. She's mesmerizing. Absolutely stunning when she palms my ass and urges me deeper into her, increasing my pace. "You gonna come for me, sunshine?" "Yes." She turns her head to the side, her moan low and long when I give her clit a gentle slap. "I'm almost there. How are you so good at this? Your compliments mean so much." I hike her legs up higher, driving into her until I see stars. "I need to feel you, Piper." Whatever else she wants to say dies on the tip of her tongue as she falls apart, thighs shaking and chest heaving as I slam into her again and again, on the precipice myself. "I know you said we have to wear protection, and I'd never go against your rules," she pants. "But God, I wish I could feel you come inside me, Liam. I've never experienced that before, and I bet you would fill me up. Jesus Christ." That's all it takes for me to explode, shattering to a million pieces as I jolt forward, nearly crushing her as I spill into the latex. I imagine it's her and I almost lose it again, close to shouting her name as she crosses the ledge with me. I exhale a low breath, bracing my hand on the wall behind the bed to keep from toppling over. I drop my head back and stare at the ceiling, my body and brain slow to catch up and sink together. Soft, warm hands run up my back. Gentle fingers play with the ends of my hair, and when I crack an eye open and look down, Piper is smiling up at me. "Thank you," she whispers, moving her hand to my stomach and tracing the outline of my muscles. "Let's do that again. I need a minute." I squeeze her knee and straighten out her legs as I pull out of her with a wince. Collapsing next to her on the bed, I groan. Maybe 20. You killed me, Mitchell. Her giggle is cute and I turn to look at her. I think that's what happens when you're out of the game for so long, Sullivan. She spins on her side and props her head up with her elbow. You become susceptible to damages. That's exactly why we need to do it again, so you don't fall apart. I laugh and reach for myself, pulling off the condom and tying it in a knot. Are you a doctor now? Maybe I should be. I pull her to my chest and bury my face in her hair. She relaxes into me and I band my arms around her waist, exhausted and happy. The best experience of your life will do that to you, I guess. Stay the night, I slur, feeling like I'm drunk or high or some combination of the two. I'll make you breakfast in the morning and tea. She makes me want to break all my rules. Wow, I don't think I can say no to that. She smiles and I feel the curve of the grin against my bare skin. It makes me smile too. Should I stop recording? I forgot that we put all of that on tape. I yawn and sit up, reaching over her so I can grab her phone. I hit the stop button, then hand it to her. There you go. Do you, think maybe we could watch it? Her cheeks flush a dark red and she hides her face behind her fingers. Or would that be weird? I don't think watching it back would be weird at all. You don't? Nope. Oh, she peeks at me and laughs, a nervous edge to the sound. In that case, should we make popcorn? I snort. We can put it on the big screen in the living room if you think you'd like it better. No, I'm going to look like an idiot. We don't need that in 4D. You're not going to look like an idiot. Come here. I get comfortable against the pillows and open my arms, extending her an invitation. She's trying not to laugh as she slides up next to me, her body sticky with sweat. We'll suffer together. Fine, but I reserve the right to turn it off at any time. Absolutely. My thumb presses play and the video begins. Anxiousness rolls off of her, so I rub her arms up and down, kiss the top of her head and hold her tight. Wow, she whispers when she gets an up-close shot of herself. That's the first time. Piper tilts her head. I had no idea that's what it looked like. Pretty, isn't it? Look how wet and pink and perfect it is. Watching it might be hotter than actually doing it. She lifts her head, mouth inches away from mine. Her hand slips between her legs as her thighs spread. I kind of want to touch myself again. Baby, you get off as many times as you want. I rest my palm on her knee, my thumb pressing into her skin. But you're making it very difficult to pick where I want to look. Piper groans and pushes a finger inside herself. It matches the noise coming from her phone, and now I'm hard again, the dual sound scattering my brain. My eyes bounce between the screen and the easy glide of her fingers, not wanting to miss a single thing from either version of her. When we change positions and she climbs on top of me, real-life Piper's breathing hitches. Oh, I know you're 2 fingers deep right now, and I'm never going to stop you from having a good time, but look at the screen. You see how good we look together? We look perfect. Piper rests her head on my shoulder, her eyes on me as I relive the last 10 minutes. I liked how deep you got when I was on top. Yeah, I twitch, aching at her words, at the easy way she's speaking about everything, and even though I like hearing what she thought, I want that mouth around me. How about in round 2 we can see how deep I can get down your throat? Her eyes widen and she nods, the red on her skin turning crimson. She's warm to the touch, and I place my hand over hers, wanting to be a part of her next orgasm. I want. Piper huffs and lifts her hips, a line of wrinkles forming on her forehead. Can you tell me what you need and I'll give it to you? Bring the screen down a little. I want to come at the same time as you do in the video. Dirty girl, I say in her ear, and her moan goes straight to me. Here I was thinking I needed to be gentle with you. I don't though, do I? You want to be a little bad. I've only wanted to be this way with you. I drag my finger across the screen, fast-forwarding until right before we both fall apart. I turn up the volume so she can hear every slap of my hips, every slick glide of me in and out of her, every one of her groans. There you go, Piper. Come on your hand while you watch yourself get taken. I want to see it. I don't expect her to come undone so quickly, but she does. a beautiful sight as she whispers my name again and again. I ease her down from the high, and when she's thoroughly spent, limbs weak and eyes closing, I lift her in my arms like she's the most precious thing in the world. She just might be. I walk her to the bathroom and set her in the tub, running the water until steam rises from it. I kiss her forehead and smile when she practically pulls me in with her. It hits me that this has somehow gone from lessons to intimacy to being with a person I really care about. I'm not teaching her anymore. She's not learning anything she doesn't already know, but we're still tumbling into bed together. I can't keep my hands off of her, and she hasn't shown me any signs of wanting to stop, even though she could go sleep with someone else tomorrow. Maybe that's why it's so good with her, because she cares about me too. 38 Piper, I can't believe you're going on an international trip with Liam. Lexi folds one of the shirts I'm packing and tosses it in my suitcase. I wish I knew what he was like off the ice. You've seen him off the ice. I check the weather app on my phone, frowning at the temperatures. I feel like you know him best. I stretch his legs, Piper, and he grunts when I ask him a question. That doesn't mean I know him. I think it's great. Maven watches us from my bed, a hand on her growing stomach and another holding a jar of pickles. You two are having fun together, right? Yeah, I admit, biting back a smile. A lot of fun. And when was the last time you had fun? A year into my marriage with Stephen, before he started working 90-hour weeks. When we hit our second anniversary, I think I went months without smiling. I promise I'm not going to go to his house and start shit, but if I ever run into him in public, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Lexi crosses her arms over her chest and scowls. I won't hold back. Call me so I can help you. Emmy tosses her phone onto the mattress and stretches her arms above her head. He's the reason Piper and I drifted apart during college. Really? Maven asks. Yeah, he was intimidated by Emmy's career and he told me she wasn't a good influence. I snort and add a pair of sandals to my bag, says the guy who was cheating with his secretary. Insecure men suck. We need more people who aren't afraid of a woman's success. I mean, look at Maverick. He didn't make the Four Nations face-off team, but Emmy did. Is he crying about it? No, he's making shirts with her face on it to wear to the games. He's what? Emmy groans. God, I don't know if I should be embarrassed or turned on. Both, probably. I grin. How are things going with you two after the wedding? Not much has changed, honestly. I think the reason we work so well is because we have distance between us during the season. It makes the time we're together even more important, you know. Like, I don't want to fight with him when I'm leaving the next night. What about when you all retire? I'm so ridiculously in love with that man, it won't matter. She laughs and plays with the diamond she wears when she's not on the ice. It sounds so silly, but before Maverick, I didn't want to settle down. I didn't want to have kids or this huge family, and I was convinced no man out there would change my mind. Now, kids are all I can think about. Imagining him as a dad makes me emotional, and I know he's going to be the best father. Does it suck that I'll have to give up my career to create that life? Yeah, a little bit. Then I think about 10 years down the road and it won't matter. I'll have everything I could want. I've done what I set out to do when I got called up to the NHL, break the glass ceiling for women in this sport. I was the first, but I won't be the last. I can rest now. Jesus, Hartwell Miller. Wait, did you change your name? Lexi asks. Not until I retire. I love him so much, but I want my name on the back of a jersey, not his. Oh, he's so going to take yours, Maven grins. That boy wants the world to know you're his. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Emmy glances at me. He keeps asking about you, Piper. What about me? I don't know. He mentioned something about Liam and a secret and his favorite book trope. He wants to know if you're wearing anything different these days that you weren't wearing 2 months ago. I have no clue what he's talking about. Tell him she's wearing a smile because she is. Look at how she's glowing, Lexi says. Okay, enough with the flattery. I have no clue what Mav is talking about, Emmy. I'm not wearing anything. I snap, my mouth closed, the chain of my necklace heavy against my skin. I touch the ring hidden under my shirt and turn bright red. Oh my God. All three girls look at me and I busy myself with zipping up my bag. Liam and I agreed we wouldn't tell anyone. I don't know how Maverick found out, but hearing he's kept his mouth closed around Emmy, the woman he tells everything to, surprises me. "What's wrong?" Maven asks. "Nothing." I shake my head. I'm not going to violate that trust I have with Liam, no matter how badly I want to tell my friends about what I'm hiding under my clothes. I panicked about my passport, but I remember where it is. "I'd pay money to see you pull that prank on Liam when you're at the airport." Lexi grins. "He'd probably freak out. Kind of like how I'm freaking out." I groan and climb on the mattress, taking the spot between Emmy and Maven. I'm nervous about meeting his family. I'm nervous about how we're supposed to act around them. I'm nervous because Liam and I slept together, and I'm nervous because I definitely have a crush on him. Holy shit. You cannot unload all of that on us 24 hours before you leave the country. Maven grabs the pillow behind my head and hits me with it. "You slept with him and we're just now hearing about it." "I've been busy." "Yeah, riding him," Lexi chimes in, and I bury my face in my hands. "Yes, we've slept together. Yes, he's amazing in bed. Honestly, the intimacy I had with Steven doesn't even count. He never took me like that." "Details," Emmy demands. "And don't leave out a thing." I tell them about our first time and our second. I hold back on the video we made, not wanting the gossip to get back to someone who might tease Liam about it. I let them know how good he is, how patient and considerate he is while also having a filthy mouth I dream about. And now we're coming up to the end of all of this, and I'm kind of sad. I sit up and bring my legs to my chest. I know I'll find someone else. I'm not going to be single forever. But then I think about him sleeping with another woman and I don't know. I don't like it, which is insane because he's told me multiple times he's not interested in a relationship. Neither was Maverick when I first met him. He was the ultimate playboy, but look at him now, Emmy says. He spends Friday nights sending me articles on what cribs are best for newborns, and I'm not even pregnant. Yeah, but Liam's reasoning is his job. He knows how quickly things change in this sport, and he's afraid if he's distracted, if hockey isn't his sole focus, he'll lose everything he's worked so hard for. Lexi shakes her head and stretches across the foot of the bed. "So show him he can have both." "How do I do that?" "I mean, it sounds like you're already doing it. You spend time together. He's playing incredible hockey. And whatever you're doing in the bedroom is acting like a stress reliever too, because he's in the trainer's room less than he was last season." "Yeah, because I really make sure to prioritize his hamstrings when we're sleeping together." I draw out, and the girls all laugh. I respect what he wants and what he doesn't want. I'm not in love with him. It's a crush because he's giving me attention and treating me right. I bet if I went to the bar around the corner and started talking with a guy I met there, I'd feel the same way. "What if you didn't?" Maven asks. "I don't know. I haven't let myself think about it too deeply because we have such a good thing going right now. It's easy and fun. It's intimacy, yeah, but I've fallen in love with myself again. I'm happy. I'm healthy. I'm sleeping with a man who makes me feel like I could be queen of the world, and I've never had this kind of confidence before. Through learning and exploring and his guidance, I've found my voice in and out of the bedroom. I've been quiet for so many years, but I'm not anymore. If I had asked any other man to take on this task, they would have failed. I would have given up because of my low self-esteem, because I felt judged or inadequate, but not with Liam. With Liam, I can fly. I guess I'll have to experiment and find out," I say, keeping my tone neutral. "Which dresses do you think I should bring?" I have four I was trying to pick from. "The pink one," Emmy says. Maven and Lexi hum in agreement, and I crawl off the mattress. "It's going to look great with your hair." "That's what I thought too." I add it to my second suitcase and gesture to the other options. "I need one more. We're not there very long, but I don't want to feel like I have nothing to wear. They help me decide on 2 more to bring. After we pack my bags and I know where my passport is, we move to my living room with bowls of ice cream. I listen to the things going on in their lives, feeling warm, happy, and content. I'd go through hell and back 1,000 times if it meant finding my friends on the other side, and no matter what man I end up with, he'll always come second to the 3 that helped put me back together. 39 Piper Liam be out front in 5 minutes. Me okay. I'm ready and looking for you. Liam, you're going to be looking for a long time. I rented a car. Me wow. Goalie daddy is riding in style. Liam thought I hated that nickname. Now I'm not so sure. Me, it's because you tolerate me. Why aren't we going to departures? I look out the window as we zoom past DCA. Oh no, the driver is your kidnapper from before, isn't he? I knew this friendship between us was too good to be true. We're flying private, Liam says, not bothering to look up from his phone. He was checking the league standings a few minutes ago, and even though he's on a short hiatus from playing, his attention is still on hockey. Why would we go to departures? Hang on. I stare at him and tap his screen. He glances at me. Private, you sent me boarding passes for first-class seats on an American Airlines flight. That was before you told me you don't enjoy flying. I thought something with a bed where you could get a few hours of sleep might put you at ease. You splurged on an airplane to take us across the Atlantic because I mentioned I don't like to fly. That is obscene, isn't it? Is it? I figured you'd be more comfortable with space. Liam turns off his phone and slips it in the pocket of his jeans as the driver pulls up to a barbed wire gate. I've flown private before. It's way more fun than any seat in first class. You have? Where the hell are you going, globetrotter? Home to Chicago. I bring Pico with me. He's impossible in a carrier. That doesn't surprise me at all. The car turns left on the tarmac, and I spot a plane in the distance. It's not nearly as big as the chartered commercial jet we take on road games, but it's still large. My mouth drops open, and I press my nose against the window. This is unreal. We come to a stop, and I climb out. Liam takes my suitcases, walking up the short flight of stairs with the bags like I haven't stuffed every outfit in my closet inside. He dips his head as he steps aboard, and I follow behind him. The interior is plush leather and cool lights. Big chairs are on either side of the wide aisle, and a couch takes up almost the whole left side of the aircraft. There's a table too, and a minibar in the corner. It's the most opulent thing I've ever seen, and I lived in one of the nicest penthouses in DC when I was married. Sleek and modern, everything looks like it's brand new and top of the line. I run my finger across the back of one of the chairs and huff out a laugh. I know what NHL players make. I see their nice cars, the jewelry they buy, and the outrageous things they purchase because they can. Liam doesn't live like that, though, and this is my first taste at seeing just how rich he is. A multimillionaire with a huge playing contract, sponsorship deals, and an endorsement with Bauer that pays 7 figures a year. This probably won't put a dent in his bank account, but knowing he spent money on me makes me warm. My skin prickles. A fuzzy, fluttery feeling takes up residence in my stomach, and I can't help but smile. Thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it, I say. Think you'll be less stressed out in here? I sure hope so. Good. He cups the back of my neck and squeezes once. I'm going to grab my bag. I settle into one of the chairs and relax. The tension about how the next few days are going to go seeps away as I take a deep breath and look out the window, watching Liam clasp hands with our driver and slip some money his way. He's back a few minutes later, popping into the flight deck to say hello to the pilots before taking the chair across from me. Feels like we're about to conduct a board meeting. I fold my hands on the table between us and level him with a look. What items do you want to discuss today, Sullivan? Dining options. You liked the chicken parm we had at my house, so I requested it ahead of time for lunch today. Oh, and chocolate chip cookies. If you want something else, they have other dishes. You requested one of my favorite meals. Yes, he blinks at me and frowns. Is that okay? It's more than okay. I forget how observant you are. I'm not used to it. It's my job, remember. He leans back, eyes never leaving mine. And you're fun to observe. Now I need to do things and see if you're watching. Will you see me flip you off during games? If you're wearing that pink blazer of yours, there's no way in hell you'll be able to hide. I laugh and pull a book out of my purse. Don't insult my blazer, it makes me feel like Superwoman. I never insulted it. I'm going to get you a matching one to wear to the arena. We can be twins. Do it, Mitchell. I'll wear the shit out of it. He lifts his chin my way. What are you reading today? Eyes asked the girls to join book club this month, and Riley picked one with a hockey player. Seems a little too close to home, but it's good so far. You really like reading that much? Yeah, I love my job, but it's nice to turn off my brain and sink into a world that's not here, you know. Not really. He leans forward and plucks the book from my hands. He pats his thighs and grins. Come on over, sunshine. What? I try to grab the book back, but he holds it over his head, out of reach. You don't care about my book. I do now. Liam pauses. Will you read to me? My face softens as he watches at me with hopeful eyes. I'm out of my seat without a second thought, rounding the table and climbing into his lap. He wraps his arms around my waist and rests his chin on my shoulder. Do you want to see the page? I ask gently. Or just hear the words? Hear the words, please. I'm a slow reader and I don't want to hold you up. You wouldn't be holding me up, Liam. I reach up and touch his chin. What are you most comfortable with? Listening to you, and use your reporter's voice when you read. It's sexy. My reporter's voice, I laugh again. Do I have one of those? You definitely do. Your tone gets all authoritative, really pulls you in. From the guy who doesn't like interviews, you sure know a lot about how mine go. I told you. He hums and closes his eyes. Observant. Liam links his hand through mine as we walk into the hotel hours later. I know the affection is all for show, the grand finale of this plan of ours, but I like it when he touches me outside the bedroom. A brush of his shoulder in the tunnel, the graze of his glove when he jumps off the ice and heads to the locker room, his pinky hooking in mine at the end of the night when I'm saying goodbye. I've always craved physical touch, and a touch from him centers me, calms me in a way words don't. And when he rubs his thumb against the inside of my wrist in the middle of the lobby, I think we have a real shot at pulling this off. Liam, someone shrieks. A woman comes charging toward us, and the closer she gets, the more I can tell she's the spitting image of the man next to me. Same hook of her nose, same hair texture and jawline. She's smiling more than him, though, with a twinkle in her eye and a pep in her step I rarely see from him. Here we go, he says under his breath, and I squeeze his palm in solidarity. I'm so glad you made it. Alana throws her arms around his neck, breaking our contact, and I step back to give them a minute alone. Don't you ever go 6 months without seeing me again, you asshole. Sorry, Lanny. He rubs his hands up and down her arms and kisses her forehead. I've been a little busy. Okay, hotshot with the great hockey season, Alana teases. She elbows his stomach before pulling away and putting distance between them so Liam can't retaliate. Her attention moves from her brother to me, and her grin grows. You must be the mystery woman he's told me nothing about. Joke's on him. I know exactly who you are. Hi. I smile and stick out my hand, surprised when she crushes me with a hug. Oof, I'm Piper. That interview you did with Maverick Miller was fantastic. Thank you so much. And thank you for letting me be here to celebrate your special day. We pull away from our hug and she looks me up and down. I'm happy you're here and so glad my lug of a brother settled down. For a while there he wouldn't stop talking about where are mom and dad, Liam asks, cutting her off. We've had a long day. It would be nice to get to our room, shower, and sleep until morning so we're functioning for all your festivities. I feel like a zombie right now. Fine. Alana rolls her eyes, but she smiles. But I'm going to steal Piper away from you at some point. I want to make sure you're treating her right. He's actually the worst, I sign, and her mouth pops open. but he doesn't know I'm saying that. You can sign. Oh, I can't wait to talk shit about him. When did you learn? My cousin is deaf. I've been signing for years. What about you? I majored in ASL and communications. I've done some interpreting at large events. I'm used to her speaking and signing at the same time. This is new. Liam's head bounces between us. You're both so fast. Welcome to how I feel when you start rambling about things in Spanish. Alana flips him off, then turns her attention back to me. We'll talk more tomorrow. Yes, please. I want you to tell me all about Liam as a grumpy kid. I bet he was insufferable. She laughs and smiles at her brother. I like her, Lee. He drapes an arm around my shoulder and looks down at me. So do I promise we'll catch up more tomorrow, Lanny? We make our way through the lobby and I smile. I adore your sister. Doesn't surprise me, most people do. She's got that air about her, you know. He points to a couple at the bar. Those are my parents. We'll say hi then sneak upstairs. How are you feeling? Not bad. The jet lag is starting to hit after that drive from the airport, but I'm doing okay. We head to the dimly lit space off the lobby. Liam waves, and the man and woman watching us stand with smiles on their faces. I can see bits and pieces of Liam in them, and my heart warms at the thought of him in 30 or 40 years down the road. What he might look like with graying hair and weathered hands. He'll have lived a full life then, and I hope he'll still be finding ways to be happy. There you are. His mom jumps to her feet and hugs him tight. We were wondering when you'd get here. How was your flight? Longer than expected because of whether the pilots were working around, but not bad. Liam kisses her cheek, then shakes his dad's hand. This is my girlfriend, Piper. Piper, these are my parents, Cliff and Linda. Oh, aren't you beautiful? Linda hugs me like Alana did. It's so wonderful to meet you, Piper. It's nice to meet you too, Linda. Thank you for letting me join your family these next few days. We're so honored to have you. Liam hasn't told us much, only that you work for the stars, and I can't wait to get to know you. I'm an open book. I'll tell you anything you want to know, I say, so different from Lee. Linda shakes her head, but she follows it up with a smile, always so secretive. We'd invite you to join us for a drink, but we know you've had a long day. There's a family breakfast downstairs tomorrow morning at 8:30. We can catch up then, Cliff says. Sounds good. Liam holds my hand again and offers his parents a wave. We'll see you bright and early. It takes a few minutes for us to escape, a conversation between Liam and his dad about the Four Nations face-off later this week unfolding before we dive into another round of goodbyes. 30 minutes later, we find ourselves in our room and I yawn. I'm not sure I've ever been this tired. I unzip my suitcase and pull out my pajama set. I think I'm going to fall asleep standing up. Exactly why I stopped Alana from asking us out. She likes to do things big, and a night with her almost always rolls into the next morning. Maybe tomorrow. I smile and walk to the bathroom, too tired to even admire the lavish room and what I'm sure is an ocean view. I think it went well with your parents, though. I'm pretty sure they believe us. They need to believe us for a few more days. Liam pulls off his shirt and folds it neatly before setting it on top of his suitcase. Alana loves you, by the way. She does. Our eyes meet in the mirror and my gaze drops to his muscles. I admire the sharp lines of his body and the smattering of hair across his chest and down his stomach. What makes you say that? The text I got when we were in the elevator. He snorts and unbuttons his jeans. She asked how much I'm paying you to be here. I'll have to tell her I'm doing it for free. She's going to be disappointed. Are you done objectifying me, Mitchell? I can see you blushing from here. I'm not objectifying you. I'm admiring the view. There's a big difference, Sullivan. Liam walks toward me. When he gets close, he spins me so my back is against the bathroom counter. He lifts me by the backs of my thighs and sets me on the marble. Never thought I'd see the day Piper Mitchell talked back. What can I say? I'm gaining more and more confidence every day. Pretty soon you'll think I'm a brat. This is new. I like it. Can I sleep without my shirt on? Or are you going to have trouble keeping your hands to yourself? I tap my fingers on the waistband of his briefs. Sleep naked for all I care, Sully. I can behave. His palms rest on my thighs and move up my legs. Are you sure you want to? I'm not sure, especially when he's crowding my space, when he's looking at me with heat in his eyes and making me feel important even in a hotel bathroom. No, I whisper, and the corners of his mouth hook up in a smile. I'm not sure. Shower first. Then we'll see if you can resist me. He reaches for the hem of my shirt, then pauses, delaying my undressing. His voice dips low and he clears his throat. I like when you call me Sully. I like when you read to me on the plane. I like that you're patient. I like that you're here with me. A lot of people call you Sully. They do, but it feels special when you say it. I trace over his biceps. His muscles flex under my touch and I still my hand. I like that I'm here with you too, and I'll read to you whenever you want. Liam pulls my shirt over my head and freezes when he sees my necklace. You're wearing your ring. I bristle with the silver chain, trying to hide it from view. Yeah. Why? It's silly. Tell me anyway. It didn't feel right to throw it away. I feel like it represents this new part of my life, a part that wouldn't be possible without you. So I keep it close to me. It's embarrassing to admit this to him, and when he doesn't say another word, I panic that I've crossed a line. He walks away, bending to rifle through his bag, and I have no clue what he's doing. A minute later, he comes back over with his wallet and hands it to me. Opening it up, I spot his band safely stored behind an old photograph, and I stop breathing. My heart leaps to my throat, almost falls out of me when he says, "Me too." I don't know what it means that we've both kept our rings. Something important, probably. But I don't have time to think it over, because Liam is taking off the rest of my clothes, kissing me and carrying me into the shower as warm water wets my hair and runs down my body. Later, when we're in bed under the stars, I feel his hand wrap around my necklace and hold it there, like he's afraid to let go. The longer I listen to his breathing evening out as he slips into unconsciousness, the more I can't stop thinking about how I'm falling head over heels for him. 40 Liam, I'm wide awake at 4 in the morning. And after a 9-hour flight that crossed too many time zones to count, it's goddamn brutal. I hold back a groan and stretch my arms above my head, knowing there's no chance I'm going back to sleep. I glance down and find Piper sound asleep next to me, dead to the world, and I smile. Her arms circle my waist. Her head rests on my chest, and she mumbles something about butterflies. I huff out a laugh and carefully slip out of bed so I don't disturb her. I grab my workout clothes, knowing a trip to the gym is the only thing that will settle me. My teammates are at practice, and I don't want to fall behind. I don't want to get left in the dust, and there's this nervous energy running through me. When I change and make it downstairs, I hightail it to the coffee shop, needing a vat of caffeine in my system to keep my eyes open. My phone buzzes in my pocket before I can order, and I know who it's going to be before I even look at the screen. Alana, how do you feel about a walk on the beach? Me, with anyone else, I'd hate it. With you, I can get behind it. Alana, meet you downstairs in 5. Me, already here. I add an extra drink to my order and grab the cups, making my way to the lobby. Leaning against a column, I wait for my sister to join me, smiling when I see her exit the elevator in a white sundress and a hat that says bride over the bill in bold letters. Christ, Lanny, the sun isn't up yet and you're walking around with that thing on your head, I call out, and Alana flips me off. I don't think there's going to be any doubt about who's the one getting married. Sorry, I don't speak smartass. She grins when I hand over her cup and takes a long sip. Can't sleep. No. My body thinks it's 10 o'clock back home. You're usually asleep at 10. I know, and I'm all fucking confused. We missed you at cocktail hour last night. No, you didn't. I would have irritated the hell out of everyone. Yes, you would have, but we still missed you. Sounds like you're trying to butter me up, Lanny. Is there something you want to ask me? No, she rolls her eyes. Can't I be nice to my big brother? Of course you can. I drape my arm over her shoulder. It just so rarely happens, I'm not sure how to react. Fuck, I've missed you, Lee. She throws her whole body into mine and I laugh, hugging her tight. I wish you could stay longer. So do I. The NHL doesn't believe in extended time off though, so my ass has to head back to the cold sooner than I'd like. But fuck it. We'll worry about that in a few days. Ready for some fresh air. Why do you think I picked a destination wedding? Alana loops her arm through mine and we head for the double doors that lead to a boardwalk. The morning breeze hits my face as we step outside and I inhale a deep breath of salty air. It's not warm out here, is it? I should have brought a jacket with me. You want to go back and grab one? Nah, I'll warm up as we move. And if I don't, I'm going to force you to carry me back to the hotel. You need to put those muscles to use. I grin and pull her closer. How are you feeling about your big day? Do you need to make a run for it before family brunch? I can have a plane here in an hour. Hush. She smacks my arm and we step onto the sand. I am not running away from my wedding. Harry and I are very happy together. He's a nice guy who's not intimidated by my success, loves me on my worst days and makes me laugh. With the parade of shitty men out there, do you really want me to give that up? Never. He's still not good enough for you, but I'm glad you're happy. Feels like yesterday you were a kid who did ballet and wore ribbons in her hair. Now look at you. It's weird, isn't it? I'm so grateful for my life, but it scares me how fast everything is moving around me. Mom and Dad are getting older. My friends are having kids. You're nearing 40. I haven't hit 30 yet, Lanny. Let's slow our roll a little bit. Speaking of getting old and having children, how are things going with Piper? Have you told her you're in love with her yet? What? I whip my head to stare at her. What are you talking about? Oh, she grins. Are we pretending you don't have feelings for the 5-foot blonde you brought with you? What do you know? What do you think I know? I narrow my eyes. Alana's smart and I've never been able to keep a secret from her. I groan and scrub a hand over my face, knowing today is not the day I start. Fine, I have a crush on Piper. It's no big deal. It's not going to be a whole fucking thing, okay? Our relationship isn't real either. It's something we planned so Mom and Dad would get off my ass about settling down because I can't take another second of their badgering. I love them, but fucking Christ, is my personal life all they care about? I knew it. She nearly drops her coffee when she claps. I knew you two weren't actually dating and I knew you had a crush on Piper. You've talked about her so much over the years. From anyone else, I wouldn't bat an eye at the mention of a woman they saw at work. But from you? Come on. I've never mentioned her before, I say. Bullshit. You told me she works for the Stars. You told me she got promoted. You told me she can't skate, which is information I didn't need to know, but now I do. Oh, you told me about her pink blazer and blonde hair. You've been doing it for years. From the day she first showed up at the arena. I rub my lips together and stare at the ocean. It's stupid. She was married when I first met her. I knew she was off limits, but another part of me knew she wouldn't stay with that sack of shit forever. I've always held out hope that she'd, I don't know, like me too. It's why I haven't. I shake my head. Never mind. Come on, you can't leave me hanging like that. It's not important. You've never spilled your guts to me about a woman before. That means she's important. She is important, which is why I haven't said anything. She went through shit with her ex-husband, and I don't know if I can give her the attention she deserves. I'd never want her to feel like she's in second place because I'm busy giving all my time to my job, but that's how it is. I can't drop everything to be with her. Who's asking you to? Dozens of guys in the league are married. They're dads and guardians and able to split themselves between work and personal relationships. Why can't you? Because I don't fucking know. That's how I am. That's why I limit myself. Because I'm obsessed. I can't explain it. I wish I could just not give a shit every now and then, but I fucking can't. Maybe you can find a balance, a world where you can have Piper in your job. It would take time, but I bet it's possible. Maybe, I sigh. Doesn't matter though, she doesn't feel that way about me. In a few weeks she'll be dating someone else. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Oh yeah, and what's made you a know-it-all? I saw the way she looked at you last night. Lanny's smile turns softer, more reverent as she rests her head on my shoulder. It's exactly how you look at her, like she's the only one in the world. Alana doesn't mention Piper again as we watch sunrise over the water, and neither do I. We make a detour back to the coffee shop so I can grab a tea for Piper. I leave Lanny in the elevator, getting out at the 10th floor instead of riding up to the bridal penthouse with her. It's quiet when I sneak back to our suite. I'm careful as I slip into the bedroom and find Piper in the spot where I left her. The sheets are bunched at her waist and her hair is all over the pillows. Her left arm is stretched out on my side of the bed, and I smile when she rolls over and runs her hand across the sheets. I sit on the edge of the mattress and watch her for a second, letting myself imagine a world where we do this every fucking day. I'd make her breakfast, drive her to the arena and kiss her before getting into my gear. We'd come home together and I'd listen to her while she tells me about her day, nodding along while she mentions broadcasting words I'm not familiar with but want to learn. It's not much different from what we're doing now. She sleeps over. We sit on my couch and talk. Sometimes we have sex. Sometimes we don't. She'll read and I'll watch game film, sneaking a look at her every now and then only to find her sneaking a look at me. It's so fucking easy. Could it be like that if we were dating for real? Could I give her what she wants, what she fucking deserves? I put my hand on her back and rub a small circle over her shoulder blades. Morning, I say, keeping my voice low. Piper stirs. Her nose scrunches up and her eyes flutter open. She blinks and looks around the room, trying to figure out where she is. Liam, what time is it? Time to start getting ready for breakfast. I let you sleep in. How long have you been awake? She yawns and sits up. You're dressed and drinking coffee, so I'm going to guess a while. This is tea for you. I went with hibiscus. I hand her the cup and she takes it eagerly. Alana and I did a walk on the beach. I tried to get her to skip out on this whole wedding thing, but she's pretty set on marrying the guy. Guess you're going to have to live with your younger sister being happy. Such a shame. Piper takes a sip of the tea and lets out a quiet groan. Oh, I feel revived. I know I slept for hours, but I don't think it was enough. You're telling me I'm going to be dragging all day. Guess it gives me an excuse to be crabby to someone. Hey, you're going to have to fake it, buddy. I don't want to. I want to go back to sleep. I take the spot next to her and rest a hand on her hip. You're so warm. That's what happens when you stay in bed instead of going outside before the sun comes up. She keeps her cup upright as she curls into me. 5 minutes, then we're getting up. Fine, if we have to. We do have to. Don't fall asleep, Liam. Can't help it. You're so cozy, I mumble, closing my eyes. Oh, Alana knows we're not actually dating, by the way. You told her we're faking it. We've been here 12 hours. She figured it out. I've never been able to keep a secret from her, and I caved pretty quickly. Now I know your weakness. Piper touches my cheek. Is it okay she knows? It's fine. This is more for my parents, and I think it'll work out. I like when your positive attitude comes out. Tell me, Liam, what else are you optimistic about? Getting you out of your clothes. Ditch your shirt, Mitchell. We have to be downstairs in 20 minutes. I crack an eye open and take her tea from her. Setting it on the table to my right, I roll on top of her and hold my mouth inches away from hers. Today's lesson is in how to get off quickly, because if you don't finish before we need to head downstairs, you don't get to come at all. Piper grins at me, and I feel it everywhere. Behind my ribs, deep in my heart, the other places no one's reached. Suddenly, Alana's observation comes rushing back to me, and I'm feeling pretty fucking optimistic about that as well. Game on, Sullivan. I squeeze Piper's hand in the elevator. Ready. The orgasm really helped take the edge off. She plays with her necklace, her wedding band hanging from the thin chain and tucked beneath the hemline of her dress. I didn't know your fingers could move so fast. It's an art. When we get back to the room, I'll teach you how to do that too. The doors open and we walk into the lobby. We head for the restaurant, making our way to the private section roped off for the wedding party. Finally, my mom says, waving at us with a mimosa in her hand. We were waiting for you. Sorry, Mom, that was my fault. I kiss her cheek. Don't blame Piper. I was ready to go 10 minutes ago, Piper adds. It really is Liam's fault. Where's Lanny? I scan the room looking for my sister. I spot her at the end of a buffet table, her arm around her fiancé and a bright smile on her face. Ah, I don't think that dress is subtle enough. Wait until you see her wedding dress, it's gorgeous. My mom's eyes flash over to Piper. Do you want to get married, dear? I groan. For fuck's sake, Mom. Let her have a pancake first. It's okay. Piper smiles and accepts a champagne flute from a passing server. I do want to get married. Maybe not 4,000 miles away from home, but I'd love to have a wedding. It's all so lovely, isn't it? Come sit, Piper. Liam's told us nothing about you, and I'm hoping you can change that. My mom tosses me a glare as she sits down, and I roll my eyes. How did you two meet? I'm on the broadcast team for the Stars, and we met in the hallway at the arena. Piper joins her at the table and crosses her legs. He probably doesn't remember this, but on my first day, I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. I had about 8 notebooks in my hands and almost ran straight into him. When I thanked him for keeping me upright, he grunted and went on his way. It's the real story of how we met, and I want to laugh at all the details she got right. There were about 8 notebooks, and she did almost run straight into me. I caught her at the last second to stop her from falling, and she thanked me a dozen times before I stalked away, embarrassed and flustered from the pretty girl who smiled at me. I'm not sure I grunted, I interject. I am capable of words, you know. Are you? Piper and my mom ask in unison. They both laugh, and I shake my head. This feels like an attack. Anyway, we've been friends for a while, and one day I decide to ask him out. It was a big risk because the last thing I wanted to do is ruin our friendship, but I think it paid off in the end, Piper says. Oh, that's sweet. We've always harped on about when Liam was going to settle down. He put so much time and energy into hockey, I'm sure you've seen that. His father and I would never ask him to give up something he loves, but we don't want him to miss out on other parts of his life because he's too busy on the ice. I understand. Sometimes I think things are worth waiting for, though. I'm divorced, Piper admits, and I admire how easily she gives up that information. She doesn't sound embarrassed but proud, like she successfully completed one part of her journey and moved on to the next one. You poor thing. My mom gives her a sad smile and touches her hand. How long ago? A couple years. It was difficult. The worst thing I've ever gone through, but I'm on the other side of it now. I know I got hurt, but if I hadn't jumped into a relationship with the first guy who gave me attention, I'd be in a different place in my life. I might not have landed in D.C., and I might not have met Liam. We wouldn't have ended up together, and it makes me sad to think about a life without him in it. Piper looks at me as she says it, and it doesn't feel like those words are an act. It feels like she means every single one of them, and it makes me sad to think about a life without her in it too. I would have always found you, I say hoarsely. And if I couldn't find you, I would have waited for you. 2 years, 3 years or 4, doesn't matter. She gives me that smile again. The one that makes me feel alive. Like I've been sleeping for thousands of years, and now that I'm finally waking up, she's the only thing I can see. You two are going to make me cry, and it's too early in the day for tears. You're so strong to overcome that, Piper. My mother grabs a napkin and wipes under her eye. I hope Liam is gentle with you, Piper nods. The most gentle. Who would have thought the big goalie was such a softie? Between me and Pico, I know he likes to pretend he's tough. I see the real him, though. Easy there, sunshine. Don't give away too many of my secrets. Oops, too late. My mom looks between us and smiles. Liam, you know I don't care what you do in your personal life. Single, married, dating for 15 years. It doesn't matter. I just want you to be happy, and it seems like you're both very happy. I tip my chin in Piper's direction. Are you happy? Her eyes hold mine, and she gives me a slow nod. Happiest I've ever been. Are you happy, Sully? Very fucking happy, I tell her, and it's the damn truth. 41 Piper, I feel bad you're hanging out with me instead of spending time with all the folks who are here for your destination wedding. I tell Alana as we stroll down Avenida Fusa Armadas. I'm the most boring person in the world. That is not true. She sips on her smoothie and pulls her shawl tight around her body. The sun is shining, but the temperature is hovering around 60 degrees. The brisk ocean air makes it feel cooler than it actually is, and I shiver. Besides, I needed to get out of the hotel. I love my family very much, but all of them in the same space for a prolonged period is not my brightest idea. I got sucked into a 20-minute conversation this morning with my Aunt Ethel about menopause. I love the lady, but I don't need to hear about what's waiting for me 3 decades down the road. I laugh. So I'm a second choice to menopause, got it? Oh, I really do like you. You should know, Piper, I'm a nosy bitch. Since you're dating my brother, that makes you the most interesting person in the world. What do you want to know about me? Okay, first, I'm a nosy bitch, not a regular bitch. If you don't want to share something, you don't have to. I'm curious about you, obviously, but you don't owe me any explanations about your life. I think you'd like my friend Lexi. You two are very similar. I link my arm through hers and smile. I'll tell you whatever you need to know, but seriously, don't get your hopes up. I don't have an amazing backstory. We'll see about that. Alana stops us in front of a bakery and eyes a stack of flaky croissants. Liam told me you're divorced. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. I touch my necklace chain, a reflex when I hear his name. We met in college and got married young. There were so many signs I missed early on that warned me he wasn't right for me, but I ignored them because I loved him, you know. The divorce was finalized a couple of years ago, and I'm so glad to be past it. Is he an athlete? Gosh, number Steven is in the tech industry. He founded a startup that made a lot of money, worked long hours, never gave me the attention I craved, then slept with his secretary. It sounds so dramatic when I say it back, but I'm okay. Slightly less trusting than I was when I was younger, but okay. Good. I love women who overcome a shitty experience in their life and come back even stronger. Alana squeezes me and I smile. I've been there. I thought the guy I dated in college was the one. He was older than me and I thought I could hold his attention. When I turned 21, he dumped me and started dating an 18-year-old. I'm so sorry. It can be hard, can't it? You blame yourself. You wonder what you could have done differently. All the while, it was never your fault. Exactly. But we're done talking about the trash that's taken itself out. How do you like working for the Stars? I spent so much time at Liam's games growing up, hockey lost its appeal to me. Understandable, honestly. I get burnt out during the season too. I love working for the Stars, though. It's fun to be part of an organization that cares about diversity. I know it's a male-dominated sport, but they were the first time with a female on their roster for a regular season game. I'm one of the few female reporters in the league, and Lexi, the friend I mentioned, is the best athletic trainer in the NHL. The job itself is incredible, and sometimes I have to pinch myself to remember this is my life. That's incredible to hear. We need more women in roles where men don't think we belong. I created a dating app that puts the power in the woman's hands. They're the ones who get to send the first like. They're the ones who initiate conversation. The men on the app can't do anything unless she initiates first, and sometimes she doesn't want to. What do you do for same-sex couples or folks who identify as non-binary? Your reporter side is coming out, I see, Alana teases. For anyone who isn't interested in a heterosexual man, there's a random generator to determine which party will start the conversation between two individuals. We have a team who monitors the outcome of the results to make sure users aren't feeling like they're never the ones who get to talk first. Wow, that's innovative. I spent a week on dating apps after my divorce and had to delete them because there were way too many dick pics. Like, why am I getting a picture of your junk at noon on a Thursday? Yours sounds much more fun. What's the name of it? When I'm ready to dip my toes back in the dating pool, I'll download it. planning on breaking up with my brother. She teases and I blush. Did he tell you? I know that you two are faking it. He did, and I feel so bad. That was the whole point of the deal we made, and we messed up 12 hours in. You didn't mess anything up. I know my brother, and I knew he was hiding something. You have no idea, I say under my breath, and she gives me a coy look. Sorry, I'm going to be respectful of his ask and not talk about it. Alana hums. The more time I spend with you, the more I like you, Piper. I don't know what exactly you and my brother are doing, but this is the happiest I've seen him in years. My heart thunders in my chest. I try not to look too eager for more information, so I wait a beat before asking, really, how so? You've spent time with him. You know how important hockey is in his life, and that's how it's always been. In high school and college, he was good, but he had to work twice as hard as his teammates. Playing came naturally to them, and Liam was the one trying to catch up to their skill set. That instilled a fear in him, I think. Like he couldn't take a second off because it would mean he wasn't making the sport a priority. I look at him now and he's smiling, laughing and laid back in a way he's never been. He's present. I'm not saying you're the direct cause, but you might be. We're spending time together. I shrug and adjust my purse strap. I've slipped into his routine and he's slipped into mine. I'm not sure either of us realized what was happening, but he's been a constant in my life the last few months. A pillar I've needed as I found myself again. I'm afraid of what could happen between us because I care about him as a person. Because he's my friend and the thought of losing him terrifies me. I've always thought it was silly we put labels on relationships. Why can't two people just spend time together without categorizing it? It doesn't make how you feel about the person any less valid. Am I going to love Harry more when he's my husband? No. If you and Liam are enjoying each other's company, keep enjoying each other's company. The thought of walking away from Liam makes me sad. He's patched up all my wounds, mended me and healed me in a way I used to dream about. I'm sure another man will treat me right, but it's hard to imagine wanting another man when I only want him, my husband. The irony of being attracted to the man I'm legally bound to, when the last time I had a ring on my finger, he wanted nothing to do with me. A laugh races out of me, and I shake my head at the absurdity of it all. At the path my life has taken this year and how I ended up here in Spain with the goalie who scowls at everyone but me and happier than I could ever imagine. Sorry. I give Alana a sheepish look and dip my chin. I'm not laughing at you. I love that way of thinking, by the way. I'm having a moment. A good moment. Yeah, I'm just really glad to be here. Thank you for getting married. Oh, you're very welcome. Did Liam tell you what gifts he got us? Wait, we're supposed to bring gifts to this. Shoot, I totally forgot. Hopefully my millionaire fake boyfriend remembered. Alana rests her head on my shoulder. Yeah, you can stick around, Piper Mitchell. You're too kind, Alana Sullivan. Wait, are you taking Harry's last name? She groans. I wish I didn't have to, but I want to do the traditional thing. Do you know what it is? No, and now I'm afraid to hear it. Clutterbuck. I'm going to be Alana fucking Clutterbuck. I try to hold back my laughter, but it's impossible. I cackle until my sides hurt and tears prick my eyes. When I get myself under control, I look at her unimpressed face and lose it again. That is really unfortunate, I wheeze. You must love him very much. I do. I can't wait to go to the DMV and get called clusterfuck or flutterfuck. Maybe buttercuck, that's kind of cute. I like your optimism. She pats my hand and points up the road. Want to head back? They're probably going to look for me soon. I guess we should. This is your party and all, I say, and we start our walk back to the hotel. Do you get to DC a lot? If you're ever in town, you'll have to grab dinner with me and my friends. We're opening an office on the East Coast later this year, so I plan to make a stop up to see Liam. I'd much rather hang out with you. Please, I'd love that. I'll give you my number so you can text me and we can set something up. I learned a long time ago to not meddle in my brother's personal life, and I really don't want to piss him off. But I'm going to say this, you're good for him, Piper, as a friend, as a fake girlfriend, as a whatever else you all are doing. Because I know there's something else. Just don't give up on him, okay? I wouldn't dare. I smile at the sunshine on my face and the warmth in my heart. He's good for me, too. 42 Piper, Alana replaced you as my favorite Sullivan sibling. I lean against the railing of the balcony attached to our room and stare out at the ocean. A hint of salt lingers in the air and I smile at the scent. You're in second place now. I take it you had a good time together. Liam rests his back against the ledge and glances at me. You were gone all morning. Did you miss me? Not in the slightest. I'm going to pretend like you're lying. We had a great time. She reminds me of Lexi a little bit with her vivacious energy and not giving a hoot what people might think of her. I can see that. I'd be afraid if the two of them were in the same room together. You and me both. I smile as a faint breeze picks up pieces of my hair and blows them across my face. It's a bummer we have to leave the day after tomorrow. I'm having so much fun. Can you tell Coach you've become a citizen and we're staying? Technically, since we're married, I have to go where you go. Tempting, but think of Pico. He'd miss you too much if we stayed. We could find a way to bring him over. You did rent a private plane to fly us here. I wink at him and he scoffs. Who's watching him while we're gone? Hudson. For as much as Pico hates people, he loves dogs. He fits in great at Hud's place. It's probably utter chaos, isn't it? I got a voice memo this morning that said everyone was alive, but Hudson needed 2 stitches above his eyebrow because of a claw incident. I reminded him this was his idea, and I got back a nice picture of his middle finger. Sounds like the photo I got of your middle finger. I spin so our sides press together and tip my chin up at him. By the way, I took off my ring for the rehearsal dinner tonight. I thought it would be noticeable with my dress, and I wanted to avoid questions. I've touched my collarbone no less than 10 times in the last hour while getting ready, and a part of me feels naked without the cool band resting on my skin. It's funny to care about something so small and insignificant, especially when it doesn't represent something real, but I'm incomplete without it. Is that your subtle way of telling me you want a divorce, Piper? You get your medicine and go. Liam smirks. I knew you had ulterior motives. Trying to avoid a conversation with your mother about why I'm wearing a wedding band so close to my heart. I lift an eyebrow at him. Was I supposed to want to stay in this marriage for other reasons? What? My sparkling personality doesn't do it for you, he asks, and I laugh. Who needs a wedding band when there's a hickey on your neck that tells the whole story? I rub my thumb over the little purple mark I covered with makeup earlier. The blemish took forever to hide, and I don't know if he's trying to be funny or telling the truth. And what's the whole story? I ask. That my wife took my cock so well last night, I had to bite her throat to keep from yelling her name, Liam says, his voice dropping low. He takes a step away from me, eyes raking down my body and soaking in my outfit. The pink dress shows off my shoulders. The thin straps are an unwise choice for the cooler night temperatures, but far too cute to ruin with a coat. The silk is cool against my skin, hugging my curves and hitting at the top of my thighs. Months ago, I would have felt self-conscious with his slow and tempting assessment. I would have tried to cover myself up or deflect the attention away, nervous about what he might think. Not tonight. Tonight I feel powerful, beautiful, like a new woman. You are. He trails off and shakes his head, like he's trying to get rid of every thought he's ever had. He glances up at the stars before looking back down at me, his jaw tense and his voice hoarse. Unbelievable. Am I? Liam steps back toward me and cups my cheeks with warm hands. The first day I met you, I thought you were the most beautiful woman in the room. Any room, he tells me, and the world stops moving. I've seen you bust your ass on the ice. I've seen you naked. I've seen you in blazers that hurt my eyes and sweatpants and team-issued polos. I've seen you in 100 different outfits and you've looked good in every single one of them. But this, he blows out a shaky breath. This is a dangerous look of yours, Piper. It makes me want things I don't think I'm allowed to have. There's a lump in my throat I can't swallow around. I'm painstakingly aware of the scent of his cologne. How delicately he holds me, like he's afraid I'm going to break if he lets go, and how still and quiet it is around us. What kind of things? I whisper, and the question gets snatched up by the night air. He dips his head so our foreheads press together and lets out a sigh. A war rages inside him. I can sense it, a battle of self-control and the desire to share all the secrets of the universe with me, and I wonder which side is going to win. You know what kind of things, he murmurs. It hits me then, with an intensity so strong, so overpowering, I almost fall over because of it. Here, underneath the stars, in his hold with a touch so grounding, so safe, nothing about this feels fake. It feels real and deep and terrifyingly promising. There's a future, a life where we grow old together and I never, not for a single second, doubt my worth. From the way Liam is looking at me, unblinking and soft and like I'm the most important thing in the world, I know he realizes it too. I want to know all the things he's hiding. I want to know why he's smiling and what it would take to get him to do that every minute of every day. I want to be the one to make him happy. God, I like him so much. It's a full circle moment, going from wondering if I'd ever have feelings for someone again after Stephen broke me to falling head first for a man who couldn't be more his opposite. He took away my trust while Liam restores it. He made me feel small while Liam makes me feel like an equal. He made me feel like I was taking up too much space while Liam keeps making room for me. My hands shake when I rest them on Liam's chest. I clutch his shirt, fearful to let him go but needing a minute alone to process all of this, to process the possibilities and the what-ifs. Would it be okay if I took a second out here by myself? I ask. My voice trembles with the question and I sniff. Before we head downstairs. Of course. Liam touches my cheek, his attention heavy and searching. Can I help with anything? No, and I'm okay, I just need a minute. You take all the time you need. His lips are warm when they press a kiss to my forehead. Can I tell you a secret? I look like a raccoon with my mascara running. Nope, not that. What is it? There might be 100 people at dinner tonight, but I'm going to be the luckiest one in the room. He pauses and retreats to the curtains billowing in the February wind, his eyes never leaving mine. Because I'm there with you. My heart thumps painfully behind my ribs as he slips back into our room. Everything about the moment is electrified, and I wish I could pause time. Could it always be like this with him? Is it just the moment we're in? Is it real? Am I overthinking everything and seeing what I want to see because I'm treated with a shred of decency? In 4 weeks will I feel the same way about Liam as I do right now? I stare out at the ocean, but the crashing waves don't give me any sort of clarity. I lean back in my chair and set my napkin on my empty plate. My stomach is full. My cheeks are warm from Spanish wine and laughing so much, and I can't stop smiling at the Sullivan family around me. Who picked the menu? I ask. It was delicious. Me, Alana says proudly. There was a short time where I wanted to be a chef, but it never quite panned out. In your next life, you should go to culinary school. The tapas were such an interesting blend of cuisines. She grins. Maybe I will, but for now I'm content with making him a grilled cheese every Wednesday night. How did you two meet? I rest my elbow on the tablecloth and move my empty wineglass out of the way. Please tell me you have a good meet cute. Sort of. Alana looks at Harry and pats his thigh. You tell it, babe. You know about the dating app she created? Harry asks, and I nod. I was working at a rival app years ago and was using her app to scope out the competition and see what features Steady had that ours didn't. And what did you find? Alana challenges and Harry grins. Less genitalia. Kind of takes the fun out of life, doesn't it? Liam asks. Who doesn't love seeing a random dude's penis when you're in the middle of Starbucks? If you need a coffee with cream, all you need is a few tugs from him. Liam, Linda scolds, and I burst out laughing. This is a 5-star resort. It's an epidemic, Mom. I would know. I'm on a team with guys who send them. I cover my ears and groan. Please stop. I do not need to know which of the boys is out there sending pictures of his junk to the poor women of D.C. I wait a beat and look at him. It's Ethan, isn't it? Obviously it's Ethan. You know what your next update should be, Lanny. You should be able to leave star ratings after a certain number of conversations, Liam continues. It would make sure everyone behaved. He's a hotshot goalie and a brainiac. Alana blows a kiss to her brother, then turns her attention to her husband-to-be. Anyway, Harry and I matched right before I was heading out on a 2-week trip to Japan. I figured he wouldn't be interested anymore when I got home, but when he picked me up from the airport with a bouquet of roses, I knew it was game over. Okay, so you two are soulmates, got it, I laugh. Alana tips her chin up. When they kiss, the table applauds their display of affection. I know some people search for love for years. Some have it and lose it, some never find it. I'm so lucky to know I won't have to look for it ever again. I have it. I stiffen. The moment is supposed to be joyous, a cause for celebration, but there's a whisper of resentment lingering in the shadows. Disdain for my past and my future creeps up, that fear of being alone, of never finding love again, rearing its ugly head. Did I use up all the love I had the minute I inked my name on the divorce papers? Or will the universe grant me another chance? You okay? Liam asks quietly. I'm fine. Are you sure? I can tell something is bothering you. I'm mourning my love life, I say under my breath as the conversation picks up around us. Someone clinks their glass with a fork and the couple exchange another kiss. What I had, what I might not ever have again, I'm fine. Really. It's okay if you're not fine, given the situation and the memories it might hold. I see how deeply Harry loves your sister, and it makes me worry I'll never find someone who can handle me, who can understand my past, and why I'm hesitant about diving into a new relationship. They won't understand how much my career means to me, or why I have this soul-crushing desire to work until my body is close to giving out. Because I feel like I have to constantly prove myself. I remember sitting at a dinner so similar to this and thinking I found my forever before it all went up in smoke. Who's to say it won't happen again? Liam doesn't answer me, and that only reiterates my fear. It makes me uneasy, like everything that happened on the balcony was make-believe. Something I dreamed up that could never come to light. It might be a good thing if it didn't happen, though. We both know how Liam feels about relationships and distractions. Admitting the feelings I have for him because I've been caught up in a few days of celebration is a major distraction. He's quiet, lifting his glass of champagne to toast the bride and groom, and the silence is defeating. I plaster on a smile, cheering as the happy couple makes a show of overindulgent displays of affection. I'm surrounded by love, but I've never felt so unlovable and alone. 43 Liam Puck King's Maverick, how's your sister's wedding, goalie daddy? Gee, money, we miss you, Sully. Easy E, come home soon, dad. Hudson, I love having Pico here, GK. I think I'm going to rescue a cat. G Money, of course you are, animal lover. Hudson, please don't call me that. People are going to get the wrong idea. Maverick, hey, whatever you're into, man, this is a safe space. G Money, is it? Ethan posted a picture of me with a dick on my cheek in here last night and y'all made fun of me. Easy E, you did that to yourself, dude. Don't pass out at my place after 2 beers and I won't draw penises on your face. You have left the chat. Easy E has added you to the chat. G Money lol. It's always funny to see what the tipping point for goalie daddy will be. Today it's face dicks. Wonder what it'll be tomorrow. Puck King's group chat. Maverick, how's your sister's wedding, goalie daddy? G Money, we miss you, Sully. Easy E, come home soon, dad. Hudson, I love having Pico here, GK. I think I'm going to rescue a cat. G Money, of course you are, animal lover. Hudson, please don't call me that. People are going to get the wrong idea. Maverick, hey, whatever you're into, man, this is a safe space. G Money, is it? Ethan posted a picture of me with a dick on my cheek in here last night and y'all made fun of me. Easy E, you did that to yourself, dude. Don't pass out at my place after 2 beers and I won't draw penises on your face. You have left the chat. Easy E has added you to the chat. G Money. Lol. It's always funny to see what the tipping point for goalie daddy will be. Today it's face dicks. Gee, money. Wonder what it will be tomorrow. Something is wrong with Piper. She's been acting differently since the rehearsal dinner last night. All her smiles are strained. Her answers to questions are short. And when I woke up this morning, she was on the other side of the bed. It's driving me fucking insane trying to figure out what's going through her mind. I missed a dozen texts and forgot to respond to Coach about practice this weekend. Too busy racking my brain about what I might have done to piss Piper off. The lack of response earned me a 10-minute phone call about responsibilities and balancing my priorities. A lecture on how I'm lucky to have a few days away, but that doesn't mean I can blow off everything waiting for me back home. The chastising made me feel like shit, like I'm neglecting important parts of my life, and I'm still carrying my sour attitude with me as I stand in the hallway outside the hotel ballroom, waiting for my cue to walk Alana down the aisle with my dad. Hey, my sister snaps her fingers in my face and I blink. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. Is that why you've been scowling for the last 5 minutes? I'm not scowling. You're staring at the wall like it did something to offend you. I run a hand through my hair and check over my shoulder. My dad is distracted, busy talking with one of the bridesmaids. Last-minute guests are filing into the chairs arranged in a dozen rows, and I know I have some time before the ceremony starts. I'm frustrated, I tell her, dropping my voice low. I did something to make Piper mad. Okay, that's easy. Apologize to her. That would be easy if I knew what the fuck I did to make her close up over the last 24 hours. And in the time it's taken me to try to figure it out, Coach has reamed me for not answering my phone. My teammates have told me they like my temporary replacement more than they like me, and I've remembered how much goddamn energy relationships require. For fuck's sake. Alana rolls her eyes and checks her reflection in the mirror hanging in the hallway. You can be so selfish sometimes, Liam. It's obvious your teammates are fucking with you because you don't know how to take a joke. Do you really think they want to get rid of the guy who's been with the organization for years and led the team from a losing record to almost Stanley Cup champions? Maybe they, and you missed a call from your coach. Big deal, she challenges, steamrolling past me. That's the first time it's probably ever happened and you're acting like it's the end of the world. It's my job, Alana, and what I'm paid to do. This isn't some pickup game on the lake up the street from our house. 4 days away has me acting like I'm some rookie who doesn't understand time management. I see what's happening. Lanny grins at me. You're self-sabotaging. I rub my jaw. I hate how her attention makes me uneasy. What the fuck does that mean? It's something my therapist and I talk about. You go to a therapist. She lifts an eyebrow, daring me to make a comment, but I keep my mouth shut. You don't. Lots of guys on the team go and talk to someone. I'm glad that works for them, and I'd never make fun of them for finding an outlet for their stress. This sport is fucking brutal with the road games and the taunts from fans. Being away from home and spending night after night alone. It can fuck you up if you're not careful, and leagues don't give a shit about our mental health. It's all about the money to them. Fuck if one of their star players has a breakdown. Maybe I should go talk to someone too. Go on. Break it down for me, I say. It means you do things that would block your success or prevent you from accomplishing your goals. Yeah, I do that. It's why I don't date, why I don't go out and party, because my goal is to win the Stanley Cup, to be the best goalie in the league. I don't mean hockey, you big doof. You're almost 30. You have a few more playing years left in you before someone younger and better comes along and takes your job. Then what's going to happen? The girl of your dreams will have settled down with someone who didn't make her wait or put hockey above her, and where will you be? All alone. The girl of my dreams, Piper and I, it's sex. That's all. I don't want a relationship, and I can't be the guy Piper needs. The guy she fucking deserves. She needs stability. Someone calm who comes home to her every night and worships the ground she walks on. You're such an idiot, and as disgusting as it is to talk about my brother's sex life, we both know it's not just that. The music in the ballroom starts, and Alana tugs me toward Dad. She loops an arm through mine and an arm through his, watching as the line of bridesmaids head down the aisle. You're going to lose that girl, and you'll have no one to blame but yourself. The backdrop of the sunset waits for us as we walk toward Harry and the rest of the wedding party. I scan the crowd, looking for a 5-foot blonde and not caring about the flower arch in front of me. She's easy to find. She always is. I spot her in the second row of chairs on the left, a bright smile on her face. Her hands are clasped in front of her, fingers intertwined, and even from here I can see a twinkle of hope in her eyes. I watch her gaze shift from Alana to me, and her smile melts to something different. Tender, yeah, but hesitant too. Like she doesn't know what she wants from me, and acid bubbles on my tongue. Would I be okay hearing about the dates she goes on? Would I be okay watching her fall in love with someone else? We're friends after all, and I'm supposed to support my friends. I'm supposed to be happy for them and cheer them on. But I really fucking hate the thought of her with another guy. Alana's right. It's not just sex for me. It hasn't been for a long time. And I'm going to lose Piper if I don't get my head out of my ass and decide what the fuck I want. The reception is rowdy. Music blares from tall speakers, and I escape outside to take a break from the noise. The patio is quiet and empty, and I smile when I hear footsteps approaching behind me. You've never been stealthy. I look over my shoulder and smirk at my mom. Did you forget all the times we drink hot chocolate in the kitchen at midnight after you woke me up with your heavy feet? I have no clue what you're talking about. My mom grins and walks over to join me. What are you doing out here? Needed a minute to breathe. You know how Lanny is. The life of every party. It's a shame you have to head home tomorrow. We've hardly got to seen you. I know, and I'm sorry I couldn't make it out at Christmas. I shouldn't go 6 months without seeing you and Dad, and you shouldn't be the ones always coming out to visit me. I'm going to get better about that. I promise. Feels like I have so much going on lately. That's what happens with life. It gets busy, but it slows down eventually. My mom nudges me with her elbow and I huff. Piper's lovely. Is she having a good time? I think so. From the way she's dancing in there, I'd say she's having a blast. It's good to see you smiling so much, Lee. You work so hard and you don't stop until a job is finished. I know you get worn down by your father and I asking about your personal life, but I want you to know we'd never want you to put yourself in any situation that didn't make you totally happy. If that's hockey, if that's with a woman, if that's with a man or no one at all, I don't care, as long as you're doing what's right for you. I don't know what is right for me, to be honest. If I take away hockey, who am I? Some asshole who has a shitty attitude and is easily irritated. I sound horrible. No. You're a good man with a kind heart, Lee, who's not any less when he's not stopping a puck. Hockey is always going to be there. Important moments and important people won't be. Think of all the memories you and your father missed out on because you were on the road with your travel team. Thanks for the pep talk. Haven't done some soul searching in a while, and you're really helping me with that. There's my smart-ass son. She tugs on my ear and I bend down so she can plant a kiss on my cheek. You should head back inside. I'm sure there's someone in there who wants to see you. I don't know about that. I think I might have messed up somehow. So unmess it up. Whoa, Mom, easy with the language there. She rolls her eyes and does her best to shove me toward the door. I step back into the ballroom, the music still loud and the party still going strong. I look around until I find Piper standing by the bar, a drink in her hand. I scoot past a group of distant cousins and get tangled up in a conversation with my great-aunt that lasts way too long. When I can finally free myself, my social meter is completely drained and I want to go to bed. Hey, I say to Piper and she smiles up at me. Hi, I was wondering where you disappeared to. Thought you left for the night. Alana would drag me from our hotel room by my ear if I left without saying goodbye. I lift my chin toward her glass. How's your drink? Do you want another round? I'm okay. It's only seltzer with lime. Not in the mood to party hard, Mitchell. Not when we have a transatlantic flight tomorrow. She covers a yawn with a hand and rolls her shoulders back. But I don't think I have much energy left in me. You and me both. The music shifts to a slow song, some love ballad I'm sure Alana took hours to pick. Kind of feels like the universe is telling us to dance, though. Oh, really? Piper's mouth twitches in amusement and she sets her drink down. It would be a shame to let the universe down. I offer her my hand and she threads our fingers together. Her touch is warm and steady as I lead her to the dance floor. I set my palms on her waist and her arms drape around my neck, a natural, easy rhythm to our sway. Are you having fun? I ask in her ear and she nods. Yeah. I didn't think I'd be down for a destination wedding, but it's the way to go. Maybe my next one. Tell me how Dickbag Majee proposed to you. What? She bursts out laughing. Is that what you call Steven? I've got a Rolodex of nicknames, Pipsqueak, and the rest aren't as nice. You're going to have to tell them to me later. She lets out a sigh before continuing. He proposed at a work event. There were 500 people there. I didn't know any of them. He brought me on stage, said a few things about how much he loved me, got on one knee and showed me the ring. I loved him too, but the pressure from being watched by so many people made me sick. You hated every second of that proposal, didn't you? I did. It was my nightmare. If I'm ever get engaged again, I want the proposal to be small, private, at one of my favorite places like the arena or down by the Potomac on a spring day. I'd like to think the person asking me to marry them knows me. Sorry you didn't get that in Vegas. I'm sure I shouted something at you when we were drunk. I bet I shouted something back at you because you probably deserved it. It's my turn to laugh and I rest my chin on the top of her head. Are we okay? Is this another one of your existentialist questions? I meant you and me, Piper. Did I do something to piss you off? No, I needed some time to reflect on a couple of things. I'm okay, though. Are you sure? She smiles into my shirt and I hold her tighter. Positive. I know she didn't go anywhere, but I missed her hugs. The way she holds me and comforts me. I missed her laugh and her smile and the way she blushes when I tease her. God, I missed her. I don't like a world without Piper Mitchell in it. The song ends, the music transitioning to a pop hit I don't know any words to. We step away from each other and I clear my throat. Do you want to head upstairs? I ask. We can probably head out since they already did the cake cutting and everything. Only if we say goodbye to Alana before we leave. Your sister likes me, and I don't want her to get mad at me because you're trying to be sneaky. Damn it. I was trying to avoid the goodbyes that are going to take an hour. This is going to be the hard way. Sure you're okay with that? Yes, and you're going to be okay with it too. Piper takes my hand and leads me across the dance floor. We get stopped multiple times, exchanging pleasantries with members of my family before we finally make it over to the bride and groom. Piper, Alana slurs, letting go of Harry's waist so she can hug her. You're so pretty. Wow, Piper laughs and pats my sister's shoulder before pulling away. Someone's had a lot to drink tonight. I'm trying to get her to go to bed, but she said she can't be the first one to leave the party. Harry shakes his head and sighs. We're going to be here all night. I got you covered, man. Lanny, Piper, and I are heading out. Now you won't be the first one to leave. You're going. Alana pouts and glares at me, but I never see you. I know, we have an early flight in the morning because I need to be back at the arena the day after tomorrow. I'm at fault, but we can really blame the NHL. Screw the NHL, Alana calls out and Piper buries her giggle in my shirt. Did you two talk yet? No, I say sharply, because everything is okay. Aw, she clutches her chest. You're happy, I'm happy. We're all so happy, aren't we, Harry? The Cutterbucks are so happy. You really drew the short end of the straw with that last name, I tell him. Fucking horrible, isn't it? Hey, I hope you have a good rest of your season. Lanny and I are going to try to come to a game in April. Let me know when, I'll get you all seats. I look at my sister and hold out my arms. Come here, you drunk idiot. I love you, Lee, she says. And don't forget what we talked about, otherwise I'll kick your ass. I won't. But let's stop talking before you say something you shouldn't. I kiss the top of her head and hand her off to her husband. Your threats always mean so much to me. With another round of Alana's tears, we finally escape, the lobby quiet as we make our way to elevators. Wow, is that what I was like when I was drunk that night a couple years ago in Canada when you tucked me in? Yup. And I didn't drive you insane. Nope. Really? Piper looks up at me. I guess you weren't kidding about tolerating me. No, I say. Our eyes meet and it feels like someone stuck their hand in my chest and ripped out my heart. I haven't been kidding about anything. 44 Piper me, can we go back to Spain? It's too cold here. Liam, I don't have another sister getting married. Maybe I could find one. Me, no one could replace Alana, but the sooner the better. Liam, I know I said I love my job, but it was really damn nice to have a few days off. Me, it was, wasn't it? Are you getting back into the swing of things? Liam, 3 days back and it feels like weeks. What are you doing tonight? Me, hanging with the girls. Liam, girl code. What kind of stuff do you all talk about at these hangouts? Me, are you asking if we talk about you? Liam, no. Yes, me, someone is nosy. Liam, I prefer curious. Me, we do talk about you. Nothing bad though, it's really just an academic discussion on the validity of glow-in-the-dark condoms. Liam, Grant just asked why I'm laughing. Me, did you tell him it's because you're ill and losing your mind? Liam, I will now. Me, can I tell you a secret? Liam, does my mascara make me look like a raccoon? Me, close. Liam, you hate the glow-in-the-dark condoms. Me, closer. I miss you. And I'm sorry I got all weird at the rehearsal dinner. Liam, did that happen? Me, we can pretend like it didn't. Liam, not a fan that we're doing this over text, but screw it. I've never been married. I don't know the emotions you might have been feeling, but you never have to apologize for what's going on in your head. And if I said or did anything that didn't help the situation, I'm sorry. Me, you didn't. I just have a lot on my mind. Liam, are you going to team dinner the day after tomorrow? Me, I am. Are you? Liam, yup. Me, you've been going to more this season. I'm proud of you. Liam, I go because you're there, Piper. Want to talk then like real humans? If you feel like telling me what's on your mind, I'll listen. If you want to talk about condoms instead, we can do that too. Me, I'd like that. The telling you what's on your mind part, and I guess the condom part too. I can't believe how far along you are. I smile at Maven's baby bump. You're freaking glowing, me. The women who say being pregnant is fun are out of their damn minds. She rests a hand on her stomach and props her legs up on my coffee table. I'm exhausted all the time. My feet are swollen, I'm hungry, but half the food I want to eat makes me nauseous. You're getting there, Emmy says, and Maven glares at her. My due date cannot come fast enough. Don't mention childbirth to me, though, because it's terrifying. Someone else pick something to talk about. How was the wedding, Piper? Lexi asks. I'm still pissed you didn't send us a single photo while you were there. The wedding was amazing. Liam's family is wonderful. You all would love his sister, and I'm so glad I got to go. I pause and swirl my wine around in my glass. I think I did something stupid, though. Is this like a tattoo situation? A drunken marriage situation? Emmy asks, and I choke on my drink. Pardon, what made you say that? I don't know. I'm thinking about things people do that they might regret, and they came to mind. She narrows her eyes and leans forward. What are you hiding, Piper Mitchell? The only way to get their advice about everything that's been on my mind is to tell them the whole story about what's going on between us. If Maverick can know, my friends can know too. Okay. I set my glass down and rub my hands over my thighs. I haven't been totally honest with you all. I told you about how I might have feelings for Liam, but I left out the part where I mentioned he's kind of my husband. It comes out like a question, an embarrassed squeak that makes my cheeks turn bright red. I touch my necklace and follow it up with a disbelieving laugh and a shake of my head. So yeah, that's what's been going on. Oh my God, you are a sneaky little bitch. Lexi gapes at me. Are you serious? Since when? Maven challenges. I swear to God if you say it's been months, I'm going to be pissed. In my defense, I didn't want to upstage Emmy's wedding, but I trail off and clear my throat. New Year's Eve in Vegas. Vegas, that was weeks ago. Emmy stands up and puts her hands on her hips. You better start talking, Mitchell. And I do. I tell them about everything from the insurance to the time Liam came over and helped with my migraine. I mention the moment we had on the balcony in Spain, and when I stop to take a breath, my head is killing me. That's what I mean by doing something stupid. At the rehearsal dinner, I said something to Liam about how the last time I was in a relationship, the last time I thought I had found my forever, it went up in smoke. He didn't say anything about those hesitations. He didn't reassure me, and it terrified me. I took it as a sign he'd never want that with me, and I closed up after that. Maven wraps her arm around my shoulder, and I bite my lip to keep from crying. Oh, sweetie. It's all so stupid. It's only supposed to be something physical, and I went and caught feelings. Do I have feelings for Liam? Do I have feelings for any man who treats me better than Stephen? We communicate so well about everything else, but I have no clue how to be honest about my emotions. Okay, I don't have a lot of experience with relationships, so take what I'm going to say with a grain of salt. But how is a relationship different from what you're doing right now? Lexi asks. You spend time together. You sleep together. You're not seeing anyone else. There's no way there's not some sort of attachment on his end. Maybe there is. I don't know. That would require a conversation about everything, and in the few days that we've been home from our trip, we're both overloaded with work. So make time to talk, Maven says. Tell each other how you're feeling and decide where it goes from there. We're going to get together at team dinner this week. I miss him. I laugh and touch my necklace again, the chain cool against my fingers. And I don't mean in a romantic sort of way. I miss him as a friend, and I just saw him. That's good, though. Missing people is a normal human emotion, Piper. I know it is. I hate to keep bringing Stephen up, but it's hard not to compare what I'm going through right now with what I went through then. They can't be more different. Liam's priorities are like his, though, with work coming first. With being dedicated to his career to the point of putting other parts of his life on the back burner. Would he do that with me? Would he even be able to balance me with everything else? Before you play that game, you need to figure out how Liam feels, Maven says gently. A conversation will help, and being honest in that conversation is important. God, this all kind of sucks, doesn't it? It does, but the other side of it is fun. Emmy smiles. It's nice to be wanted and cared for. Do you have a ring? Lexi looks at my hand. I haven't seen you wear anything. Oh, it's right here. I pull the chain out from under my shirt and hold up the silver band. I'm pretty sure it's cheap metal because it's already disgusting. This is all making so much sense now. After the season ticket holder event you all had, Maverick would not shut up about this guy Liam went after. Emmy sits on the couch and pulls her feet under her. He said Liam had this dude shoved up against a wall and almost killed him. What guy? Some guy named Charlie. The name sounds vaguely familiar. My stomach drops to my feet. My tongue is heavy in my mouth and my hands shake. What else did Maverick say? I don't remember, to be honest, just that he's never seen Liam so pissed. He threw out a comment about his wife and all hell broke loose. Jesus, Lexi whistles. Marry that man again. Stop. I swat at her, but heat rises on my skin. I love when he calls me that, when he whispers it in my ear. It's like our little secret, a taunt to the other man who never treated me like a husband should. The marriage has no impact on my feelings for him. Yeah, but you have to admit there's nothing hotter than a man calling you that when he's standing up for you. Maven grins. Some guy hit on me at a bar once, and Dallas got all possessive. Told him he was standing too close to his wife and to back up before there was a problem. Well, screw me. Looks like I need a husband now, Lexi says. Who has a list of available athletes in the D.C. area? What happened to that minor league baseball player you went on a date with? I ask, grateful to get the attention off of me for a minute. Was he cute? Oh, you mean the one who spent half an hour telling me how my job will be obsolete in 10 years when robots take over and can patch people up in half the time I can? Yeah, I bolted pretty quickly after that. What about one of the guys on the team? Never going to happen. I'm around them too much and I've seen their asses too many times to be attracted to them. I'm not touching a hockey boy with a 10-foot pole. Lexi glances at Emmy. Unless any of the guys on your team are cute. Hard pass. Oh, Liam's sister designed a dating app where the women are in control of the conversations. It's called Steady. No way, I love that one. Lexi pulls out her phone and shows me her profile. I won't use anything else. Small world. Hey, Maven taps my knee. Everything is going to be okay. I know it is. I smile at my friends, encouraged for the first time all day. Thanks for letting me vent. We talk about the rest of the season and how the standings are looking for the last 2 months of games before the playoffs. April is already creeping up, and soon we'll be deep in the hunt for the Stanley Cup. My phone vibrates under the pillow next to me, and I grab it, fighting back a smile at Liam's name on the screen. Liam attachment. One image Pico misses you. I didn't say it earlier, but I miss you too. Me see you soon, Sully. Liam can't wait, pipsqueak. 45 Liam, it's been a long week since we got back from Spain. I feel like I'm going 100 miles per hour. Everything has been busy. Non-stop chaos. With the last part of the season underway, our practices are heating up. Coach is pushing us harder than ever, and I've fallen asleep the second my head hits the pillow every night. The only reason I'm going to team dinner is because Piper will be there, and I really miss her. I've barely seen her after touching down on a soil. We pass each other in the arena, but we don't have time to talk. My routine feels messed up, and I hope a minute or two with her will center me. Get me back on track because I can't afford to be off my game these next few weeks. I don't knock on the door to Maverick and Emmy's place. I waltz on in and take off my coat, adding it to the ones on the rack in the foyer. GK, Riley calls out, and I lift my head in his direction. About time you showed up. Sorry. I walk into the decimated kitchen and set the chocolate pie I picked up from the corner bakery on the island. Had a one-on-one with Coach this afternoon. How'd it go? He hands me a plate and utensils. Anything going on? Nah, same old stuff. I pile my plate with pasta and salad, adding a slice of bread to the mix too. You good? Not bad. My shoulder is still messed up from practice yesterday, so I had to spend this morning in Lexi's torture chamber. Sounds horrible. Could have been worse. I don't miss the way Riley smiles when he says Lexi's name. It's hysterical he thinks he's hiding his crush from us, and it's even more hysterical he thinks any of us would actually make a move on her. It's obvious he's into her, and we all know that means she's off limits. There he is, Hudson says when I walk into the crowded living room. There's a round of hellos and I wave, taking a spot on the edge of the couch on the far side of the room. Settling back, I dig into the Caesar salad, famished. Hey, Piper drops next to me on the couch and smiles. I was beginning to think you fell off the face of the earth. Sorry to burst your bubble, I'm alive and well. Rats, guess I can't get rid of you. She leans against the pillows and tucks her feet under her. Her thigh-high stockings taunt me, and the hem of her skirt stops just above the lace. I spy an inch of smooth skin, and I turn my attention to the video game Maverick and Grant are playing instead of thinking about the things I want to do with her. How was your day? Tolerable. I spear a bite of spaghetti and inhale it. I saw some chicken in the kitchen. Did you make it? Is it edible? No, I didn't make it. She rolls her eyes and sticks out her tongue. Hudson did. You missed his 10-minute discussion about the spices he used and what kind of marinade he soaked it in for an hour. Think the guy might like food more than he likes hockey. I shake my head and shovel another bite of food into my mouth. How was your day? Long but good. I'm trying to coordinate some player spotlights with our social media team, and that took up most of my afternoon. Before you even try to give me crap, I don't have you on the list. I smirk. You know me too well. What's the spotlight about? A get to know you, sort of. I ask rapid-fire questions and the guys answer within a few seconds. We want to do a bunch as we head into the playoff push. That could be dangerous. Don't ask Ethan anything about hot dogs. Thanks for the advice. Piper drops her elbow to her knee and smiles. Sure you don't want to participate? Nope, I'm all set. You want to go outside and talk when I'm finished with this. How do you eat so fast? You're almost done and it's been 3 minutes. Magic. Yes, I want to go outside and talk when you're finished with that. I should probably go ahead and get up because you're going to be ready to go by the time I put my coat on. I scoop the last bite of pasta into my mouth and grin. You're already behind, Pipsqueak. 10 minutes later, I make my way outside and inhale a deep breath of fresh air. The temperature is tolerable and I take a seat on one of the chairs on the patio. Damn it. Piper closes the door behind her and frowns. How did you beat me? Probably the height advantage. It helps. I also didn't start talking with Gran about the latest TikTok trend. That's where you went wrong. Mind if I join you? Come on over. I pat the spot next to me and she walks my way, dropping on the chair and pulling her jacket tight around her. Are you warm enough? I think so. Unless you have a fire pit in your pocket, I'll survive. Fresh out of those. I glance at her and knock her knee with mine. What's on your mind? I'm going to come out and say it, and I'd like it if you didn't interrupt me, okay? I've been practicing this in my head all day, and I want to get it right. Okay, I nod. The floor is yours. I know when I first came to you about this plan between us, we were going to do our lessons and pretend to date through your sister's wedding. We also agreed this was casual, that it wouldn't go anywhere outside the bedroom, but I don't want to lie to you, Liam. I've started to, well, I like you. Not just sleeping with you, but spending time with you doing normal things too. And I know that goes against your whole no distractions rule, and I'm sorry for breaking it, but I don't want to sleep with you again without you knowing what I'm feeling and how I'm feeling toward you. Which is that I like you, more than a friend. I know it's my fault for falling for the emotional side of intimacy, but why are you looking at me like that? My lips twitch. Like what? Like your mouth is broken. I think that's called a smile. No, you look like a creepy clown. Your compliments get better and better. It's freaking me out and making me forget what else I want to say. What else do you want to say? I don't know what else I want to say. Can I say something now? Only if you stop with the weird smile thing. I laugh and rest my hand on her thigh, squeezing once. I feel like I'm back in middle school saying this, but I like you too, Piper. I have for a while now. Alana gave me a lecture 5 minutes before she walked down the aisle at the wedding, and I've been thinking about it ever since. Piper blinks at me. She did. What did she say? That I need to get my head out of my ass, and I do. Look, we found ourselves in some weird position where we've slept with each other, we're married to each other, and now we're realizing we like each other. It's all backwards, and I'm having a hard time keeping up. Hockey is your priority. You've told me multiple times hockey is the most important thing in your life. Anything besides casual will interfere with that, and I could never do that to you. Not when I know how hard you work to be as good as you are. I've thought about that a lot since I've been home. The balances in my life and what's actually important to me. If I never played another game, would I be disappointed? Yeah, I'd be pissed off. I'd hang my head. It would take a while, but I'd get over it. I'd move on and find something else to love. If I never saw Piper again, I'd be devastated. This week showed me that. When I'm not at the rink, I'm thinking about her, wondering if she had a good day, wondering what she was doing, wondering if she's thinking about me too. What we've been doing seems to be working, I say, and Piper blinks at me. You sleep over, I stop by your place. My game hasn't suffered because of it. Maybe, I trail off. Maybe we keep doing that, hanging out. Spending time together. We're not moving in together or anything like that, but I think you've become part of my routine. I have. I got my ass handed to me in our scrimmage yesterday. Haven't played that poorly all year, and the only thing that was different is that I haven't seen you in 6 days. I shut down at the rehearsal dinner because I was looking for some sort of validation from you when I voiced my fears. You don't owe me any of that validation. It's not your job to make me unafraid, and I'm sorry for keeping you out. What do you want me to do, Piper? I cup her cheeks, and there's a hitch in her breath. Yell out that I can handle you. I can. Tell you that it doesn't matter if you think you're a mess or too difficult or too quiet or not enough, because I think you're everything in the world and more. It doesn't, because I do. I want you in ways I've never wanted anyone else, and it's driving me insane. Oh, she whispers. I want you in those ways too, but you're going to have to go slow with me, Liam. I'm terrified. I'm still working on trusting people and feeling like I'm allowed to have these things for myself. You know how I feel about going slow. I rest my forehead against hers. Let's try. Let's see how this goes when we don't pretend it's something it's not. It hasn't been lessons or teaching or anything like that for me in a while, Piper. I sleep with you because I want to sleep with you, not because it's part of some sort of agreement obligation. It's why I'm here tonight, because I like spending time with you and because you're my best friend. You're my best friend too, she lets out a watery laugh. Okay, so we're not friends with benefits. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend. What are we? I don't know. Living in the moment, which is something I never do, so you're going to have to be gentle, pipsqueak. This is new territory for me. I told the girls about Vegas, she blurts out. I'm surprised you lasted so long without spilling the beans. They better send us a gift. When were you going to tell me about confronting Charlie at the season ticket holder event? I didn't think you wanted to know he was trying to start trouble. I shrug. It got handled, and he won't be messing with you again. Are you going to swoop in and take care of all the people who talk crap about me? What if I do? Would that be okay? Yeah. Piper drags her fingers down my jaw, and I savor her touch. I crave it, want more of it. I think it would. I don't know who I was kidding. I couldn't stay away from her if I tried. I'm clueless about how to do this right, whatever this is. I'm not sure. Only that I want to do it with her. I leave dinner first, and Piper follows behind me. I wait for her downstairs in the garage, and we drive back to my place holding hands like it's the easiest thing in the world. We talk about our week. I laugh at a joke that's painfully unfunny, but she's so cute I don't even care. 46 Piper, me hi. Liam, there she is. How was your day? Me good. How was practice? Liam, my leg has been cramped for 2 hours. Me sounds like loads of fun. Liam, wanna come over and make it feel better? Me, that was creepy. Try again. Liam, come over, wife. Me, yup. That'll do it. Unknown number, Piper, it's Steven. Did you block my number? What are you? 5. Call me back. Liam opens the door to his apartment before I can finish knocking. I smile when I see him. He leans against the door frame in a pair of joggers. He's shirtless, and his tattoos almost glow in the hallway light. Hey, he draws out. You look nice. Did you come from the arena? Yeah, my feet are killing me. Did you eat dinner? No, I haven't had a second to sit down all day. We finally hired a second announcer, so I was giving her a tour and helping her through the HR stuff. Liam gestures me inside, and I groan in relief when I kick off my heels. I can't make it more than 4 feet before he's handing me a pile of clothes. Get comfortable, he says. Did you have these waiting for me? Yeah, figured you had a long day and would want to change. I stand on my toes and kiss his cheek. Thank you. Come find me in the kitchen when you're done. Liam gives me a quick squeeze. And take your time. I head for the bathroom in the hall, changing out of the skirt and blouse for an oversized shirt that's loose and soft. It's one of Liam's, well-loved and well-worn, and I smile at the scent of his laundry detergent hanging to the collar. Pulling the socks on, I pad to the kitchen and find Liam standing over the stove, a dish towel draped over his shoulder. What are you making? Can I help? Chicken parm again. You devoured it last time, and I thought I'd whip up some sauce. Whip up some sauce, I repeat, sliding next to him. How casual of you. Come on, Piper, I'm not going to buy a jar of tomato sauce. That's insanity. Of course it is. I smile when he holds out the wooden spoon. My mouth wraps around it, and I moan when I swallow down the small taste. Holy shit, that's better than the first time you made it. I know it is. The first time I tried to get creative, but this is my mom's recipe with a secret ingredient. And how many women have you cooked this meal for? I lean against the edge of the counter and cross my feet at the ankles. 3 dozen. Just you. Only my wife gets to experience the Sullivan sauce. You know, that could have a double meaning if you think about it. Liam rolls up the dish towel and snaps it at me. My yelp turns to a laugh when he grabs me and holds me to his chest, easily avoiding my flailing and kicking. I missed you, he says in my ear. I missed you too, I say back, and I mean it. He sets me down and dishes out a large plate of pasta. We sit next to each other at the island and talk about our days. He smiles when a drop of sauce gets stuck in the corner of my mouth. I nudge his foot with mine and wrap my ankle around his calf. It's exactly like what we've been doing for so many months, but it feels different. There's not a doubt in my mind he wants to be here with me, and there's a lightness in the air, an easiness that wasn't there before, and I like how natural it all feels. How relaxed Liam is, and the way he keeps touching me as if he's been waiting months to have me like this. Your migraine prescription came. He taps the box sitting on the island and pushes it my way. Make sure you take it when you leave. Thanks. Sorry it keeps getting delivered here. They had your address on file, so I went with it. No big deal as long as you take it. Liam levels me with a look. Are you taking it, Piper? Yes, and I'm getting monthly massages. I haven't had any pain in weeks. Funny how having access to things can make you feel better. That's what we call privilege, buddy. I catch a flash of orange in my periphery and I scoop Pico off the floor, scratching behind his ears. Hola, Pico, tu viste un buen día. When the hell did you start speaking Spanish? Liam drags my bar stool over so our knees are touching. Are you an undercover spy, Mitchell? I downloaded Duolingo last month. Don't get your hopes up. I only know about 5 phrases and half of them are asking where the bathroom is. Since you're branching out, I guess I'll tell you how I'm branching out. Oh, I kiss Pico's head and look at Liam. Are you finally interacting with people in full sentences? You're such a little shit. It made you do that creepy smile again. Must mean you like it. Debatable. I asked the guys if I could join book club this month. He runs a hand through his hair and averts his gaze. Hudson sent me an audiobook code and told me what book they're doing next month so I can start early. Liam, that's incredible. I'm so proud of you. Do you think you could read some of it to me when we're together? I like listening to you. It helps me process the words. Hey, I stand and touch his jaw. His eyes snap to mine and I smile. I'll read you whatever you want. Thrillers, books about fairies, a mystery that includes details about puzzling cases. Mystery. Slow your roll there, pipsqueak. I laugh and kiss his forehead. Sorry, I'll ease you into it. Liam tilts his head to the side and his lips land on mine. He takes Pico from me, setting the cat down so I can wrap my arms around his neck and step in close. Are you staying the night? He pulls away to move his mouth down my throat, along the line of my neck, and I tip my head back so he can kiss the spot below my ear I secretly love. Please say yes. The only place I'm going is your room. His stool scrapes across the floor when he stands, a grating sound I block out as he bands his arm around my waist, tosses me over his shoulder and heads down the hall. Is this my new mode of transportation? I ask. Easier access to your rear. Liam rests a hand on the curve of my backside and gives it a light pat. And that's one of my favorite parts of you. He kicks the door open and drops me on the bed. I bounce twice and scramble across the sheets to the pillows. Liam steps toward me. Should I take this off? I tug on the hem of my shirt and slowly drag it up my stomach. Liam follows my movements as I drop my legs open and lift my hips. And these, please, he begs around a rasp that's delightfully low. I want to see. All this talk about being good, have you been good, Liam? I think I have, but I'll get on my knees and beg if you want me to. I pull off my underwear first and fling the pair at the wall. My shirt comes next, discarded somewhere else in his room. How about you get between my legs? Damn, Piper. Liam gapes at me, mouth parted, cheeks red, a bead of sweat just below his hairline. My wife is so pretty. He has to know what that word does to me. He has to know it turns my brain into a pile of mush. If I'm so pretty, get over here and take care of me. I lift my chin and smile. Please. He climbs on the bed and positions himself between my legs. He shoves my knees open wide and runs his finger across my entrance. There's no warning before he pushes inside, and I gasp at the stretch, the quick burst of pain subsiding to the bliss he always brings me. So wet, and all for me. Obviously it's for you. Who else would it be for? I don't know, but I like that it's me. Liam presses on my clit with his thumb, and I gasp, sinking into the feeling of unbelievable pleasure. No one else. He adds his tongue and another finger, working me up until there's no doubt in my mind he's the one who takes care of me. He's the one who knows exactly which way to flick his wrist or curl his fingers. I've tried to imagine other people touching me like this, having me like this and talking to me like this. Would my body react the same way? Would I like it so much? When he spreads me open, his tongue diving deep inside me as the shockwave hits, I know the answer is unequivocally no. My legs shake and he soothes me down, his touch turning lighter as the crest of the wave ebbs to an easy ripple. I groan when he pulls away, my nerves electrified and my heart hammering in my chest. That was good. I smile at the ceiling. Give me a second before we go again. I need to catch my breath. Take your time, sweetheart. Liam kisses my forehead and moves off the bed. I look over at him and find him tugging off his sweatpants, stepping out of them and wrapping his fingers around his length. See something you like? I like the no underwear look. Do you? Think I'll do it again. How do you? The moment breaks. My phone rings loudly in the kitchen, echoing down the hall, and I jump at the sound. Who keeps their ringer on? Liam asks. And at that volume. Sorry, I like to keep it on in case there's an emergency. With Maven and the baby and Emmy on airplanes every other day, I want to know if something's happened. Want me to get it? I gnaw on my bottom lip. Anxiety claws at the pit in my stomach, and I nod. Could you? I'm sorry. I won't be able to focus on anything unless I know it's nothing serious. He turns without a second thought, returning a few seconds later. It says unknown number. Shit. It must be Steven. I blocked his number a few months ago when he kept texting me. He started messaging me from a new number recently, and I haven't had a chance to block him again. I don't want you to think I'm talking to him or anything like that. The only thing I think is that he's a giant asshole. Liam tosses my phone on the mattress, and that I hate him. I do too. I reach for him, wanting to feel him on top of me, wanting to shake off the old memories and replace them with new, better ones. I want you, Liam, so badly it hurts. He plucks a condom from his bedside table and opens the packet, sliding it down his length. How do you want it tonight, baby? Liam rocks forward, the first inches of his length pushing inside me. I moan and grip his arm. Fast, slow, fast. My other hand drops to his rear, urging him deeper in me, and it's his turn to groan. Hard. Are you going to let me have you like you're mine, Piper? Yes, I plead, closing my eyes. Because I am yours. I revel in the intense, possessive way Liam moves. I slip into the stretch and twinge of pain. In feeling so full, so perfect, I fall into a trance. The trek toward another high is interrupted, my phone ringing again and my restraint growing thin. Sorry, I pant, and Liam thrusts into me with menacing intensity. I should have silenced it. And he should have stopped bothering you years ago. Answer the phone, Piper. My eyes fly open and I stare at him. What? You're inside me. Exactly. He angles his hips tortuously, getting deeper than before, pulling me closer to the edge. I groan and grip the sheets, trying to enjoy the high a little while longer without giving in and free-falling so soon. If he's going to bother you, let him hear what he's missing out on. Let him hear how I take care of you the way he couldn't. Let him hear how well my wife responds to me. Damn, those words almost cause me to combust. The first swell of an orgasm settles low in my stomach. My vision turns blurry. My mouth pops open and I'm gasping for air, burning alive. Everything around me is hot, the room an inferno, and I've never been so turned on in my life. I fumble behind me. My fingers wrap around the phone and I slide my thumb across the screen. "Hello," I answer. "Finally," Steven says. "What the hell are you doing?" "Nothing," I say breathlessly. Liam doesn't like that answer very much because he puts a thumb on my clit, rubs in a slow circle and bends forward, crouching low so he can kiss my neck. "I'm busy right now. What's up?" "What's up is I've been trying to get a hold of you for weeks. We have things we need to talk about. Money, finances. Important stuff I've been waiting on you to look over and sign." "That's not a good idea," I moan as Liam pounds into me and I slap a hand over my mouth. "You can go through my lawyer." "Are you Christ, Piper? Are you in bed with someone?" My face falls and my blood turns ice cold. A look of rage takes over Liam's face and he gently works my phone out of my hand. "What did you say to her?" he asks, deathly low. I don't know what Steven's answer is, only that Liam holds my waist and doesn't let go. "Liam Sullivan. Oh, I'm on your fantasy team. The next time you see my name, I want you to remember I'm the one who cares for her in the way you never could." She calls my name, and I doubt she even pretended to moan yours. "Stay on the line and listen if you want to find out for yourself, but if I hear you call her that word again, you won't like what happens next." He tosses my phone somewhere in the pillows, not bothering to hang up, and brings my thighs to my chest. A moan laced around a laugh falls out of me, the last few minutes feeling like a fever dream. "Look at me, Piper," he says, and tenderness replaces the fury in his eyes. "I will never talk to you like that. I will never treat you how he treated you. With me you're safe, okay?" "Okay," I whisper, and a word has never meant more. I reach out and touch his chest, my hand directly over his heart. "I'm yours, you know." He sinks into me again and time passes slowly. I don't know how long we're together, only that it's the most perfect place in the world. We fall apart together in a mess of labored breaths as he kisses me, then kisses me again, the phone and my past long forgotten. 47 Liam playing well tonight, goalie daddy. Maverick knocks my stick with his in the locker room. "Nice save before intermission." "Thanks." I tug off my gloves and bend over to relace my skates, grateful for a few minutes to sit down. "And thanks for keeping the offense on the other end of the ice. This game is a lot more fun when I have a second to breathe." Maverick laughs and grabs his water bottle. "Just doing my job, man." I move my attention to the other skate, unknotting the laces and pulling them free. I check to see if my ring is in the spot I've tucked it the last dozen games, and when I can't find it anywhere, I freeze. Shit. I take off the skate and shake it upside down, waiting for the metal to fall onto the locker room floor. Nothing comes. Shit. "You okay?" Hudson asks. "No, I'm not okay." I stand and dive into my locker. I throw my practice jersey out of the way and move my sticks around. "Where the hell is my ring?" "Ring? You never wear rings," Riley says. "My wedding ring," I seethe, crouching down and rifling through my gym bag. "Fuck. I'm going to need someone to fill me in here because for a second I thought GK just told us he got married," Grant says. "When the hell did that happen?" I knew, and I didn't say anything to any of you," Maverick announces. "I've known for weeks, and holy shit, it's so nice to have this out in the open and not a huge secret." "I was the witness," Hudson draws out, and Maverick groans. "Damn it, can't I have anything?" I ignore them, too busy ripping apart all of my belongings to care about who knows what. I don't stop until there's a mess at my feet, until my chest heaves and I still come up empty-handed. Squeezing my eyes shut, I will myself to take a deep breath, to calm down and try to think rationally. I made a diving save in the second period. The ring probably came loose and ended in the back of the goal with a pile of ice chips. "Piper and I got married in Vegas," I tell my team. Someone gasps. Another drops their stick and the entire locker room stares at me. "It was an accident. Some drunken thing neither one of us remembers, but we decided to stay married until at least the end of the season. I've worn the ring she gave me at every game, but now I've lost the band and I want it back. Whoa, Ethan whispers. Goalie Daddy is in love. Boys, Maverick announces, and I lift my chin to look at him. Everyone does. There comes a time when your personal choices far outweigh the greater good for the team. I had my moment when we played against Emmy's ex, and I got to land some punches on him. Hudson had his moment when he left mid-game to be by his mom's side during her last hours. Seymour had his when he got pulled last season when his wife went to the hospital to give birth. We're paid to be professional athletes, but we're humans first. And humans have emotions. Feelings we're allowed to express, no matter what the media says. He scans the men in the room, stopping at me to make sure I heard those last few words. So, here's what's going to happen. We're going to go out there. We're going to sacrifice our warm-up and we're going to find Liam's ring even if it means crawling on our hands and knees. Miller, I start to say. You don't have to. Maverick holds up a hand, stopping me. You have my back. I have yours. End of discussion. Captain's orders are to find that damn ring. Our eyes lock. I give him a single nod and I hope I can convey the gratitude I have for him. Winner gets $1,000, I add, and a night at the bar with me. Oh shit. Grant practically runs out of the locker room with Ethan hot on his heels. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he yells as he disappears. The room clears out until it's only Maverick, Hudson, and me. I put my skates back on and look at my teammates. That was a hell of a speech you gave, I say to Maverick. Liked it, he grins. I've turned all soft now that I'm married. Guess I can say the same about you. I shove his shoulder and he laughs. Screw you. Ah, there he is, my grumpy guy. Word of advice, Sully, Hudson says, and I glance his way. Take it from someone who always wished he had more time. Telling someone how you feel about them is the most important thing in the world. Because one day you won't be able to tell them anymore and you'll regret all the times you kept your mouth shut. I put my hand on Hudson's shoulders. Your mom would be proud of you, man. Yeah, he smiles, ever the optimist even when he's in the depths of hell. She would. Why couldn't you have gotten a yellow band? Riley calls out as he circles the crease for the 4th time. Would be a lot easier to spot than a piece of silver metal. I'll make sure to tell the gift shop where I bought it to stock up on different colors. I'm sure they'll be happy for the feedback, I draw out. Got it. Where the hell did it go? Any luck? Hudson asks. I'm not finding a damn thing. Don't lose faith, GK, Riley says, moving his stick over the ice. You have to have hope. It's the hope that kills you, I grumble under my breath. I get up and skate to the corner of the rink, the bend right against the boards. Fans bang on the glass and yell my name, but I keep my head down. I keep my eyes trained firmly on the ice and my hope slowly wanes. Hey, Maverick yells and I jerk my head up. I look over my shoulder and see him waving at me from the opposite end of the ice. I take off, whizzing past our opponents who look at me like I'm out of my mind. I probably am. Is this it? He holds up a metal band. Relief sinks into me and I laugh, reaching for it and curling my hand to my chest when it's safely in my hold. That's it, I say, and my teammates huddle around me. You'd think we just won the cup with how enthusiastic they are, and I blow out a breath that releases what feels like 1,000 pounds sitting on my chest. I believe in miracles, Grant yells, hugging me around my middle. Let's go, see, Riley jabs my knees with his stick. Look what having hope does. You might be onto something. I squat down and loop the aglet through the ring, double and triple knotting the laces and tucking the jewelry deep in my sock for extra measure. Thanks, you guys, let's win this game. No one else I'd get on my hands and knees for. Maverick kisses my helmet. Well, except for Emmy. God, shut up, Miller. I shove him off me, but I'm smiling from ear to ear. No one wants to hear that shit. Don't lose that thing again, he says to me pointedly, and I nod. Don't plan on it. I'm keeping it safe this time. We win by 1 goal. A wrist shot from Hudson just over the red line seals the deal and descends the arena into chaos. The victory cements us at the top spot in the East and the best record in the league, a far cry from our losing season 4 years ago. I go down the line, shaking our opponent's hands and pulling off my goalie mask. I give Hudson a high five before he's called to do an interview with ESPN, the national broadcast wanting to hear his thoughts on his game-winning shot. I take my time leaving the ice, letting myself celebrate this change in luck we've had. Winning feels good, and it's nice to enjoy it with the fans instead of hearing boos after another loss. At the other end of the rink, I watch Piper get set up for her post-game interview. Her cameraman holds up 2 fingers and she nods, adjusting her earpiece into her ear so she can hear over the noise of the crowd. She looks left then right, a frown settling on her mouth when she realizes she doesn't have a player lined up. There's always someone waiting to jump in and chat her ear off, but tonight there's no one. Hudson is still talking to ESPN. Maverick is signing autographs, his back turned toward her. Grant and Ethan are posing for photos with a group of kids in the stands, and Riley is gingerly moving toward the locker room with Lexi, an ice pack on the back of his neck after a rough fall in the final seconds. Her frown shifts to panic when her cameraman holds up 1 finger and gestures around her. She says something with her hands and the microphone that's usually glued to her palm almost falls to the ice. I grind my teeth together and make a split-second decision, skating over to her just as she's given a 30-second warning. "What are you doing here?" she asks, and I hear the anxiousness in her tone, the way she's rushing her words. "I'm going live in 30 seconds. You need someone to talk to." "Yes, but not you." "Wow," I laugh. "I'm a little offended. You know what I mean. You don't do interviews. You never talk to the media. Think I might like them if you're on the other side." Piper blinks and relief floods her face. She bites her bottom lip and her gaze snags on mine. "Are you sure?" "Come on, wife," I murmur, dropping my voice low. "Ask me a question." Her cheeks turn bright red. She takes a step back and almost topples over, but I grab her by the arm before she can fall. She swallows and I track the bob of her throat when the red light turns on the camera and she plasters on a megawatt smile. "Thanks, Bradley. I'm here with Liam Sullivan, who recorded 28 saves tonight in front of the hometown crowd. Liam, this victory puts you as the #1 seed not only in the East but the entire league. It's #8 in a winning streak, which is the longest winning streak any team has amassed this season. What do you attest the Stars' recent success to?" "Chemistry," I say, leaning on my stick and looking down at her. "We're in a groove where everything is meshing well. We've spent so much time playing together, we know each other's strengths and weaknesses. We're able to compensate if someone is slightly off their game, and we all just really want to freaking win." Quick reminder we're on live television," Piper says, arching her brow at me. "Sorry, didn't mean to get you in trouble. I'll pay the fine, don't worry. What else do you have for me?" Her cheeks go from red to crimson. I like riling her up. If all interviews were this fun, I'd do them after every game. "You had another fantastic performance tonight, which brings you up to 12 shutouts for the year." I stand up a little straighter. A smile twitches on my mouth and I stare at her, impressed. No one's ever been so kind to me in a line of questioning before, not even back when I was a college player, and I warm at her attention to detail. "You're also the league leader in save percentage. What goes through your mind when you're out there night after night giving it your all? Does it eventually wear you down?" "There's physical and mental fatigue. That's part of the game. How you react to that fatigue is what is most important," I say when she lifts her microphone my way and she nods in agreement. "Do I get worn out every night? Do I know I have a team I can rely on when I'm not at my sharpest?" "Yeah, I sure as heck do. I know I didn't miss a save tonight, but it also doesn't register in my head I had a shutout, you know. I'm out there grinding until the buzzer sounds, and at the end of the night, I want my team to have the most points. Final question for you, Liam, and we'll let you get back to celebrating with your teammates. That eager to get rid of me. Piper rolls her eyes, but she's grinning. I am actually. Before the third quarter, the team came out and had an unusual warm-up. There was a lack of stretching and a lot more crawling. Do you have any comment on this new pregame ritual? I bark out a laugh. The internet is going to have a field day with that, aren't they? You all are already trending on social media. Great. As for the crawling, we were looking for something. And did you find it? We did. Must have been pretty important. Yeah. My eyes lock on hers and I smile. Most important thing in the world to me. I'm going to send it back to Bradley and Clarissa, who will break down all of tonight's highlights for you. Thanks for sticking around with us. Stay safe, be kind, and we'll see you back here the day after tomorrow for the Stars showdown against the Cleveland Vipers. The cameraman gives us the all clear and Piper rolls back her shoulders. You're good at your job, I say. Did you think I wouldn't be? I knew you would be, but you're very good at your job. And you're going to get me in trouble with my boss with your colorful language. She sticks out her tongue, cursing twice on national television. Sullivan. Sorry, it slipped out. I'd say it's not going to happen again, but there won't be another interview, so I'm safe. You wouldn't consider doing another one. I wasn't too invasive, was I? You were perfect. It's just not my thing. Thank you for jumping in. I really appreciate it. You saved me from having to talk to myself for 5 minutes. Happy to help. Are you going to tell me what you lost now, instead of being vague in front of thousands of people? Nah, I grin at her. It's much more fun this way. 48 Piper. I didn't expect to slip into Liam's life so easily, but I have. February turns to March. The snow melts and we keep seeing each other. Some nights after a loss, he wants to be alone. Other times he drives me back to his apartment, silent but affectionate, with his hand on my thigh and the weight of a defeat on his shoulders. We go to team dinner together. I'll walk in a few minutes after him. He slips out a few minutes before me. I'm pretty sure the team is catching on, but no one says anything. Like tonight. Grant winked at me when I slipped on my jacket, and earlier I saw him slip Ethan $20 when I sat next to Liam on the couch. You're deep in thought, Liam says as we walk down the sidewalk to his place. What are you stewing over, Pipsqueak? Oh, my mind is a treacherous place. I rest my head on his chest when he drapes an arm around me. I think the guys have a betting going on us. What makes you say that? There was an exchange of cash based on our seating choices. Now we have to mess with them. His fingers brush through the ends of my hair and tug on the long strands. Next week you'll sit next to Hudson. I like when you're scheming. We ride up to his apartment and he lets us inside. I smile at the pair of shoes I have by the door and the cardigan I left on the foyer table. Last night, I noticed Liam cleaned out a drawer in his dresser for me, and it shows me he's trying to fit me in with practice and games and messages from his parents about the trip they're planning to D.C., trying to balance the things he cares about without neglecting the other parts of himself, and it means so much. And I'm trying too, trying to be trusting, trying not to compare him to my past, trying to not anticipate the other shoe dropping and just being here. Want some dessert? Liam asks, and I follow him to the kitchen. Depends. I jump on the counter and swing my legs back and forth. What do you have? Carrot cake. And listen before you try to turn nose up at it, it doesn't have raisins. I freaking hate raisins. I hate raisins too. Look at us. We're an old married couple with similar interests. We're going to take over the world. He sets a plate between us and slices off a bite. Open up, please. I smile and open my mouth. The bite is sweet and I hum around the cream cheese frosting. I think I like that better than I like anything. I should be offended, but I think I agree. Liam cuts off a bite for himself and swallows it down. Delicious, isn't it? Don't feed me anything else the rest of the night. This is all I want. He grips my chin and tilts my head back. His kiss is soft, savory, and I taste walnuts on his tongue. A hand works in my hair, pulling my ponytail free before settling on the back of my neck. I sigh, relaxing into him as he nudges his way closer. "Bedroom," Liam asks against my mouth, and I nod, needing him, wanting him. I wrap my legs around his waist, smiling when he lifts me off the counter and walks us down the hall. He sets me on his bed, and I fumble with the button of his jeans, my actions hurried, my heart racing. Pulling the zipper down, I tug on the denim, my intentions clear when Liam steps out of the jeans and kicks them away. His briefs do little to hide his body, and I pull those off next while he takes off his shirt, the two of us working in tandem until he's standing in front of me. "I want to be close to you, Liam." I run my finger up his length. My thumb drags over the head of his cock, my touch more assured, more confident than it was weeks ago. I know how to do this. I know how to make him fall apart, and I do want it. "Would that be okay? Do you trust me?" he asks, and I nod. I trust him more than I trust anyone in the world. "Get on your back and let your head hang off the bed." I listen to him, getting into position as I scramble across the comforter. "Like this. Perfect." He grips his shaft and gives himself a few strokes. His other hand touches my chin and pulls down on my bottom lip, opening my mouth. "Breathe through your nose." I inhale, waiting as he towers over me, and he moves his fingers to the back of my head. He slowly works the first half of his cock in my mouth, and tears prick my eyes. I relax my jaw, giving him more room in my mouth to fill, and he hums his approval. "So freaking sexy," he murmurs, reaching down the front of my shirt and pulling the cup of my bra down. "I love watching you, Piper." The position doesn't give me much room to move, and I rely on him to do the work. I moan around him when he pinches my nipple, my legs spreading and my fingers dropping to the hem of my skirt. "Going to get a little deeper, baby. Want you to take it all." I gag when he thrusts his hips, his almost too much. "Perfect." His words might be filthy, but his actions are considerate. Like in how he wipes my eyes, how he gently pulls out of my mouth, my saliva covering his length. "Sit up," he tells me. "I need to take my clothes off." "Can't wait that long." I sit up and spin, my legs dangling over the edge and heat rising on my skin. Liam tugs on my calf, laughing when I almost fall off the mattress and kissing me when I finally get settled. He shoves my skirt up to my waist, and I smile, teasing him as I lift my hips and take off my underwear. I'm bold, ambitious when I touch my clit, his name a whispered gasp that falls from my mouth. His touch runs up my thigh, the bump of his hand against mine reminding me this is wicked. A sin, but not one I'd care to repent for. I don't give a shit about damnation or hell or anywhere else I might end up, because when he bats my hand away and shoves 3 fingers inside me, I've never wanted to be angelic a day in my life. "Piper." His voice is thick, maybe it's lust. Maybe he's tipsy from the one beer he had at dinner. Whatever is aiding him, I love it. I want more of it. "Can I, please?" I whisper, wanting him to know how badly I want him too. This is different from what we've done when we've been intimate before. This is a need, a desire, agony in the most blissfully wonderful way, and I think I might die without him. I prop up on an elbow, wanting to commit tonight to memory because I know it's monumental in the grand scheme of us. Something special, something cherished, and I'm surprised by the look of admiration in his eyes. The way his hands trace up my sides then back down, squeezing my hips. I never seen Liam like this, with his ragged breathing, falling apart at the seams. Losing his self-control in the name of something deeper. He can't pick a spot on my body he wants to focus on, so I help him. I spread myself open, letting him see all of me. "You are," he trails off and shakes his head. "I've never been with someone as magnificent as you." There are so many things I want to say to him. Silly things like thank you for bringing me out of the dark, thank you for making me feel beautiful. "Show me," I whisper. "Touch me, Liam." There's a tremble to his touch, like the room is shaking. Like this is real, a living and breathing thing outside these walls we both know the name of. His thumb presses against my clit, His mouth is on my neck, a warm swipe of his tongue against my throat nearly catapulting me into space. "Fuck," he says, but it's not a curse. It's beautiful and pleading. The mattress dips so he can ease me back, so he can take up more of space and move into my orbit. I could be with you all night, could touch you all night, could just be with you all night and the next and the next. So be with me, I say, and his eyes blaze with fire. Liam pulls his fingers out of me and reaches for a condom. I touch his wrist, stopping him, and he looks at me. "You okay?" he asks, and I'm not sure I am. "Would it be okay if I take a deep breath? Can we try without a condom?" His gaze is piercing, a lightning bolt to my heart. He drops his head back and blows out a breath, staring at the ceiling instead of me. I might have said the wrong thing, but before I can worry about it, he's kissing me, brushing his nose against mine and laughing into the crook of my neck. "You want that? I want it with you," I say. "I've never been that way before, and I want you to be my first." "I haven't either," he says, and the room is a blur of colors, of shapes and sounds and sensations. "And I've wanted to with you from the first time we were together. But if we're together without a condom, Piper, you should know it's going to be difficult to ever give you up. It's going to be hard to walk away from you because once we're together without anything between us, I'm not going to want anything else for the rest of my life. I'm going to want to be with you every minute of every goddamn day. I'm on birth control," I tell him, running my fingers down his chest because that sounds magical, magnificent, and exactly what I want. "Okay." He nods and pulls away. "That's good." Liam lies on his back and motions for me to straddle him. I throw a leg over his hips and look down at him. "I know being exclusive was part of this, but I haven't been with anyone else, Liam, just you, and I want you to know that. It's only been you from the beginning. No one else, Piper." Sinking onto him without the feeling of latex is dizzying. I transcend time, floating above my body as I work the head of his cock inside me first, then relax enough to take the rest of him. I let go, my body knowing his and the things he likes best. I realize as he cups my cheek, his touch heavy on my skin, this isn't just physical. This is something so much more substantial, something far more monumental than anything we've ever done. When he's close, he looks at me, a question in his eyes. "Can I?" "Yes," I whisper. "I told you I'm yours, Liam." "You are, and I want everyone to know it." I revel in his release and the mess it makes, and the way it finally feels like I've seen every part of him. After he cleans me up and hugs me tight, Pico settles between us, our breaths turning soft as we drift off to the world where this exists forever. 49 Liam, the bed is empty when I wake up. When I turn over, I see Piper's phone on her side of the bed, and I wonder if she's on the balcony again because she can't sleep. I smile and kick off the sheets, making my way through the apartment to the noises coming from the kitchen. It might be the middle of the night, but it's bright as hell out here. I round the corner and find her in one of my big t-shirts, socks that come halfway up her calves, and a messy bun that makes her blonde hair look like ribbons of sunlight. She turns on the stove and sets a kettle on the burner, a mug sitting on the counter and Pico rubbing against her ankles. I like the look of her in my space, slotting into my life and revolving around me like we've been doing this for years. She's not a distraction, not a chore or a burden, and in the weeks we've been spending together, not once have I felt like I've had to make a sacrifice between hockey and her. I clear my throat, wanting to make my presence known, and Piper jumps a foot in the air. She yelps and Pico darts away, taking off for the hallway. "Jesus, Liam." She turns and scowls at me, and I can't help but smile at the dangerous look in her eye. "What the hell is wrong with you? Did I do something?" I walk toward her and grab a mug for myself. "Or are you just skittish?" "Asshole," Piper huffs and checks the burner. "Did I wake you up?" "Nope, woke up on my own, missed you and wanted to come find you." "Well, here I am helping myself to your tea. You have a very fancy setup here, Sullivan. I stocked it up when you started staying over." I shrug and tap the box of tea bags. "Wanted you to be comfortable." Her face softens, and she tugs on the waistband of my pajama bottoms. You're too nice to me. It pisses me off she considers stuff like this nice, when it should be the bare minimum. I don't want to know all the details about her ex treated her. I've heard enough because it's going to make me want to buy her everything in the world she could want. I already do want to spoil the shit out of her, and knowing I'm making up for lost time only fuels the fire. I have something for you, I say. Is it a friend for Pico? Slow down there, pipsqueak. I reach for the junk drawer to the left of the stove and pull it open. Hold out your arm and close your eyes. You're going to cut off my hand, aren't you? Severed limbs aren't really my jam, but close. I grab a paper towel and run it under the faucet. When it's wet, I wrap my fingers around her wrist and turn her arm. I peel back the plastic film from the small temporary tattoo I bought at the drugstore the other day and drag my fingers over her pulse point. You told me something when we were in Edmonton. I told you a lot of things in Edmonton. She huffs at the memory, then quiets when I press the tattoo on her skin. Which was your favorite when I propositioned you? I mean, have you seen me complaining? I cover the tattoo with the cloth and hold it there. Open your eyes. Piper watches me move the paper towel away and laughs, holding up her wrist. A tattoo? What is it? A lotus flower. It represents strength and resilience. And why are you giving me a tattoo? Because it's one of the things you said you wanted, and I want them too. With you. Slow dancing in the kitchen, kissing in the rain, getting matching tattoos, and being an absolute idiot with the next person you fall for. Be an idiot with me, Piper. I'm begging you because I'm head over heels for you. Her fingers shake as she traces the outline of the flower and she sniffs. I've never wanted to be an idiot before, but you make me want to be stupid. You make me want to get married in Vegas and laugh until my sides hurt. I thought I knew what being happy was, but then I met you and everything changed. That wasn't me being happy. This is me happy, and it's because of you. There's so much else I want to say to her. The important words. The stupid words. The 3 words that have been echoing in my head this last week. I hear them when she smiles at me across the ice, when she waves at me and blushes. Right now, as she looks at me like I'm someone who can keep her safe. Like I'm someone she wants to keep around, and this suddenly means more to me than anything I've ever done in my playing career. Screw the accolades. Screw the wins. Screw a losing record or the Stanley Cup or making the All-Star team. They don't mean shit if I don't have her around. I trail off and dance my fingers down her jaw, tuck a piece of hair behind her ear and smile. I think I've been waiting for you my whole life, Piper Mitchell. I think I've been waiting my whole life for you too, Liam Sullivan. She beams at me, then looks at the junk drawer. Did you get a tattoo for me to give you? Yeah, but it's nothing special. Okay, now you have to show me. I pull out the 4-leaf clover and shrug. They had a deal for buy one, get one free. Look at you being thrifty. Piper plucks the tattoo from my possession and motions for me to hold out my wrist. My turn to mark you, Sullivan. She goes through the steps, taking her time to read each direction carefully. I laugh when she has trouble peeling back the plastic film, and the glare she shoots me is the cutest thing I've ever seen. I didn't expect to be putting on temporary tattoos with someone in my kitchen at 3 in the morning. I didn't expect to have anyone in my kitchen at 3 in the morning, but I like that I'm here. I like that she's wearing my t-shirt and blowing on my skin, her eyelashes fluttering up at me while her mouth curves into a smile, pleased with the results. There. She drags her thumb across the tattoo, slow to pull away. I'm close to begging her to keep touching me, to give me 100 other tattoos wherever she wants if it means she gets to put her hands on me. Now you're lucky. How do I look? Not nearly as cool as me, but it's not bad. I like the real ones better. Guess I need to get another real one, ready for the next thing I have for you. Is it your dick? I burst out laughing and shake my head, proud of her sass, proud of her confidence, proud of the journey she's going through to get to right here. No, it's not my dick, unfortunately. Anything else is going to be very disappointing. I take her hand in mine and rest the other on the small of her back. Her breath hitches when she realizes what we're doing and hope flickers in her eyes. I hum a tune I heard on the radio, swaying back and forth with her until the kettle whistles and we both forget about everything except each other. 50 Piper. Liam, are you busy tonight? Me depends who's asking. Liam, I'm asking. Me, oh, I'm free as a bird. What's on the agenda? A loud club, somewhere with a lot of people. A loud club with a lot of people. Liam, very funny. I'm taking you on a date. A real date outside the house. Me, you are. Liam, yup. Be ready at 7. Jeans are fine. Me, are you going to tell me about where we're going? Liam, nope. It's a secret. Me, emergency. Liam is taking me on a date tonight and said jeans are okay. What else do I wear? Lexi, a sweater will be perfect. Lexi, and socks. Don't forget your socks. Me, what do you all know? Lexi, nothing. Maven, nothing. Emmy, something. But that's because I'm married to the guy who can't keep a secret to save his life. Me, not true. He kept the secret about Liam and me being married. I'm impressed with that, by the way. Emmy, you and me both. Maven, casual is good. Piper, me, I'm nervous. Why am I nervous? I've seen the man naked dozens of times, but the minute he says he's taking me on a date, I get butterflies. Lexi, because you lovey him. Me, stop it. That's a big word. Lexi, almost as big as his dick. Me, I'm done with you. Is the blindfold really necessary? I cross my arms over my chest in the front seat of Liam's Range Rover and turn my chin in his direction. Feels a bit dramatic if you ask me. Sorry, my kidnapper insisted, he says, and I bite back a laugh at his joke. I didn't want to argue with him. Fine, but if I meet this kidnapper, I'm going to have some words for him. I relax against the cool leather interior and huff. I'm not really a fan of surprises. You're not? No. I think walking into my ex-husband's office and seeing his head between his secretary's legs was enough of a jump scare to last a lifetime. I'm taking you to the rink, Liam says immediately. You are? Is there an event tonight? I didn't think there was anything on the schedule with the playoffs only a few weeks away. Nope, nothing on the schedule, it'll just be us. And what are we doing at the rink? You'll see, he tells me, and I hear the smile behind his words. But I promise not going to see my head between anyone's legs. Very reassuring. I reach over, searching for his arm or his hand or something so I can touch him, so I can feel his warmth. How was practice today? Fine. We were sloppy in the game last night and coach took it out on us this morning. We went through shootout drills and my legs are shot. Is that why we're going to the rink? Because you can't stay away? Kind of. Liam cuts off the engine and unbuckles his seatbelt. I hear him open door, then open mine, helping me to the asphalt. His arm drapes over my shoulder as he guides me down the familiar path I've walked hundreds of times. There's the beep of his credentials, then cool air greets me. I smile when he leads me down a long stretch of hallway, his hand in mine and his thumb rubbing against the inside of my wrist. It's colder wherever we are, and I figure we're probably near the ice. At the end of the tunnel where I usually stand during games. I don't hear any other sounds, though. No music, no noise, no conversations. I'm in the arena every day, but there are always dozens of other people around. I'm used to the whistles and plays being called out, not utter silence. Okay. Liam pulls the blindfold over my head and I blink under the house lights. There's a carpet rolled out to center ice and I spot a table sitting right over the logo. We're here. What is going on? I laugh when I see plates and glasses set up and he tugs on my hand. Are we trying out a game the fans are going to play at intermission? We're having dinner. You told me the arena is one of your favorite places. Why would I take you anywhere you don't love as much? I look at him and find him watching me, waiting for validation, and I don't know what to say. How do I tell him how thoughtful this is? How do I tell him I'm not used to being listened to? How do I tell him dinner at the rink is going to make me cry because it means I'm here with him, near the spot where we first met, wondering how my life has turned out this way? How do I tell him it's the most perfect thing in the world? Liam, I whisper, his name coming out like two reverent syllables. You did this for me. I'd do anything for you. It's simple. Short and sweet and 5 words I've never heard before, but they stick to my heart. They sweep out the cobwebs and air out the last remaining fears I have about starting something new, about starting over with someone I care about very much. This is, I trail off, emotion threatening to grip me, threatening to suffocate me because this man is the epitome of kind and wonderful and perfect. Thank you. Come on. He holds my hand as we walk across the carpet and scoots my chair in for me. I hope you're hungry. A noise from my left is magnified in the empty arena, and I turn, watching Maverick skate leisurely across the ice holding a server's tray. Evening, folks, he says, stopping in front of our table. Thank you for joining us for dinner this evening. You'll see a menu on your plate. Would we like to start with a glass of wine? I recommend the house red, but the Sauvignon Blanc is crisp tonight. I gape at Maverick and the tuxedo he's wearing. He's rolled the pant legs up on top of his skates and he looks absolutely ridiculous. What do you think? Liam asks me and I shake my head. I'm sorry, I'm still processing Maverick's outfit. You're in a tux. You think I'm in a tux? It's actually a Halloween costume from the thrift store. Wow, I laugh and glance at Liam. Red sounds good. Red it is, Maverick says, skating away. Are we having any other visitors? I ask and Liam shrugs. Guess you'll have to wait and see. Hudson comes out next, setting down bread and mozzarella sticks as an appetizer. He talks for 10 minutes about the Italian breadcrumbs covering the cheese, only leaving when Liam shoots him a look that has me trying not to burst out laughing. Grant comes next, handing us both a salad before tossing me a wink. Ethan brings out a plate of hot dogs and cups of condiments, letting us know he called in a favor with Dave to have the food delivered. Riley is there too, passing off our entrees and helping Maverick refill our wine glasses. When I've eaten every bite of the pasta dish in front of me, I lean back in my chair and grin. Wow, you got everyone to help. How do you pull that off? I told them I was nervous as shit about taking you on a date and they jumped in. They know you're my favorite person and they know I wanted to do this right. I would have done the same for any of them. You would have. Yeah. Would have complained for hours, but I would have done it. Liam stares at me across the table and tips his head to the side, ready for the next part of the date. What else do you have up your sleeve, Sully? He bends forward and pulls a pair of ice skates. Wanna be an idiot with me, pipsqueak? Oh God, what's that saying about returning to the scene of the crime? The first time was a tragedy, wasn't it? Are you sure this is a good idea? You have a very important stretch of games coming up, and I don't want to be on the end of Brody Saunders's wrath if you hurt yourself in your off time. Liam scoots his chair back and stands. I want you to learn. Is knowing how to skate a prerequisite for hanging out with you? No, I want you to learn for you. I've taught you a lot of things over the last couple of months, Piper, and it pisses me off I didn't get to teach you how to skate the first time. Consider this a door closing on your past. After tonight, everything you want to learn, I'm going to be by your side while you do, encouraging you, motivating and supporting you. You won't be embarrassed or afraid of anything ever again. I want to weep. I want to laugh and scream and hug him tight. I want to tell him all the ways he'll never be the person from my past, starting with the gentle way he cares about me, the way he loves me and the way I love him. I think. The word terrifies me. Scares the absolute shit out of me because I can see what happens when you abuse it, when you turn it into something wretched and broken and messy. I've seen the worst side of love, but here I am, staring at Liam and knowing deep within every fractured piece of my soul, I am completely and irrevocably in love with him. Hey. He moves around the table and squats in front of me. What's wrong? Nothing. This is the most thoughtful thing anyone's ever done for me, and I'm having a hard time processing it. Liam's mouth hooks up in a smile. His eyes twinkle and happiness almost radiates off of him. Wanna do a lap, sunshine? I nod, afraid to say anything else. I might blurt out how I feel about him. I might ask him to stay with me forever because I'm terrified of a world without him in it. He helps me switch my sneakers for the skates, lacing them up and tapping the toe when I'm ready to go. I wait for him to put his own skates on, watching the easiness of his movements and how natural he looks being near the ice. All right. He holds out his hand and I stand, our fingers locking together. Remember, it can't be worse than last time. That's debatable. Tonight you could hit your head. Might knock some sense in him. Ethan hollers from the stands and Liam flips him off. I didn't know we had an audience, I say, and he sighs. That was part of the agreement. They would help, but only if they could watch us act all, and I quote, cute and shit. Look at you. I reach up and pinch his cheek. You're like a walking rom-com. Guess we better give them a show. We take the first lap slow. By the third lap, I'm more comfortable. My posture is straight, my eyes are straight ahead instead of down at my feet, and I loosen my death grip on Liam's hand. I can finally feel my fingers, he says when I pull away. I shove him, knowing it won't do much damage, and he grabs my wrist. Bad move, pipsqueak. Before I can prepare for his retaliation, Liam lifts me above his head like I'm a figure skater. I squeak when I see how high I am and feebly swat at his back. Oh my God, put me down, you big ogre. No can do. I overheard the guys say they have a bet going for tonight and I kind of want Hudson to win. He deserves a win, doesn't he? I close my eyes, not wanting to look at the ground. Fine, but don't make me stay up here very long. My life is flashing before my eyes. His laugh is loud and bold and it melts into me. You win, I'm putting you down. I expect him to set me down quickly, but Liam is slow. He drags me down the front of my body, holding me there, and I wrap my legs around his waist. What else is included in this bet? I heard something about ice angels and disgusting displays of affection. I thought you hated PDA. Wouldn't mind it with you. Especially if it means Ethan loses $100. I smile and touch his cheek, his skin warm and soft. Seems like you don't mind a lot of things with me. Interviews, PDA, sleepovers, hanging out with each other every single day. You're the one doodling my name in your journal, aren't you? Guilty, he says, and his nose brushes against mine. You gonna give me an exit survey for our first date, pipsqueak? The areas where I can improve. Yeah, you lose a point for not kissing me. Better fix that. Liam brings his lips to mine. He kisses the corner of my mouth and grins. We both know how I feel about being the best. 51 Liam Piper, happy end of the regular season. How are we celebrating the best record in the league? Me with you. Come over, baby. Piper, I'm already on my way. If you do something horrible like tear your ackle next season and can't play, I think you have a future in culinary. Piper polishes off her dinner and scoots her plate away. How are you this good at so many things? I'm also not good at so many things like listening to directions. Maverick yelled at me because I read ahead for book club, but I'm not going to slow down. Are you a fan of Monster Smut now? I think I'm converted. I stand and grab her dirty dish, dropping in the sink with mine. What other weird shit can you throw at me, Mitchell? I'll give you a list. She crosses her legs and takes a sip of her wine. Want some help cleaning up? Nah. I saw the heels you wore to the arena today. I bet your feet are swollen as hell. They're bigger than Maven S and she's growing a human inside her. Come on, let me help. I know you had a long day with playoff prep. You shouldn't have to clean up alone. Fine, come on down, pipsqueak. You can wash and I'll dry. Piper jumps off the stool and makes her way next to me. I like doing these things with you. Washing dishes, watching shitty television, complaining about the curtains you need to fix in your bedroom. Are we at the stage in our marriage where this is nagging? I laugh when she grabs the sink nozzle and sprays me, warm water soaking my hair and shirt. That was not a smart move, wife. Whoops, she gives me an innocent smile. Better take those clothes off and get dry. If you wanted me naked, Piper, I wipe my eyes with the back of my hand and touch the hem of my shirt. You could V just asked. It's way more fun this way. You don't get to, I move before she can react, grabbing the nozzle out of her hand and spraying her in retaliation. She screeches and runs to the other side of the island, shielding her face with the plate we used for our salads. Two can play that game, I say. How are you so fast? You're like a freaking ninja. She looks down at the wet shirt clinging to her torso. I can see the outline of her nipples through the sheer material, and I turn the water off, a new plan in mind. This is a new side of Liam Sullivan, and I like it. Goalie, remember. I scoop her up and walk her down the hall to my room. This is who I am now. Life is a hoot, and I'm goddamn fun. Who knew all it took to lighten you up was getting laid by your perfect wife? Someone's cocky. You're right, but you're also cocky. It's a shame you didn't have sex for years. Think of all the fun you missed out on by not banging your choice of women. When we get to my room, I set her on my bed. I take a step back and stare at her, all the humor leaving the room. I've never had a choice of women, I say. Piper frowns. What do you mean? Ask me why I haven't slept with anyone in 4 years, Piper, I say, and it comes out like a plea, like I'm freaking desperate for her to hear this. Why haven't you slept with anyone in 4 years, Liam? She whispers. The same reason I haven't looked at a woman in 4 years. Why it wouldn't have mattered who won me at the charity auction or tried to get my attention. Ask me why I keep my wedding ring tied to my skates, I blurt out. Her eyes widen and she inhales a sharp breath. Ask why I haven't washed off the temporary tattoo you gave me days ago. Ask me, Piper, I beg, please. Why, she whispers, but I know she knows the answer. I can tell by the way she reaches for me. In the softness of her fingers as they touch the back of my neck, and how quickly she scoots to the edge of the bed. Why, Liam? I can say it's hockey. I can say it's because I didn't want to be distracted. I can say it's because I care about my position, but that's all bullshit. The day you walked into the United Airlines arena was the best day of my life. It was a Wednesday, partly cloudy. 8-5 in the first week of August. August 7th, actually, I croak, and her eyes blur with tears as her attention bounces to my phone on the bedside table. You ran into me. After you introduced yourself to me. Stuck your hand out like you were the most important person in the room. I saw the ring on your finger and knew I couldn't get close to you. Couldn't get to know you. Not in the way I wanted. That freaking diamond taunted me for months until one day you showed up and it wasn't there anymore. And for the first time since I laid eyes on you, I felt a sliver of hope. I laugh, still not convinced this is all happening. Still not sure she's really here with me. I've never been an optimistic guy, baby, but the day I found out you were single was the day I started believing. We talked here and there. Had that night in Canada where I was so nervous, so freaking careful with you, I wanted to scream. And then you asked me to be with you, and I did. But I messed it all up because I fell in love with the way you laugh, with the way you smile, with the way you're brave and bold and so freaking beautiful. I pause for a breath. I wipe the tears from her cheeks and tip her chin back, wanting her to look at me so she doesn't miss a single word before I start again. I fell in love with your determination and your drive, with the way you speak into a microphone and how hard you work. I fell in love with your kind heart and the way sometimes, when I'm feeling really freaking positive, I let myself believe you might one day love me back, when you're ready. But you take all the time you need, sweetheart, because I'm not going anywhere. Liam, she says, and I want to keep going. I want her to hear everything before she makes up her mind, so I put my hand gently over her mouth. You know I'm not a man of many words, Mitchell, but with you, I have a lot to say. I'm not finished, I tell her, and her eyes crinkle in the corners. I know you've been hurt. I know it's hard for you to trust. I know it's difficult for you to believe what happened to you once won't happen again. And look, I'll sit here and promise you everything in the world, money, safety, anything you could ever want, but they won't mean shit if I don't tell you this. I will love you, Piper Mitchell, until my dying days. When it's stormy, when it's sunny, you will always have my full attention. You've had it for years and you weren't even mine. I wasn't kidding when I said you're my favorite person in the world. No one else could ever come close. She mumbles something against my palm, and there's a moment of panic. A world where she doesn't feel the same and I'll have to deal with the sucker punch to the gut as I watch her live her life with someone else. You are my favorite person, Piper starts. She touches my cheek and screw it. I ache for her. One graze of her fingers and I'm on top of the world. Feeling like I can freaking fly. The patience you've shown me, the respect you've shown me, the kindness you've shown me these last couple of months, she shakes her head and laughs. Thank you isn't good enough. You've changed me. I wouldn't be the woman I am today without you. That's not true. You would have gotten there on your own. You're strong, capable. You didn't need a man. You just needed someone who believed in you. And you do believe in me. I told you I'm scared, and I am, but I know you'll never, ever hurt me. I think I've known that for a while now, which is why I went to you in the first place. Why I feel safe and secure whenever you're around. I love you too, Liam, so unbelievably much. What I feel for you is I'm not sure there's a word to describe it, to define just how you, Piper trails off. Fresh tears stain her cheeks and I hold her tight in my arms. You fixed me, Liam. You were never broken, Piper. I love you, she says again, the three words muffled against my chest. Cemented in my soul and close to piercing my heart. You're the best thing to ever come out of my heartbreak, and even though it hurt like hell, I'd do it again if it meant finding you. There are 1,000 things I want to say to her, 1,000 things I want to do, but for now I ease her onto the bed. I lie beside her and kiss her soft at first, then hungrier, like she's going to slip out of my grasp at any second. I know she's not. She's mine and I'm hers for as long as she'll have me. A day, a week, a month. I don't care, and I'm not going to take a goddamn second of her time for granted. I show her how I feel with my hands, then my tongue and my teeth and my mouth. With the careful way, I strip her naked and kiss every inch of her body I've come to adore. I make love to her gently, lovingly, and know there's no rush. 1,000,000 lifetimes with her won't be enough. It'll never be enough. But screw it if I'm going to work until my body gives out to make sure every day is the best freaking day of her life. 52 Piper Hudson. We're heading into the final period of Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. All season, your team has worked for this moment. What are you feeling right now? I ask, holding out my microphone to the defenseman. I'm not going to lie, I'm nervous as hell. He laughs. There's pressure on us, obviously, especially because we had the best record in the league this season. Being at home helps. I can feel the fans behind us, you know. That's going to give us the push we need for these last 20 minutes. What are you going to focus on as we head into the third period? Consistency. We let our focus slip when we get excited with a breakaway and come up short on converting a good possession to a goal. We have to follow through. Thanks, Hudson. Enjoy the rest of the game. This is the most stressful night of my life. After a thrilling series with the San Diego Bearcats, we're back in D.C. for Game 7, just like everyone thought we would be. The teams have exchanged victories up to this point, and if history is anything to go off of, the Stars should win tonight. That's the agony of sports, though. Nothing about them is guaranteed, especially in Game 7. The tension in the arena is palpable. The hometown fans have been on their feet for the entirety of the game, and the noise is deafening. I'm afraid to breathe too hard, fearful a forceful exhale will bring the puck too close to Liam and sneak by him. I glance at him now, poised in the goal, mumbling under his breath and moving side to stay loose. He's been unreal tonight, only giving up one goal while stopping nearly 25. He tracks every player, every stick movement, every slice of a skate with excruciating precision. I'm not sure I've seen him blink, and when the guys came out after the last intermission, a focus I haven't seen from him this season graced his face. My attention moves to the clock, the 2 minutes left in regulation moving too slow. Both teams have a single goal, and a tie would mean overtime. With how fatigued the guys are looking, the last thing we need is free hockey, no matter how thrilling the sudden death gameplay might be. Everyone from the players to the fans to Bernie behind the camera knows this isn't going to be a back-and-forth shootout, Both defenses are too good. The next team to score will be the winner. The referee blows his whistle, signaling the end of the timeout, and adrenaline echoes in my ears. Got him it. Emmy bangs her fist on the glass. Let's freaking go, Miller. Maverick tears past us in a blaze of white jersey and a cocky grin, blowing her a kiss before taking off after the puck. I laugh and drape an arm around my best friend. He is the only guy in the league who would purposely move away from game play so he could flirt with his woman, I say. You're a lucky lady, Emerson Hartwell. I want him to win more than I'd want myself to win. Maybe that makes me a terrible player, I don't know, but I don't give a shit. He sacrifices so much of himself for this game. I want him to have something tangible to show for it. I said the same thing to Liam earlier this afternoon in his living room when he was packing his game day bag. We were quiet while he slipped into his routine: a late lunch, a candy bar, classical music blaring in his headphones as he stretched before putting on his suit and tie. He reached for me, though, intertwined our hands and stroked his thumb over my knuckles when I kissed his palm. I whispered to him how proud of him I was. How honored I was to watch his performance this season, and that no matter what happened tonight, I'd be on the other side waiting for him. I want him to win so badly, though, and I know he wants to win so badly, too. I saw the determination, the grit and the desperation in his eyes during warm-ups, and even from all the way over here, I can see it now. If there's anything the guys can do well, it's play under pressure. I think a burst of excitement at the other end of the rink cuts me off. I crane my neck and stand on my toes. A shot gets fired off toward the Bearcats' goal. I gasp when it comes up inches short and the Bearcats collect the rebound. Shit, Emmy hisses as the Bearcats' offense takes off. Their destination is obvious and the air leaves the building as they head straight for Liam. Come on. My fingers curl around my microphone. My hands won't stop shaking. Come on, honey, you can do it. Liam crouches down, points his toes forward and holds his left hand out in front of him, ready for whatever shot they might fire his way. He moves an inch to his left, then an inch to his right, squatting even lower as number 47 winds up. The defender pulls back like he's going to fire between Liam's knees but changes direction at the last second. He aims higher, for the upper left corner of the goal, and Liam's body goes flying as he dives, stretches back, and reaches his hand behind him. Liam lifts the puck in his glove. The building erupts, and before I have a second to catch my breath and celebrate his stop, he's passing the puck to Maverick, who takes off in the other direction and covers the ice in 8 long glides. I glance up at the clock and there are 10 seconds left. 9, 8. Fucking shoot it, Miller, Emmy yells, and I swear to God he turns his head our way, grins at her, pulls back with the slap shot of all slap shots that goes soaring into the net as the final horn and goal horn sound simultaneously. Everyone around me screams. Emmy jumps up and down, and I grab my small notebook out of my back pocket, ready to grab someone for an interview. Confetti drops from the ceiling and covers the ice and the crowd. Music blares, and I can't hear myself think. I watch Liam skate over the red line. His teammates surround him and Maverick, but he shoves past them, throws off his gloves, and drops his stick on the ice. He bolts toward me, blade slicing across the Stars logo, eyes locked on mine. I don't have a second to breathe before he's yanking me out of the tunnel, sweeping me off my feet and hugging me to his chest. Holy shit, he yells into my neck. Holy shit. Oh my God. I start to cry. A sob escapes me and I hug him tight, afraid to let him go. You did it, baby. Did you see that? I wrap my legs around his waist and pull back to look at him. I unbuckle his helmet and yank it off his head, throwing it to the side. I touch his sweat-soaked cheeks and brush his hair out of his eyes. Every single second. I've never seen anyone play so hard. That save was phenomenal, something they'll be talking about for years. Behind us, the rest of the team is celebrating. Maverick is on Hudson's back, his arms in the air. Grant is lying on his back and making snow angels in the confetti. Ethan skates a lap around the rink, the trophy over his head, and Riley is putting a Stanley Cup champion's hat on his head. You should be over there, I say. With them, your brothers, not with me. No, he shakes his head and cups my cheeks. The only person I want to celebrate with is you. His skate slips out from under him and we go tumbling to the ice. All I can hear is his laughter. All I can feel are his strong arms around me. All I can see is his bright and smiling face, and it's all perfect. I am so proud of you, I whisper, a moment I want just for us. You do unbelievable things. I couldn't have done it without you. Me, I laugh. I haven't done anything. Bullshit. You encouraged me, supported me, believed in me. You make life so freaking fun. You're the thing that's keeping me afloat. I always got by on being happy enough, but I didn't know what happiness was until I met you. Not really. Now every day is the best day of my freaking life. Because of you. My shoulders shake and tears stream down my face. I know my makeup is running. I know I have snot in my nose, but I can't bring myself to care. Not when he's looking at me like I'm the most important thing, like I'm the only thing in the whole goddamn world. I love you, I whisper. I love you so much, and another sob rattles my chest. I'm so proud to be a chapter in your book, Liam. A chapter in my book. Liam pushes up on his elbows, his mouth inches away from mine. I see a scrape on his cheek, the flecks of gold in his dark brown eyes and the salt on his forehead from dried sweat. You're the whole damn story, Piper. There's some hazy version of myself that existed before I met you, and then everything after. I've never loved anything like I love you, and I'll never love anything else like I love you. My insides twist tight. I don't know if I want to laugh or cry harder. Maybe a little bit of both. How can I not when he just accomplished the most important thing in his career and he's spending time with me? When he's saying things that make me believe in a forever where I'm not going to get hurt. A life that's full of joy instead of sadness. That's full of laughter instead of feeling like I'm not good enough. I could shatter into a million pieces. Hey, you two lovebirds. Ethan loops his arms under my shoulders, hoisting me off. Liam, keep the PDA down, there are children around. Grant takes my spot, jumping on Liam's chest as Maverick and Hudson follow suit. I laugh when Ethan skates across the ice and stretches out my arms. Tell me you'll never let go, Lil P, he jokes. I'll never let go, Easy-E, even when that goalie pisses you off. Nope. Okay, fine. How about when you accidentally get married in Vegas again? I can't believe you kept that from us, by the way, you're sneaky. Not even then. I smile and close my eyes. You're stuck with me for the long haul, Richardson, you all are. Good, you keep things fun around here. We make a full lap of the arena, and I take in the celebrations. The fans still in their seats, clapping and high-fiving. The arena operations crew rolling out a carpet for the commissioner to make his way onto the ice. Bernie waves at me frantically, and I know I need to get my microphone and get in front of the camera. You have to put me down, Ethan. I need to finish my job like you all finished yours, I say, and he sets me down next to the group of guys clustered near center ice. Thanks for the ride. Anytime you want to have some real fun, you know my number. Ethan winks and takes off after Riley, chasing down the trophy. If he lays another finger on you, I'm going to murder him, Liam draws out. He hands me my microphone and scowls in Ethan's direction. Someone needs to put him on a leash. That'll be the day. Maverick, I call out, looking for the captain. Come talk to me, please. He's on ESPN, Hudson says, gesturing to the large headset Maverick is wearing. Who do you want instead? Back off, Hayes. Liam nudges him out of the way. I want to talk to my wife on camera. You want me to interview you? Why not? The last time went well. I can pretend to have a good time for 2 minutes. Are you sure? I bet Hudson is more than willing. I'll be in the wings on backup in case he starts acting like he's going to get in trouble with the FCC, Hudson teases, and Bernie gives me the 1-minute warning. No cursing, I tell Liam sternly, and he rolls his eyes. It was one time and it slipped out, he says. How much longer am I going to have to pay for my crimes, pipsqueak? For a very long time. I tug on his collar and bring his mouth to mine. Forever, maybe. Sounds like I need to do it again, just to make sure I can keep you around. I swear to God if you 5 seconds, Bernie says, and I smile at the camera. We're back at United Airlines Arena, and I'm here with Liam Sullivan, who might have had the play of the year in the final seconds tonight with a game-winning save. Liam, what went through your mind during that sequence? Couldn't let Miller show me up, he says, bending down to talk into the microphone. His arm loops around my waist and pulls me close. Gibbons had a heck of a shot, and I was in the right place at the right time. What's the first thing you're going to do to celebrate? I don't know. What do you think? He looks down at me. Should we get some burgers and fries, take a trip to Europe for the rest of the summer, go to Disney World like the NBA and NFL guys do? Maybe we can have a night with Pico on the couch. Pretty sure my hamstrings are going to hurt for a very long time after that. I blush at his inclusion of me. Our friends might know about our relationship, but the outside world doesn't. I guess they do now. I think Pico would like that very much. I managed to get out. Any comments on Maverick's game-winning goal? Dude's a dang show-off. Liam grins and I narrow my eyes at him. But he deserved for that to be his. It's about time the trophy came home to DC. Thank you, Liam, and congratulations on the win. I turn to the camera, but I can feel him staring at me. We're going to send it back to Bradley, who will break down all the stats from tonight's game. Stick around. Bernie gives me the all clear, and I tuck my microphone in my back pocket. Almost had you there, didn't I? Liam says, kissing the top of my head. Wanted to keep you on your toes. You're never allowed to be in front of a camera again. Well, shucks, how will I survive? I shove his arm and he picks me up, skating me toward the bench. Put me down, I laugh. What are you doing with me? Giving you time in the sin bin for that rough hit means I get a power play, pipsqueak. And what the hell are you going to do with that? Dunno, might ask you to marry me for real. Might move you into my apartment so I can see you every morning. Might love you until you're so sick of me you'll be begging for me to leave you alone. And you know I like it when you beg. He opens the penalty box and sets me on the bench. He crouches in front of me and grins. Want to stick around to find out? Yeah, I whisper, the pressure in my chest expanding when my eyes meet his. When he takes my hand and kisses my palm, resting it against his cheek. I think I'd like that a lot. Good. He taps my knee. I'm just getting started with you, sunshine.